Yo, Pasta Corkin, welcome to the fam, you spaghetti slinging savage. Glad to have you on board. Yo, 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 yo. Looks like it be Best J coming in with a 7 kill. And, ooh, he's 1 hit away. Kill him. And there we go, boys. Stream starting. GG. Sheesh. Alright, I got the one. How does he have PoE2 already? No, no one does. We don't have PoE2 already. We're looking at the news and everything. Thought it all about Gemlin Legionnaire with minions. I made a video about it. It's already been mentioned in a video. This one right here. Spectres out of menu. No, I'll be playing minions first. I'll do everything I can with minions before we move over to something else. If it is painful watching, waiting for PoE2 I want to play, yeah. Yeah, we're all in that boat, dude. Trust me. Trust me, we're all in that boat. 19%. Come on, faster. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. Nice, Rennie. Nice, dude. Really wish they hadn't pushed it until after Thanksgiving for us Americans, but the 6th will be here soon, you know. They're gonna go witch minion, but the monk looks so fun. Oh yeah. So like an anti-mage fantasy. You have the info in the class that you enjoy. It felt very fluent and very fast, but it also felt a bit squishy. Oath of Exile? What is that? Huh? You mean Path of Exile's main website, right? Or main website channel? You mean the lightning teaser, this one. I looked at 5 seconds of it, realized I should watch. Okay, it actually says I watched all of it. I only watched 5 seconds of it. I'm gonna watch it today, yes. This is one of the videos I'm gonna watch. I actually have it in my document I run with. Here, let me show you. This is how it looks in my document with Kikis, and it's marked as urgent. It's marked as urgent, so I gotta get there. Gotta do it today. So it's in the list. There's also an interview with Talking to Try that happened yesterday that I haven't seen. It's only 29 seconds long. Yeah, but I mean, look at me. Look at me. It's 29 seconds teaser that I can easily make a 7 to 10 minute long video out of. If I have something else to say, we'll see. We'll see what I can do. The interview is really good. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about the interview. We'll see. I guess he has it up on his YouTube. Five days ago. Huge new interview.
What are your processes like internally?
All right. We're going to watch that. Is there anything else I missed? I think that's it, right? It'll be enough good support to make the extra 3 skills genuinely valuable. I don't know. Like, that's the only answer I can give. I don't know. What I wanted to tackle first today is this. I want to talk about this first. So I made a tweet. Apparently, other CCs have made similar tweets. Basically, I'm referring to the plethora of content creators that are making tier lists and build guides saying this is best or that is best, when we know what, like, half of the ascendancy nodes, we don't even know we know a fraction of the support gems. We only know a handful of the actual skill gems. And a lot of these content creators that I saw, they some of them haven't even played the game. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I saw Cicerone made a tweet about it as well, actually. Let's see if I can find that one. Zizaran. There's tier list and guys at PoE2 already. I get being a content golem. Can we chill a little bit until we actually play the game? I love seeing all the theory crafting, speculation, reacting shit. But seeing tier list already blows me away. Yeah, I love the speculation, but some people are getting way too carried away with the clicks. Yeah. That part. So I made a tweet as well about this. And what's really crazy to me is that some of those YouTube videos are now gone. OG PvE community should expose these fuckers. Yeah, well, we are calling it out. Like, we're calling it out. And then people in the comment section was like, oh, this guy didn't understand why people are so opposed to that kind of video. So I explained it to him here. And then people couldn't search for it because I found it. And then, funny enough, some of the videos are no longer available, which is hilarious. Schrodinger's bait content don't exist if you don't search for it. Just fucking sad that this is happening. But, like, the game's gonna grow massive. And you have these new content creators coming in, and they're desperate to get the clicks. It's just sad. Well, Sir Gogs thought I was mentioning his video, which is 100% satire. This is his title. I'm like, no, of course I'm not mentioning that.
The message top 10 minion starters, how to. At number 10, we have Pointy Stick Guy in the background of this clip for 2.4 seconds from a teaser on YouTube. At no 8.
Basically, thanks so much, like. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. And now the alerts are repeating. The guys are working on that. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see. If you're interested, Subtract and put out some of his Sork gameplay from the most recent test. We actually already watched it. Are you excited for bad build videos, misinforming people, and then having them come here to tell you something works, how something works, and that you're wrong? Well, put it this way. I played PoE for 10 and a half years. And what song is this? That's Empire, Let Them Sing by Bring Me the Horizon. I made a living making written guide contents and guide contents in general. And throughout that decade of playing this game and making guides for it, there's been every now and then, depending on the big release, it's always new people coming in. and then they tell their audience how XYZ works, and then they don't know how it works, and they tell them something wrong. And the problem with content creation, or actually not just content creation, but social media in today's day and age, is that people listen to whatever influencer they like, and then they treat everything as everything that person says with factual context, or as factual context. That's why I'm very picky. And I mean, I'm human. We're all human. We make mistakes. It happens. But I'm always trying to make sure that when I say XYZ works this and that way, I try my best to make sure that that I provide actual proof of why or how that works if I'm able to, and I explain it in depth. So sometimes that can be a bit long-winded, right? Where I go through I explain something that some people that already know about knows, right?
Hey there, Rabbit.
And I'm sitting there for 2-3
Thanks
minutes
for the
explaining how
tier
it
1
works.
sub. You're the carrot to my bunny. Am I right?
Thank you so much, Rabbit, for the gift sub, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Well, we've had several situations where some guy comes into the chat and says, "Yo, I'm struggling. My build don't work very well." And then I'm like, "Okay, let's have a look at it." And then there's like animate weapon summoner, and they're like, "Yeah, the guy in the video told me to put a lot of added flat physical damage to my gear," and they're using like iron rings and a sword, and I'm like, "What? What?" So that's happened. That's a true story. Don't know, Supreme, but I'm assuming so. If you mean to be able to play it, then yes. But you should be able to see it in your library, but preload hasn't begun, right? Has preloading started? Large portion of new players are being encouraged to watch established PvE content creators. So what happened in Diablo 4 content creation is that the established Diablo streamers from Diablo 3 and 2, for example, didn't get all the attention when it comes to quality content and whatnot, like the established ARPG streamers and content creators. Instead, there was a river of new ones, and there's like, it's just be first or you're fucked. If being right doesn't matter in Diablo 4. Now, Diablo 4 is much easier, right? But it's like just absolutely crazy. You get one of the puzzle boxes stuck in customs, and they need another paper signed, which I couldn't do digitally, and I don't own a scanner. So I asked my my mother and my stepdad to sort it for me because they have a scanner. So after tonight's stream, before it gets too late, I'm gonna drive over to their place, sign the paper, scan it, mail it over to them, and then I will be able to get the fucking box delivered. Use a phone with Adobe Scan app. You can take a photo. Well, that means I have to print the paper first so I can sign it. I don't own a printer. Actually, I do own a printer somewhere that Hannah's parents gave me that I haven't sorted yet. I don't know where it is. Anyways, I'll fix it. It's being sorted. I just hope this annoying cold stops before the launch. Out of ink by the printer. Yeah, I don't even know if the ink in there is dried up or anything. I have no idea. Anyways, I've solved it. So after tonight's stream, I'm going to drive over to my parents' place and I'm going to fix it. That's the plan. Anyways, after the tweet from this and the Cicerone's tweet, some of the videos have been taken down, which is hilarious. So that happened. Anyways. That's a good one, Shadow. I would say you could order one, but I might get stuck in customs too. Well, not if I order one from within the country, right? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll work out. I cleaned my cat's litter box and I saw her copy a D4 in there. Okay, dude. Got the box yet? No. I hope I'll have it by tomorrow. We'll see. All right, so how's everybody doing? Are you guys excited? Diaz Lily, is it on YouTube or Twitter? Let's start with this.
All right.
Let's start with this. Here's the video I'll be looking at right now.
If anybody is telling you what the best builds are right now, or any kind of concrete information that they'd say is basically fact, ignore them. It's ridiculous. We don't know anything. Do you understand that? Get that in your head. Stop looking at builds. You look at ideas, but if anybody's presenting things as the best or whatever, they're clowns and you should ignore them. They're not looking out for good builds. They're looking out for good builds for their ad revenue on YouTube. Anyways.
Can we get the claps in the channel for... Get some claps in the channel, boys. Spam it up. That is exactly the whole point of it. Based. Goated. True. That's it. That's it. That's all that needs to be said about it. It's funny because in Diablo 4 it's very different. The content creation industry in Diablo 4. Because it's all about being first, no matter if you're right or not, because it's going to generate such an insane amount of clicks. In PoE, we've always had a majority of us content creators have called out bad actors, and they are not given a spotlight in the community as a result. The problem with PoE2 is it's going to explode in terms of growth, and I really hope that that can continue to be the case, because I really don't want to be in a position where that type of behavior, that type of content becomes the general, you know, meta.
Wrong thing. So here we got. I have two MS Paint builds I cooked up. I mean, they're pretty simple. They're like, and they probably won't even work. Well, this one I definitely don't think is going to be good. On paper, and what we have so far, it looks really strong, knowing nothing. So it's the 1 HP meme dream build. You can finally do Chaos, Inoculation, Eldritch Battery, and you have 1 HP, and it's fine, because Mind Over Matter in PoE2 makes all damage taken from mana before life. And now you get this less mana recovery, but then you also get Mana Leech with instant here from Chayula Monkman. Along with this one, which Mana Leech effects also recover Energy Shield, which seems really OP. You just dump everything on mana. It's huge, right? Problem is, Leech, I'm not feeling good about Leech. Leech is probably going to be not great. It just seems way too powerful. There's no way Leech is as good as it seems. Like, looking at it from a PoE1 perspective, it looks insane, but I don't know. There's got to be some kind of bait with Leech here. And then here is the build I'm actually probably going to go that I think has more of a...
She's like, oh, look at this, a couple of notes. And then like, oh, this is the build I'm actually want to play. And then it's like the entire screen's filled with notables.
chance of working is Cluster Grenade Witch Hunter. Now it's not only going to use with cluster grenade, it's also going to use like other crossbow skills, but cluster grenade, the main one for damage, mechanically wise, it looks really insane. You know, anything that like splits off and explodes a million times in a little AoE is usually pretty insane. So I think it'll be good. I mean, like I said, I have no idea, but predicting it'll be good. I'm not going to give you any substantial information, concrete things. It's just an idea.
What was the title of
So
the
Witch
video?
Hunter Ascendancy looks very strong. It has a lot of damage stuff.
What
It
is
has
the
some
best build in PoE
explodey.
2?
Got this
Love
first
it.
hit chunks enemy,
I should make
and
one.
it makes it so you do 1 to 30% of the enemy's HP on your first hit against them. Has some other stuff too, but those are the main two I'm looking at right now.
I should make one.
Don't really know yet. $900 in my room. Okay. And then got some projectile stuff here. As I said, it's an AoE tag and a proj tag. So these will work with it, and it'll split it off and make more explosions. They've shown this in a teaser. But the real question is, will this... Okay, so they have less projectile damage on them, right? But what I'm wondering is do the smaller grenades that explode scale off of projectile damage? Because if they don't, this is definitely be really good then. There's no way it's not good. If that doesn't work, if the proj damage doesn't scale it, because then you're not getting this negative damage. But it probably does. But there's stuff in PoE 1 like Lightning Strike, which does a melee hit and then projectile. And the projectile damage doesn't scale the melee hit like on Lightning Strike. So if that works...
I can't stop thinking about her saying it's 900 degrees in her room. And then she's wearing long sleeve clothing. Like, why? Come on, Lily. Oh, it's so hot in here. Let me put on a fucking long sleeve shirt. Come on. She needs that drip. I mean, I'm wearing drip right now, actually. You guys check this out? Watch this. This is a glow-in-the-dark shirt. From my fashion sponsors that we have. You guys should check it out. Almost always. I don't have enough clothes to always wear it, but almost always I'm wearing clothes from a company called Into the AM. Yeah, let me show you the link. Into the AM. Why is it in the... There we go. Into the AM. And they actually are running a sale for up to 60% discount till December 8th, I think it is. And if you use my link, you get another 10%. They're sponsoring. That's a hashtag ad, by the way, chat. That is an ad. Wait, I'm going to post on YouTube chat as well. YouTube chat's going to get it as well. There you go. There you go. Hashtag ad, by the way. But definitely check them out. Like, I'm almost always wearing their clothes. I'm wearing one of their shirts right now, one of my favorite ones. And it's really dope. So I'm almost always wearing their clothes for stream.
It should be. I think it'll be insane. Obviously don't know, but predicting. Then use like conk effect on bosses and stuff. It might also have the effect with AoE, where if you can scale AoE to be smaller, it'll hit more in the same area. Then I just got some passive skills around the tree that looks pretty good. Like grenade stuff. I mean, it's pretty obvious stuff. Some cooldown reduction in AoE. You know, this life.
We haven't seen a Reaper gem Supreme, so we don't know.
If it's actually good or not. If it like I said, if it's bad, probably not going to take too
But
much.
I'll say this, Supreme. It's probably going to be the best build in the game.
Much of that. But
for sure.
Yeah,
Trust. Copium. 100% guaranteed.
Armor,
you heard it here first. Clip and ship it.
Because Witch Hunter has pretty much no defense on the
Clip
Ascendancy.
and ship.
But damage-wise, it looks very good. And then I think there's like a crossbow base type you can get that gives you like an extra grenade or something. So you'd probably use that. And beyond this, I know no details. Yeah. That's...
But it's like, yeah, that's like the name of the game. Like, we don't know shit. We don't know anything at all. We have no idea about nothing. Can you imagine someone saying this is the best minion build when there are 400 different specters you can use? And when the game launches, there's supposed to be 100 different specters you can use. Let me put it this way. It's going to take a while before we figure everything out with minions. The other builds, people will figure out in due time. But it's going to take a longer time before we have minions completely nailed down. And the reason for this is that, similar to Path of Exile 1, it's very easy to play a minion build. It is extremely hard to min-max and design a minion build. Even harder to make them also understandable for newer players. Very simple. That's just the name of the game. Anyways, we're going to move on, and we're going to be watching the Path of Exile teaser for Ball Lightning, Archmage, and Sigil of Power. So I wanted to watch this, and then we have a interview to watch as well. But we're going to check this one out first. This is a teaser for 3 lightning-oriented abilities, and let's take a look at it. Oh, it looks beautiful, dude. Oh, shit. Wild Shard support is here as well, okay. I remember the Storm ability. I played that on the Sorceress like a few years ago. The game is very different now compared to them. Alright, let's have a look at these abilities. Okay, so first we have Ball Lightning. Level 11, use for 41. Midway through, 36 mana. Base crit strike chance for basically every ability in the game is much higher than that of PoE 1. So that's always something already something we know. Slow moving projectile that repeatedly shoots balls of lightning. So it's the same functionality as Ball Lightning, but it looks way better. Deal flat damage, hits enemies in range every 0.2 seconds, 200 MS trigger rate or frequency rate, 750% more chance to chalk, fire beams at targets within 1.8 meters. And then there's the Archmage buff for level 14. That's a Spirit Reservation buff, okay. While active, cast your spells to cost additional mana and deal extra lightning damage, both based on your maximum mana. So spells gain 5% of damage as lightning damage for each 100 flat mana that you have. 5%. Okay. Spells cost an additional 5.35% of your mana, or max mana. 100 spirit is huge. I actually don't know what kind of spirit numbers we'll be looking at, which again makes it very hard to make any builds or theorycraft anything that is going to be good or not. We have no idea. Because we don't know how many auras we're actually going to be able to squeeze in without that requiring a heavy amount of investments. It's impossible. Wild Shard support in the bottom here. It is a spell projectile support, probably then in this video linked to Ball Lightning, of course. Showing a, doesn't say any levels. It just says Wild Shard support. Are they not going to have levels and support gems? Am I going crazy? Like, have I missed this little detail? Support requiring +5 intelligence to the skill gem. Okay, so that's how they're going to do it. Supporters don't have levels. No, it's been very clear. It's been very clear. Like, they've been going on and off with different decisions on how to design this. So it seems like they've landed on this. Support skills that fire projectiles. Support skills have a chance to fire many additional projectiles in a circle. So there's a chance that they do that. Okay, so that's why sometimes we see a circular effect of it, and sometimes we don't. Okay. So they have a 20% chance to fire 8 projectiles in a circle. Let's watch that. So you see how they're shooting the projectiles in a circle here? There it happened again, right? Again. And here he's casting it. This is a single projectile. He's casting. Another, there was 2. Why is there 2 sometimes? It's not up to 8. It's 20% chance to shoot 8. But sometimes he's shooting 2. Link to Echo, not shown here at least. Unleash? Well, yeah, maybe Unleash. Well, it could have been Unleash. But if it's Unleashed, then when the circle... Yeah. Okay, look at that. There's 2 happening when he triggered. Could be Echo, could be Unleash. Again, 2. Again, 2. Again, 2. But that one was a single one. See this? That was a single, which seems more in line with it being Unleashed than Echo, because Echo, if it works similar to PoE 1, it would happen on every cast. And Unleash needs recharge time to get the charges up, right? So it seems that it's more likely that it's Unleash supported. One shot's pretty cool, but 20%, that's every 5th cast on average. Then we have Sigil of Power. Let's look at the staff first. It grants level 20 Sigil of Power, so it is something you can gain as a skill from a staff. Percent damage is extra lightning damage. That's funny because that is generic damage added as extra. So in PoE 1, we normally see this in the shape of percent elemental damage or percent specific elemental damage, or most commonly percent physical damage added as extra specific damage. 119 spell damage, 101 mana, plus 5 to level of lightning skills. What the fuck? Crit chance for spells and crit spell damage bonus. All right. So Sigil of Power is saying this is obviously a level basis, an on-use active skill. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Cast time 0.6. Oh shit. Level 20 skill gems requires level 90 to be used. The highest we see in PoE 1 is when you corrupt the level 20 gem to a level 21 gem, that requires level 72. Now, there is a small detail here, and it is that this staff requires level 90 to use. Maybe they are connected that way. I doubt it. I think they might actually have a level 20 skill is a level 90 requirement. That could be the case. I actually believe that more than the skills requirement being requiring the staff. Another argument around this is, of course, that this is requiring 205 int, and the Sigil of Power is also requiring 205 int. So it could very likely be. That's the argument of connecting these two. That's interesting. I never saw that before. Good catch up there from chat. Who was it? Achelios said the staff is level 90. Pain Therapy said requires level 90. Singe, yeah. So Twitch chat got me covered on this one. I didn't pay attention to that at all. Interesting. So the ability itself, sorry, places a sigil on the ground, providing a powerful spell damage buff to you and allies while standing in it. The buff becomes more powerful the more mana you spend while standing in the sigil. So you gain a stage when you spend a total of 50% of your maximum mana whilst in the area, maximum of 4 stages. The buff itself grants 14% more spell damage per stage. And then after you spend 50% of your max mana, you get to the second stage, and then you get 28% more spell damage, which is a lot, obviously, and then up to 4 stacks of that. Minimum 1 second between gaining stages. Sigil radius is 3 meters, and the duration is almost 12 seconds. And here's the cast. This is the sigil that you need to stand inside, and the more mana you cast. So Archmage, Sigil Power has always been this mana play for spell damage dealing oriented builds, where you're essentially there. You're supposed to stack up a ton of mana and have a bunch of mechanics that plays in combination with mana-oriented skills. So in this case, the Sigil Power is just placing down the sigil. You spend mana inside of it, and that ramps up the increased damage that you get for doing so. However, you need to spend that mana, which obviously in this case means that you need to spend your mana pool 2 times over to get the max stage, and the duration of the sigil is only 11.9 seconds. However, something a lot of people will learn that is new to PoE is that these tags here, AoE and duration, are very important. Now, the game itself will help you understand this very easily by you cutting an uncut support gem. It will give you a menu, and in that menu, it will list the skills that you have. So let's say you have Sigil Power from the staff equipped, and you get a support gem. The game will give you a list of recommended support gems to use for this. Now, you can bypass this with the interface, but that's how it's going to work. And because it's AoE and duration tag, that means that any support gems that applies to AoE skills or duration skills will work on this, such as more duration. allowing you to have a higher duration of the sigil so that this little circle will last longer, allowing you to have a much longer time to build those stages and also spend a longer time after building those stages to have that damage source increase or the damage buff before the sigil is removed. They remove the enemy deal less damage in the circle from PoE 1, yeah. So that's how this sigil will work as well. It actually looks really cool. It's going to be very interesting the way they're going to do this, with the idea of having unique support gems, with the way that's going to work in PoE 2. That was pretty cool. I love the way the Archmage looks. Sorry, not the Archmage, the Wild Shards with Ball Lightning. And I mean, look at the Ball Lightnings. They're so much better than PoE 1. In PoE 1, they're terrible. Visuals, that is. The tech is here, yeah. This is actually really nice. I mean, just look at it. Maybe we'll see. Something I'm very excited about seeing these things and these teasers is actually the whole emphasis on build variety. And I think we're going to have a very diverse catalog of builds that people can play. I'm super excited for this. And one build doing Archmage to Ball Lightning will look very different from another build doing Archmage Ball Lightning, simply because the support gems that you get, they are exclusive to be only be able to using one support gem. So let's say you want to use this support here, the Wild Shards. You can only have one Wild Shard socketed into one of your skills. You can't have two different skills and both having Wild Shards supporting both of them. You're not able to do that. So this will, without a doubt, increase the diversity of it. I'm very excited for this. This is actually really cool. So what I normally play, I mainly focus on minions, and then the secondary thing I always go into is caster builds, and then after that I do wonders and other type of stuff. But mostly I focus on minions and then over to caster builds. So this is very exciting. I actually really like this approach to it. And I'm a big fan of Ball Lightning from PoE 1. Used to play that in a trap version back, or actually mine version back in the day, a lot, for those of you who remember that. Anyways, this is a teaser posted by PoE on their main YouTube channel. Do check it out. I'll leave a link down in the description below. And if you like this video, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content, and I will catch you guys in the next one. So till then, stay safe. Keep rocking. All right, there we go. That's pretty dope, dude. I like that. I like that a lot. That was nice. All right, there we go. Yeah, minion which use link skills. Well, we see. We'll see. I have no idea. I'm very excited for the variety that we're going to be seeing. The facilitator said everything besides I have no idea. Nothing I'm allowed to share, Lanky. Is that a better way to say it? The problem is when I say that, then people are going to be like, oh, you want to spill some beans? And I'm like, I don't know anything. I don't know shit. Did I hear that beans need spilling? Yes, sir. All right. I like this. What do you guys think about the Ball Lightning Archmage? What do you guys think? See what chat has to say. Looks dope. Way cleaner. Ball lightning skill. Nice, Steve. Is it top 3 starter for me? Yeah, this is probably going to be the best build in the game, actually. Build got confirmed, by the way. Without a doubt, the best build in the game right here. $100%, right? 100%. Clipped and posted YouTube. Yes, that should be my next YouTube short. Right there should be my YouTube short. That's it. That's it. Very, very simple. Yo, local with Raider Rooney. Welcome in, Locaholics. Why does that sound so bad? Yo, local, do you call your boys locaholes? Locaholics? They my little holes. Wait, what? Wait, what? What the fuck, man? How you doing, man? Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you guys having a good time. Hope you guys had enjoyed local stream. We just get started. Still waiting for my fucking puzzle box stuck in customs. So after tonight's stream, I gotta fix some documents and shit and have them sorted. You actually raided a really good time, local, with your locaholians. That sounded worse. Sorry, locaholics. This is confirmed to be the best build in the entire Path of Exile 2. Clipped and shipped. This is the build guide. I don't have anything else to show you. You have everything you need here. This is the best build in the game. S+++ tier. The SSSSS++ tier. Okay? Nothing will ever be able to beat this. I mean, you saw how it looks. It's flashy. There's lightning in the shape of balls. What else could you ask for? There you go. The best build. Enemies are literally dying. So it's confirmed not to be a ZDPS build. This is the best build in the entire game. 100% confirmed. 100%. There you go. Yeah, this is the Spirit-born build for PoE. Correct. Very, very true. Nothing can compete with this. GHAZZY, has anyone told you that you look like Jesus Christ mixed with Carl Urban? What? I'm going to be honest. Being told that I look anywhere remotely like Carl Urban, I take that as a goddamn compliment. This guy just radiates of testosterone and manliness. But to mix that with Jesus Christ, that's diabolic, mate. My manager literally looks like a spitting image of him. What's cat hair and turtle pee? Local just said, I'm going to go have to wash off cat hair and turtle pee. I'm going to regret asking this, but what? Long story, I had to save a terrapin. A what? Terrapin. What the fuck is a terrapin? It's a snack. Oh, it's a turtle. It's a snack turtle. Do you eat it? It's like a turtle tortoise hybrid. What the fuck's the difference between a turtle and a tortoise? Is one like a land turtle and the other one is a sea turtle? I'm so confused. Turtles have flippers, not feet. I'm so confused. Okay, so we're going away from the topic here. Why the fuck did he pee on you? Tortoise sounds like someone trying to say turtle in a fancy way. True. Very true. Had to carry it out of the road to the water. You know, I keep forgetting that you live in South Africa. Like, that's a thing that happens. Like, I keep forgetting that. Because, like, you don't see a turtle or a tortoise on the fucking road here in Sweden. You see an occasional polar bear, you know, ripping through the trash bin at a grocery store, but that's about it. That's a joke, by the way. We don't have polar bears here.
Pastakokken gifted a tier 1 subscription to Locohol and included the message. Pastakokken gifted a tier 1 sub to Locohol. They have
Thank you so
given
much,
6
Pastakokken.
gift subs in the channel.
Not the trash cans. Sweden and Finland both have polar bears confirmed. Yeah, 100%. You know, that's funny, actually, because about 6 or 7 years ago, I used to have this joke for all the Americans who had no idea how it was to live in Sweden. I used to say, well, let me see if I remember this correctly. I used to tell people that living in Sweden isn't as dangerous. The only dangerous animal we have is a polar bear. And I said that the government issues weapons for people to hunt them because they're a menace at the grocery store and they're a danger for families, you know, small children's and families, and that you could then legally shoot them and hunt them because they're roaming around in outside cities, and you could deliver them to the government and get paid for it. And if you delivered enough of them, you would be able to upgrade or get a promotion where they would give you better weapons. And people were like, what? Really? I had so many people genuinely believe it. And I'm like sitting here, you guys are dumb as fuck. Fucking hilarious. Dude, I remember that so vividly. It must have been 6 or 7 years ago I pulled that. And it was like a thing I kept saying for like a half a year or something. We actually have that system of wild pigs, like wild hogs in America? No shot. The thing is, I'm almost inclined to believe it. But the fact that I was adding the factor that you would be able to hand the dead bodies in and you would be able to get a promotion where the government issued better weapons for you, that's the part that makes it not believable. In Russia, you start barehanded. Rifle is at level 28. People get paid to AR-15 pigs from helicopters. That I know. Or no one know. I've seen and heard about it. Because they actually pose a threat to crops and whatnot. All right. There's a PUB for starter, GHAZZY. This build, the best build in the game right here. Like old Counter-Strike gun game, yeah. Same shit with iguanas. Does lizard eating all plus flower fruits, populating a lot. You get paid if you kill and taste good. Oh shit. Poison Reaper still plus. Yeah, but we haven't seen the Reaper. But yes, 100%. That's going to be the second best build. Rammstein certainly is a reason I'm glad to speak German. It's funny because I'm self-taught German because of Rammstein. Pyro mommy when I'll start with that. But yeah, I'm self-taught German because of Rammstein. Supports are looking to be odd but interesting, giving folks max blocks new auras. Yeah. I understand speeches of certain people. How do you say it? It's I can say ich kann ziemlich gut sprechen Sie Deutsch. Aber die fuck, how do you say grammar in German? Gram It's like Swedish, right? Grammatik? Isn't that exactly like Swedish? Grammatik. Yeah. Grammatik ist sehr schwierig oder schwierig? 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 Schwer? Or you just say schwer? Schwierig? Or schwierig? No, that's schwierig, not schwierig. Schwer or schwierig? Both works, okay. Mein Deutsch ist ziemlich schlecht. But yeah, it's self-taught because of German. Oh, because of Rammstein, sorry. This is mein... That's the only thing you need to know. Okay. How's your Bulgarian? I don't know shit. Sorry. Rammstein ist mein Lieblingsband. That's what you say, right? Rammstein ist mein... Or is it ist mein... No, ist... Anyways. Either way. Anyway. Meinen. Oh, mine? You don't say meinen. You say mine. Yo, Snoopy! What's up, dude? Thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate it. You came in the right time. Came in the right time, Snoopy. This is confirmed to be the best build in the entire game for PoE2. Yep. Clipped and shipped. You see, it's flashy. There's lightning on the screen. And enemies are dying. So, there it is. There it is. Best build. SSS +++ tier right there. SOS is better? Nope. Nope, not even close. Not even close. This is the best build. This is it. Welcome in, everybody, to Snoopy Stream. I am now spilling the beans on the best build in the game. This is it. Yeah, it also scales with minor matter. True. Oh, show the staff. Right. This is the mirror service staff in the game as well. Viper Gold chiming staff right there. Tier 1 mirror tier right there. So I'm going to make this and I'm going to charge 200 Divine's fee to copy it. But that's if you want to use this. Best build in the game is mein Lieblingsband. So you would say Rammstein is mein Lieblingsband. I told the chat that I'm self-taught German. My German is pretty bad. And now they're all teaching me German. Gemini near with all Blasphemy gems linked in. 100p. That's true and base right there. Snoopy knows. Oh, man. I got so much to catch up on from last night. We got to watch the Talking to Tries podcast as well. 200x? No, because X is very likely going to be the equivalent of Chaos Orbs in PoE2. He teach me some German Riz. I'm not that good at German. God damn it. I'm bad at it. Where's the synth implicit, bro? That's not mirror tier. No. You want the sigil of powers. You don't want to use a synth implicit. You see, I already know. Divines in PoE2. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's no crafting bench for natural currency disposal, right? Most crafts in PoE on the crafting bench is oriented around Chaos Orbs and then some Divines and very few Exalted Orbs. which is help shape the currency or the baseline currency to be chaos orbs. That's how the economy works. Question is, if you have a skill with 20%, does that go to the gem as well? I have no idea. But we don't need to know that this is going to be the best build in the game. So you're in luck. You are in luck. G-Man is here to tell you that this is the best build in the game. That's it. That is it. Piece of revealed content with jeweler orbs, increase the number of skill sockets you have. Do you know if that's an EA? I actually don't know. Because the things I've seen, they've already changed a lot of that to the last playtest that I was not invited to. God damn them. How could they not invite me? Right? They didn't invite, 90 other creators, but me. Why didn't they invite me? There were a couple of PoE regulars there at the last playtest, I heard. Big Ducks, Empyrean, Subtractum. There was one more, right? Or two more? Actually, don't know how many that was on the last playtest. Can you post your MS Paint build guide for it? I don't need to. GGG posted it for me. It's right here. There you go. You're welcome. That's all you need to know. Havoc. Yeah, Havoc as well, right? Means we're in sick leave, that's why? Probably. Can I use power from a sorcerer as a blood mage witch? Skills, yes. Ascendancy, no. Ascendancy, no. The build killed that boss in the video, so clearly it's the best build. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad people are catching on to it. On the spirit reservation, we don't know how much that's gonna be. Like, I played a game, but we never reached a point where we could actually see how much is a lot of reservation on the spirit. So we don't know yet. It does way more than 17 damage. Must be true. Ultimantis, you are onto something, sir. You are not wrong. It's like this. This song is so good. Had a customer not talking about PoE, so I was not paying attention earlier. Thoughts and speculations on if Gemlin may have plus to all skills. I don't know. And I'd rather not speculate. And the reason I don't want to speculate is because of the simple fact that I talked to quite a few people over at the GGG office, right? And some have said things they might not, shouldn't have said. And the problem with that is that even if I were to say those things, they are subject to change, and might not even work that way. So it's like I don't want to misinform people. I will say this: Gemini Legionnaire is very possibly going to be a minion ascendancy during the early access, at least. But that has more to do with the lack of other options. Ben said he loves Infernal Demon Mommy. I think we all do. I'm gonna start with it. The Archmage with EB and Mom seems really good synergy now that Mom is 100%. It does, yeah. For sure. Infernal is buff minions, fire damage. Best build for sure. Yeah, that's the best minion build, 100%. Guaranteed. Clipped and shipped. All right. Anyways, we have a lot to do today. We got this to go through. It's a 1 hour vid. It's a 1 hour video. How the fuck did Talking to Try manage to keep Jonathan on only for an hour? Me and Darth, we set up some questions in our document, and we were like, yeah, this is about an hour, right? And then we added extra questions in case we needed some more. We're always good to have that. And then when we started, Jonathan just went off. And I'm like, go. You do your thing, man. Just keep talking. And what was supposed to be give or take an hour, maybe 1.5 tops, lasted 2 hours. Oh, man. You asked better questions. I don't. It's always so hard. You have to keep in mind that Jonathan's first interview was with me and Darth, which allowed us to take recommendations from chat and whatnot, and on YouTube and on Twitter, and we were able to get the question that we thought was the most pressing ones. That means that every interview after this can't ask those same questions, which means that I don't think there's a saying that it's a better question. I don't think I agree with that at all. I've heard only good things about this interview. I've not seen it. So that's it. So I'm going to watch it today. The thing is, we've had several situations in the past where we had interviews with game directors, Jonathan, Chris, Mark, and it's always been like every person that comes after someone is like picking up the scraps and like trying to get the good questions in that has not already been asked. And there's plenty of questions. Plenty. And, you know, some people didn't get some of their questions answered in the one me and Darth did. And they might get those answers in this one. And then there's another one with Cicerone later, right? But I don't know. I don't like the idea of like ranking them. Because I know how hard it is to set up a set of questions when you're not the first channel to do the interview. Sis today? No, I think where is he? Cicerone. December 2nd at 8 p.m. GMT. All right. Hey, guys, do you know if you can convert Steam client to the standalone client, or am I stuck with Steam? No, you can. You'd have to talk to the support. Apologize. I don't mean that the interview is better. No. You don't apologize. Like, you're more than fine. Like, everyone's entitled to their opinions. I was just saying that I'm not a big fan of like ranking them, if you will, because that's something that always has happened when these interviews has happened in the past years as well. It's just like you say, the pool of questions is stronger for the first interview. Exactly. And afterwards, there's not a lot of point asking questions that has already been answered. Exactly. But that's why it's so hard to make sure that the questions they ask in interviews afterwards goes through the good ones. And, you know, as things progress, people might come up with new questions like, oh, I want to ask this, so we need to know this. And that is the opening for like later interviews or interviewees to go through and get those in that we hadn't even thought about. So I think it's just good. We're going to get a lot of answers. So I'm not going to waste your guys' time. So this is what we're going to watch today. And this is Talkative Try's interview with Jonathan Rogers. Here's the link in the Twitch and YouTube chats. We're going to be watching this. It's an hour long, so strap in, okay? Strap in. We're going to be watching this. I wonder if I should make some notes. Okay. Should probably do this. Let's see. Talkative Tries interview with Jonathan Rogers. I can't spell his name. There we go. Okay. Let's put that on the side somewhere. Have they answered any question about Delve? I don't know. It was quite a good one. I've only heard good things about it. Oh, shit. Ads. Right. Fuck. Okay, I'm going to play ads for you guys now. If you are not a subscriber, hold on to something. And we're not going to do anything valuable content for you to give a shit about. So enjoy the ads. It's a 3-minute set. And then we're going to do this. There we go. And for the guys that are not watching ads right now, this is Tibia. What do you type pasta cooking in the guild chat? Oh, Exile. Can't change about his name before I went to bed. So he got logged out instead. Oh, that's why the dummy was free last night? Shush. Okay. 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 What am I? What I need to do here? How many charges are left? 1,001. Ah, shit. Wait, hold up. We add supply. High service rods. Thank you. Lasting. Give me one more of those. Thank you. There you go. Now, a little over 8 hours for doing that. Good shit. I don't see any ads. Well, the way the ads work is that Twitch sells ads in regions and countries. And like if you live in a country where Twitch hasn't sold ads and I play 3 minutes of ads, you're not getting any ads. But if you live in a country or an area or a region where they have sold ads, then you get the amount of ads up to 3 minutes. That's how the ad system works on Twitch. Tibia finished at 8.1. Well, I didn't really play Tibia that much. We actually have a lot of people in our community that we play Tibia with off stream. So if you decide to join, you're more than welcome to join us. You just let us know in the Tibia chat channel in our Discord server. I think we're just over 50 people now that are playing. It's absolutely insane. We're playing on an old PvE server. Transferring my 190 EK next server save. Gold pad knows all items. Nice. Nice. But yeah, we're playing not on an OT server or anything like that. We're playing the official servers. We're playing on an old PvE server, and we're plenty of people playing. Is this the PoE2 waiting room? It is the PoE2 waiting room, Gia. You're absolutely correct. This is where you want to be. Yeah, no, it's well worth it if you want to hang out with the boys. Like, we have so many people. What levels are in the guild? We have a lot of people outside the guild as well. In the guild, we have... Well, he's 800. We have a very active crew around 400 to 600. Very active crew. We have a lot of people around 50, well, 100 actually. We have, actually, last few days, we have a bunch of people around level 20 to 50 as well. And then we have... in the other, the guys that are not in the guild, we have a bunch of people around 200. But the most active guys that are playing around 400 to 600 at the moment. And we have some people around 100. What level am I? 537. So, yeah. What we do lack, actually, are druids. I know there's a group of people that are very active around level 100 that don't have a druid. And the 400 to 600, well, 500 to 600 needs another druid that can be active. Because we don't always have the possibility to team hunt. PoE2 is coming out. I'm not going to play during the PoE2 hype, right? But outside of launches, we play very much off stream. And then, when launches happens, we all go back to being dormant. Well, not all of us, but a handful of us do that. So that's how we play. And anyone's welcome to join. Anyways, ads are over. Right, ads are over. Let's watch this. You guys ready? Ads are over, so let's go watch the Talkative Try interview with the one and only Jonathan Rogers. And before we get started, I will again link this in the Twitch chats. There you go. That's the video I'll be watching. Here it is in YouTube chat. And let's go into it. What's your magic level? Also transfer my 44 pallet to the world while I train my magic level on my sword. Nice. My magic level? 117. I bought weapons. I should be hitting 118 in the next 18 hours. All right, let's watch this.
Okay, perfect levels, Jonathan.
Nice.
Okay, man, like I said a second ago, you are 9 days out from Path of Exile 2 launching, and everyone I'm talking to is excited. It doesn't matter if they've been playing Path of Exile 1 for years. It doesn't matter if they literally haven't played video games ever. I show them just the snippet from the trailer, and they are ready to log in on December 6th. So my first question, what's the secret sauce? How are you guys doing this? How is grinding your games making non-gamers ready to log into a hardcore ARPG?
I think we just have a like when we're presenting our content, we always do it in a way where we're thinking about, like how are people going to react to it? Like, we just, and the other thing as well is that we're not afraid to put information in our videos. Like, I think a lot of people are kind of like, hey, tone it back a little bit, like people don't need so much information, this kind of stuff. But personally, I'm kind of a fan of just like, let's just put everything out there. And if you do that, I think people get excited. So, I guess that's my philosophy about it anyway. And I think people do resonate with that. If you show them just, show them what you got cooking and show them gameplay, show them, how they be able to, how they're able to use all the tools you give them. And I think they'll be excited.
Definitely. And I hate to bring it up, but it wasn't an interview that dropped today with Legendary Drops. How just during the Settlers of Kalgur reveal, you all pivoted to focus entirely on Endgame. How is your company that agile? Because I work at a company of about 70 people.
Right.
We are not agile at all. What are your processes like internally as developers? Like, how can you move on a dime and just go in?
I mean, I guess it's just about not being afraid to do it, right? I mean, certainly it causes some consternation, right? I mean, nobody likes being like jerked around from one task to the other, that kind of thing. But I think it is important because it just gives us the ability to really make sure we're reacting to what we think is important. And so, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what to say really. I mean, just like, we just have to make those kinds of decisions and just tell people, this is really what we have to do. Like when you realize that you're not doing the right thing, you really have to jump on, you can't just sort of say, oh, well, we just keep doing the wrong thing just because there's so much inertia, right? Like you have to actually try to turn the ship around. And so, yeah, that's what we did.
Awesome. All right, Jonathan, I have the interview broken down into various different categories here. I wanted to start with questions about new players in particular and just people logging into the game, playing it for the first time and their experiences. So I wanted to start with the fact that in Path of Exile 1, it's renowned for not many people making it even to Brutus. I mean, I know it's a free-to-play game. A lot of people try it out, but even when it was paid, I'm sure a lot of people bounced early on. So I'm curious, first 5 minutes of Path of Exile 2, do you think that onboarding experience is solid and you're going to really wrap people in and get them progressing further into the game?
So before he answers that, I've talked about this before. I brought a friend of mine to the last playtest I was part of, which was a couch co-op console playtest. And I brought a friend who's only finished 2 games in his entire life, which is Diablo 1 and Half-Life. And he hasn't touched a game in years till I brought him to LA to playtest the couch co-op PoE 2 with me. And the onboarding and everything, I decided to only ever help him with questions if he specifically asked about it. That was the only time I answered questions to him, just to see how he would read the game and understand it and grasp it. And the main problem that he encountered was the same problem I encountered. And that is the fact that this weird thing happened when I was in my mid-teens. I played console games and then I grew up. That's the weird thing that happened. I couldn't stop it. It just naturally came. I didn't have anything to say about it, and I stopped playing console. So I haven't touched a controller since I was in my mid-teens till I did the playtest. And my biggest problem was like learning how to get used to the fucking controller keybinds. And that was the biggest problem both my friend and I had playing. But understanding the game was very natural and easy for him to do because they have very easy sub-menus you can access. They're highlighting keywords so you can go in and the keywords will then explain what that does for you and how the mechanic works. It's so good and so easy to understand and learn PoE 2 compared to PoE 1.
I'm pretty sure it is. And I think that, like, if you're talking about literally the first 5 minutes, then I think that what will really just get you in is the fact that just the feeling of combat is much better. And that's really the thing you're going to appreciate from the first moment that you start playing. The other thing as well is we have a lot of, not necessarily, I mean, in the first 5 minutes, you're going to come upon your first boss, right? And that will be a much more engaging experience than Hillock was, you know what I mean? Like the first boss is significantly better. But even just after that, right? Even the first 15 minutes, there's like other bosses really close. You're sort of getting into that experience of having the more interesting combat and more interesting things going on just sort of right away. And it's funny, I had a friend over at my place who was playing
glossary,
the game the
kinda.
other day. And there was a word I thought was really interesting that he used for this. He's like, oh, you're so generous with the content. And I was kind of like, it's kind of an interesting way to look at it, is like, he's kind of like, you're giving people what they want so quickly. It's kind of like, I find that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it. But, yeah, I mean, basically we just want people to have a good time. And, even Even in the from the very beginning, like before we even made Path of Exile 1, like when we founded the company, one of the things that I had as my metric is like, what's the time to first zombie? You know what I mean? Like, when's the first moment you can actually kill something? You know, like you just kill like a basic enemy, and I kind of want to make that sure that that's as minimal as possible, and that's why we kind of make sure that we start the game the way we do with like action immediately and that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's kind of just a philosophy we've always had.
Yeah, Octavian still does
Definitely.
click the move, correct?
Getting people right into the action is important. And lots of people, especially viewers of my channel, are completely new Path of Exile players. They've never played an ARPG. They never played Path of Exile 1. And they are wondering, in Jonathan's eyes, what is the busted build? What is the archetype they should log in and play on December 6th if they want to get into the action fast? I'm not going to use you for clickbait videos, Jonathan. I'm just wondering,
Or
from your
is
view,
he?
I know you said people really like the monk that had a high satisfaction score.
I think he's
Yeah,
gonna say
yeah.
mercenary because
Powerful.
Jonathan's actually playing Merc
Not
right now.
necessarily. I mean, I honestly don't know that I should be recommending builds particularly. I mean, I've said a few times, I think that like I think the mercenary could be a very good new player-friendly class, both because you're further away from the action and just because of that like instant response of everything. Like with
Say
you know, if you're
minions,
gonna pick someone like the
goddammit.
warrior or something like that, you're gonna have to worry about the fact that you know, you have to commit to attacks and this kind of stuff. Whereas with something like the mercenary, because it's so fast from the point where you like you know attack and the point you recover, and also because you're further back, I think that could be a very good choice for new players. But honestly, like any class can work. Like any class can be the one that
Chasing Safety subscribed with Prime and included the message, "So excited for Po 2."
I hope the AI alert's not gonna be a fucking rude bitch during this interview when you guys are doing that. But thanks so much for the chasing safety for the sub. 7 months, man. Thank you.
you work. And look, the main reason why we have classes in the first place, like, because I mean, we could be a game that just has like zero, you know, introductory stuff. Like, we already let you choose between all and mix and match all the different skills and weapons and things like that. So the reason why we have classes at all is because people really want like a stereotype to latch onto when they start the game, to think about like, okay, how am I going to build my character, right? So you show them some things like, you know, like here's a ranger and here's a sorceress and so on. And then when they see that, they immediately get an idea in their head about what kind of thing it is that they might want to do. So I think that when it comes to that, like, you're best off just picking like what excites you, right? Like what is the thing that just makes you
Fucking
feel like, oh yeah, I
goated
can see how I'm
answer,
going to
dude.
play this, right? And so you do that, and then I
Absolutely
think
goated
you'll
answer.
have a good time.
I baited you into that answer. That's exactly what we wanted to hear, man. Whatever you're going to have the most fun with. And I'm curious on character selection. I know it was talked about in the past that ascendancies might appear on that screen. Are they still not there, and you find out about them in the trials?
Yeah, they're still not there. Look, that screen is certainly something that needs some UI attention. We just haven't had time to work on it more. There's so many things I would still improve even now. But I mean, look, that's what the early access is for, right? There's going to be tons of time to improve on that stuff. But yeah, for the beginning, it's just like, you know, pick what you think sounds like it would be cool, right? And we do have a few like little videos of skills and things like that on that screen, which like show, you know, and like it kind of gives like so it gives kind of 3 main points for each class.
What he's talking about there, for those of you who haven't seen it, is when you choose a skill, you hover over it. There's a snippet video showing that skill in action, so that you can see how will this visually look and how does this mechanic or ability play out when you click it, before you even choose to get the skill. And I think that's perfect. Again, you're onboarding.
Of like, here's the kind of things you can expect from that class. And there's a little video for each one as well. So we've got a little bit of information there, but we don't have like, yeah, full-on ascendancy classes and everything there. I think there's room for that sort of stuff, but not at the moment.
Okay, awesome.
Will there be early access wipe, any progression made before the true release? So they've answered this already, in which they're saying there's going to be an early access realm. League, season, whatever. That's a realm where only early access players will be. When the game launches, they're gonna have what's the equivalent of the standard league, where you have to make new characters. Early access characters won't be able to get there. And as the game progresses and changes happens, obviously builds are gonna get bricked. Like one of my mirror tier, super high end meta build from 6 years ago. If I log into that character today, it is dog shit. It's so bad. It just does not work at all. So that's going to happen to those early access characters, but they didn't want to remove or delete the early access characters because they wanted people to be able to log into the early access realm, and they're discussing not allowing us to make more characters in there once the early access is over, so that people can create a character in there, and then, you know, years later they can log in and look back at that character and say, hey, this is my very first time I ever touched PoE 2. So they wanted to get that value, the nostalgic value of that for the future. So no, you will not be wiped, but you're not going to have anything that's going to be of any value after early access either. So it's only going to be like a nostalgic little shit show in the end.
Now I want to move on to testing and what new players, completely new players to ARPGs, found the most challenging in Path of Exile 2. I've heard that Path of Exile 1 players were just shocked by the difficulty of the combat and the like, and newer players were kind of fine with it. What did they find challenging though? Because I know you did a lot of first user testing, and I found that very interesting because you're going to get a lot of first users on December 6th. What did they find hard?
So definitely the things they were finding the most challenging was the character customization and itemization stuff, right? Like that's where they're kind of, potentially finding that they, so, I mean, we asked quite a lot of questions about like, what do you feel like you're skilled at and that kind of stuff? Like, try to sort of get a gauge for like, how people rate their own skills in different areas. And it was certainly like understanding itemization that was the part that people found the hardest. So we've actually done quite a few things to improve in that area, I think, since then. I mean, like it's just kind of subtle stuff, but just over time, we've just been, carefully massaging towards a situation where, it's easier to find the stuff that you need to find. It's, there's more help, there's more guidance. There's also things like, the socketing system being, I think, a lot easier than the crafting bench system that we had and things like that. So there's things like that, I think, that will help a lot. So that's kind of the stuff that I think new players find the hardest. And then I think that's really just because, there's a lot of stats, there's a lot of things kind of coming at you. We just have to make sure that we're not overwhelming you too much with that stuff. And of course, there's the giant passive tree, which always gives people a bit of a scare. That's really the stuff that I would say that new players find the hardest.
Okay, well, awesome. Now, during the betas, I know that there were a few closed beta tests. People were freaking out when they first got those NDA invites and everything. Between those tests, what were the largest changes? And did you really change a lot about the game after the tests themselves? Because I know like when we went to LA, you took a ton of feedback and made a huge number of changes just between March and June. Did that happen again with all the beta tests this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it really comes down to difficulty, but the thing with difficulty is that people know the game is too hard, but they don't know why it's too hard, and the reasons can be hugely varied between like, oh, it's just this one boss ability to like, oh, the entire way you're scaling spell damage is incorrect, or random stuff like that. So there's all sorts of things, and it's always just, can we tease out what exactly it is that people are running into that's the most, that's the reason for the thing they're finding hard. So I think there was a variety of changes. So one of them was like, the map change where, you can see what's out there so you know what to find. A lot of it was down to, more specific item drops around the place. Then there were things like the flask change. So the flask change was pretty big, I think, because that one really was like people dying to because they were fumbling their flasks. But it took quite a while to identify that was like an issue.
The mic is
like,
annoying.
We knew
that
we kind of knew that we weren't happy with flasks, but we hadn't. I don't think I'd really appreciated the degree to which a new player really did struggle with them. So
the biggest problem with flasks is what we talked about this in the playtest many times over. It's not the piano flasking. It's that they want us to have WASD movement with mobile movement while shooting action, right? And when you have 5 flasks, that's 5 fucking keybinds in a game that they want active decision-making combat based on what's happening on screen, which adds more than just 2 or 3 keybinds, which you have in PoE1, right? So you end up with having a lot of different keybinds. On a controller, that was very rough. They have 5 different fucking flasks. And I told them that it was very rough to deal with that personally. And they had a generalized system for the controllers, which meant it was easier to do it more effective on a keyboard and mouse. Problem was if you had WASD and you had 5 different fucking flasks, suddenly you couldn't move and click certain keys unless you had an MMO mouse. And I will never use an MMO mouse because I got big fucking giant hands. And all the MMO mouses I've ever seen, they're like this small. And I put them in my hand. It's like a little fucking dot in my hand. I can't press the buttons. I'd fat finger 60 keys if I press something. It's fucking stupid. So the change they did to having 2 flasks and then charms for the other things was significantly better. And also, to be fair, I know every gamer out there knows exactly what I'm talking about. I will not buy a new mouse to learn and get used to using a new mouse just for one game. I use 2 mouses. I have a G502, which is a very popular one. I had plenty of them. I have that for my streaming rig and my portable stream setup. But lately I started using a 903, which I like. but I'm very likely just gonna get the wireless 502 instead moving forward. Like I'll probably just try to get used to that instead, because I actually like the 502 a lot, and I'll probably switch to that one because they have a wireless one. But I like the 903, and I have what? I don't have that many buttons on it. The 502 is the GOAT, yeah. And when they change it to 2 flash, now suddenly you get right, like you lost a lot of those underlying issues.
So that's another one of those things. But I mean, look, it's all over the place, and it's like the devil's in the details, really. Because even something like just the exact specifics of the passive tree, even for a new player, even if they're not like going deep on it, like it can actually be worse for new players, because a new player will pick something that's weak without realizing it, and so you need to make sure that everything on there is reasonable. So there's quite a lot, sort of like as I said, it really all comes down to those details that make sure that the game is feeling right. And I think that without doing a lot of those tests, it would have been very hard to appreciate some of those problems, because you just don't, when you're playing yourself, there's actually like a tendency where you'll always pick the stuff you kind of know is good subconsciously. So I actually have like a thing when I'm playing now where often I'm like, okay, I'm going to pick what I want, and then I'm going to do the opposite of that. Like in order to kind of force myself down the kind of like the not golden path of like, what if you were the what if I picked the worst choice every time for like, what are you doing? Like, how can I make sure that that's like not too terrible? That's kind of another thing you kind of have to make sure that you're doing as well.
Definitely. I have 2 follow-ups from that question. First, and I don't want you to commit to a release cadence or anything, but once we go into early access, do you see the team making large balance changes pretty quickly? Kind of like Path of Exile 1. I'm notorious for going into the freaking...
I really hope that Jonathan's going to say something in the lines of, if something's exploitable or abusable, it's going to get fixed immediately. If something is significantly skyrocketing much better than everything else, so they're going to tone it down. That's what I hope he's going to say.
Ancient history of PoE1 and seeing that when it first released, weekly updates, going in, making huge balance changes, wild swings back and forth, passive tree resets every like 11 days and the like. Do you see that happening with early access, given how much larger scale it seems it's going to be? Or is it going to be more stretched out, maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months?
Well, so I think that there's going to be a couple of different things depending on what type of thing we're talking about here. So for balance changes, I have absolutely no doubt that in that first week, we're going to be just doing a storm of crazy things, just because like there'll be, I mean, look, there's going to be cases where like people just haven't tested bosses with certain builds and things like that, right? Like, especially in the end game, which has had, less testing, obviously, than the start of the game. So there's going to just be things where it's like someone will be like, oh, this boss is just impossible with minions. And like, someone probably did test it with minions at some point to make sure the AI is good, but there probably wasn't like a really, like, is this actually easy enough? Like that kind of stuff. Like you'll get changes like that. And I'm sure there'll just be cases where, we need to make those kinds of changes. So the other thing that's going to be, I'm sure, is just lots of like someone finds something that's just like not just busted in a normal way things are allowed to be busted, but like busted in a completely ridiculous way that just can't be allowed to stand. I'm sure that will happen, and so long as we can fix that stuff fast enough, I think that we may have to do a few things like that. But ideally we don't. But we'll see how that goes. So I'm sure in the first week there'll just be lots of that stuff. But if you're talking about like larger content inclusions, like if we're talking about like new classes and like more sort of content type things, I suspect that we'll probably batch those up into like a larger cycle. Probably like, I mean, we were thinking like 2 months. Might end up being 3. Like, I'm not entirely certain, but we'll kind of like work that out when we go there. The funny thing is like, so like months ago we had plans for what we wanted to do immediately after release, but as you get closer to release, like everything just falls apart, and you kind of have to be like, okay, after release we'll just have to take stock and see where we are, because no contact survives. No plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. So we'll just have to sort of reassess and see what's going on at that point. But effectively, we'll probably do larger updates, just because I think. In order to actually get good testing for something, you have to get enough players back to actually test it substantially. And people certainly are much more willing to come back for a larger update than they are for a smaller one. So I think that's kind of important. We actually noticed in PoE1 when we were doing the weekly updates that, we didn't really see like a lot of people come back for them. Like the people who were playing were really happy, but the people who weren't playing it wasn't rising to the level of them actually coming back. So I think it's better to make sure that if you've got a new update for even in early access, you want to make sure there's enough to kind of sustain it. But of course, that doesn't mean that we're not going to fix all the like random small issues that like anything that doesn't like that wouldn't be an attractive thing for someone to come back for. You might as well just put it in immediately because like that's just that like bug fixes and just little balance changes because it's not like a big deal anyway. So you might as well just
AG topics in the chat. I wonder if they ever introduce mercenaries, not the ascendancy, but like followers, guards, or something instead of the enemy guardian, and that you can spec into it or something. That'd be cool.
just throw it in there.
Definitely. Now, I have to ask because I have been yearning ever since I saw it at ExileCon 2023. The Druid, the bear form.
Yeah.
Is that the reasons the Druid is delayed? Because it's got crazy animation problems with WASD?
Why is nobody
or is it
mentioning the
just
wolf form
final
that was
No, no,
showcased
it's not.
years ago?
No, it's not that. It's just literally that we had to pick something. We had to pick like when we were slimming down for early access a little bit because as I said we're going to have 8. When we're slimming down, we're like, look, unfortunately the Druid is going to have to be on the chopping block for now. It was really sad, but we just had to pick our battles. And like I have no doubt that that'll be one of the next ones that comes out. And the reason ultimately is that making a new form for the Druid just is a lot of work. One of the forms wasn't done. We looked at the amount of work it would take to get the Druid over the line, and we're just like, look, if we can not have that, especially because when it comes to this stuff, it's like if you're talking about adding like a new animal form, that's like work that could go into like making a new boss fight or something like that. Because it's the same kind of like it's the animation team. Ultimately, you have to do like a bunch of work to do that stuff. Rigging or just all that stuff has to happen. So it isn't just the sort of skills pipeline, as we might call it, that has to be worrying with that. It's also the the kind of the animation team who work on that stuff. So when we look at that, it's just like, look, if we cut this, it's going to add more content elsewhere. Versus if we cut this other class where it wouldn't really so much. So that's kind of how those decisions get made.
Right. That makes total sense. Now, I have 2 very quick ascendancy questions for you, and then we'll move into classes themselves. First, last time we spoke, when we spoke in March, I tried to get some ascendancy details out of you, and you said you were working on a broken sorceress ascendancy. You didn't know if it was going to make it into the game. Did it make it into the game, or are we not seeing
So
it?
that was the chronomancer, the like time stop and everything. Like I just I mean, the moment you tell people you can, like, the moment we're like, oh, we want to be able to stop time, it's like immediately, that's how do you make
Powerful.
that not OP? It was absolutely that. It's very fun to use, it's just really cool.
Awesome. Glad to hear it made it into the game. And then the other
Broken
ascendancy
confirmed, boys.
question, can you change
Log in.
ascendancies in PoE 2?
So you actually can't right now. I think I did another interview recently where I thought that we could, but I believe that you can't at the moment. There's probably more discussion to have about that. I do know that certainly some designers are very keen to be that.
I'm gonna say this once, guys. YouTube chat's being nice, so I'll talk to Twitch chat. As a content creator, you cannot please everyone. There are plenty of people over the decade plus that I've been around that hates my guts. Okay, that's just the way it is. You can't please everyone. But what I'd like to ask for is that we don't talk shit about other people in this channel. Okay, so please keep that out of this chat. We don't want that. You may not like the person, you may not like me. I don't give a shit. Just don't talk shit about it. If you don't have nothing good to say, don't say it. It's fine. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. Just be respectful. You might not like it. That's okay. That's fine. But we don't have to spew out negativity. That's all I'm asking. Okay? It's not that hard to not be an ass. Okay? It's very simple. I mean, I've gone through a decade plus of content creation, ranging from death threats to being said that I have a punchable face, and then some. And that's just the way it is to be a content creator. We don't need to hear it. We trust me. We see that enough on comments everywhere. Let's keep that away from the Twitch chat, okay? That's all I'm asking.
That a locked choice. We'll talk about that more. We'll see how that goes. But at the moment you can't, and so that'll be how it goes into early access anyway.
Okay, so for the foreseeable future, once you pick an ascendancy...
not necessarily. As I said,
We have a golden Kappa train? There's no way. There's a 1% chance that happens. Mad Turkey with the sub, thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. The fuck is golden kappa? Well, so what happens is a golden oh, there we go. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to chill a little bit now. But oh my god, there it is. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so for the guys who don't know what this is in the YouTube chat, so Twitch has this thing called a hype train. You see it right here. There's a 1% chance you can only start a hype train once every hour. And what happens is sometimes I'm going to start some music. No, we don't even need that. God damn it, dude. Oh, God. So a golden kappa train, what that means, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. So what then happens is that, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
5 tier 1 subs. Zigger1,
I can't even time to explain it.
Mad lad. You're single-handedly keeping Twitch alive with this kind of generosity. I swear, your wallet is like the Energizer Bunny. It just keeps going. Keep this up, and I might have to start calling you Sub.
It's a 1% chance.
Seriously, much love and respect to you, my dude. You're the real MVP around here.
And what then happens is everyone who contributes to the golden kappa gets to use a golden kappa emote for the next 24 hours. Twitch creators to farm. Yeah, but we content creators love it. This is the only time the hype train is a hype train. Otherwise, I usually call it a scam train.
Serious dedication, huh?
Holy fuck. Jesus fuck. You just opened the floodgates and everyone's spamming subs. Oh, God.
Oh, boy. Another 20 tier 1 subs from our resident gift king.
Bro, the train's gonna fill the screen. Keep going.
Than you have
Jesus
gifted
Christ.
Today. It's like you're trying to single-handedly keep Twitch afloat. Keep this up, and they might just name a whole wing of the Twitch HQ after you.
Oh my god, dude, that is so cool. I love this. We even had to sub. I thought, yeah, true. Holy shit, man! An actual golden kappa.
Or man,
like, actually,
we're now part of the fam. Welcome aboard.
Holy fuck, dude. The AI alerts is going that. Dude, I can't. It's covering my webcam. I get the train, man. Holy shit. Okay,
whoa,
dudes.
Look at that. Preamber Sleece just dropped a fat tier 1 sub on us. You know what that means. We're one step closer to world domination, baby.
That's fucking AI. I'm getting trained.
Yo,
dude.
Captain Cheat just threw a subscription.
Oh, is that AI voice? Yeah, you can type exclamation mark AI.
You're the real
There's some prompts
MVP,
you can give
my
it.
dude. Big ups.
Rip reaction? Yeah, rip reaction, dude. The golden kappa, it's 1%. And you can only start the hype train once every hour.
Oh boy, looks like we got ourselves a Prime subscriber. Welcome to the club, Who's Your Daddy. Let's see how long you last before the pressure gets to you.
I love that name. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, man. It just keeps going. Okay,
oh my god, Freegon has just gifted me 5 tier 1 subscriptions. That's fucking amazing. Thank you so much, dude.
Well.
You're a
Jesus,
legend.
man.
A true god among men. 5 whole subs, that's like, what, $50? I can buy a whole case of Monster with that. Oh, and you even left the message? Yo, GHAZZY, oh my god, I love it when you call me that. How life? Well, life is pretty fucking good right now, thanks to you, my dude. You've just made my day. Hell, my whole fucking week. Oh my god, oh my...
It just keeps going. Oh my god. Okay, dudes. Okay.
Welcome to the big leagues, you prime that prankster.
Well, I'm trying to watch the interview here, boys. The train, boys, it's almost filling the screen. Almost filling the screen. Okay.
For the Savage, just subscribed and included the message for the ladies see through.
What level is the hype train on? Level 10. What is the record? 27 and 53%, I think. Hold on. There. Record on the channel is 27 with 53%, and we're already on a goddamn fucking level 10, dude.
Just dropped a cool 5 tier 1 subs on us. That's some serious support right there. You know, there's something to be said about those who put their money where their mouth is. And Chronolin is definitely putting theirs right on the platter and serving it up. Now, I know what you're thinking. Sebastian, what's the big deal about a few subscriptions? Well, let me tell you, in the grand scheme of things, every little bit helps. It's like those tiny drops of water that eventually fill up the bucket and create a mighty river.
The AI's got some deep comments here. Holy shit.
Or would you look at
There's a repeat issue. I know they're working on that. Holy fuck. man.
Zakon Zero gifted a tier 1 subscription to Serka Dragon Slayer and included the message. Zakon Zero gifted a tier 1 sub to Serka
Okay,
Dragon
that one's gotta
Slayer.
get fixed,
They
though.
have given 97 gift subs in the
How
channel.
do I get the golden kappa? If you contribute to this hype train, once the hype train's over, you will be given a golden kappa emote for the next 24 hours that you can use in any channel.
Holy fuck. Clonus just gifted 10 fucking tier 1 subs. I guess this is what happens when you're not just another player B. You're the real MVP, Clonus.
Nice. More?
Holy
Is it over? Okay, it's over. All right. Now,
Holy shit. GHAZZY 342 just subbed with Prime. Fucking legend.
is it over? No, that was just a repeat echo. Okay.
We'll talk about this more, but but in the moment at least, if you can't change it.
Gee, you just gifted 10 fucking tier 1 subs. Holy shit. That's some serious support right there, my dude. You're single-handedly keeping this stream afloat with that kind of generosity. I bow down to you, kind sir. But real talk, GG, with all that subscription love, you're making the rest of these cheapskates look bad. 10 subs in one go. That's like, what, a month's worth of support from some of these peons? I'm not naming any names, but you know who you are. Step it up, plebs.
Oh my god.
Gee, you just gift. March 11 just subscribed with Prime. Well, fuck me sideways. That's a big old bag of money. Cheers, mate. March
He's fucking derailing the entire stream, guys. What is going on?
Cronolin just gifted 5 tier 2 subscriptions. Damn, Cronolin, you're dropping more subs than Bellatrix dropping hairballs. 5 subs, that's like a whole gaming convention's worth of support. At this
Oh
rate,
my
my Twitch
God.
channel's going to be more popular than a free pizza buffet at a college dorm. Keep them coming, my dude.
I mean, you guys are just taking over the stream right now.
Cronolin just gifted.
Holy fuck, man. Infernal Odin dropped a 50 gift as well. Does that mean Infernal Odin has the biggest dick of the week?
Baisel just dropped some major bank on the stream. Hopping a Prime sub. That's going to fuel my gaming addiction for another month. Thanks, buddy.
What the hell, man? Dude, the train just keeps on going. Holy shit.
Atomic Candyman just subscribed and included the message 21 months down. 30 years to
They're
go.
working on that, Quicks. They're working on that. Jesus Christ. Level 13 hype train already?
50 tier 1 subs, huh? You're trying to buy my love Infernal Odin. Well, it will work. I'm like a fine wine aging perfectly with every donation, but hey, thanks for the support. Now, if only everyone else could be so generous, I might actually start to feel appreciated around here. But alas, beggars can't be choosers, right? Keep coming, folks.
How many non-subs do we have left in the chat right now?
50 tier.
Holy shit, man. It just keeps
Oh,
going.
look, Shaughnessy just threw their wallet at me like a fucking boss. Prime subscription, huh? Must be nice to have that kind of disposable income. Thanks for the support, yes. Let's see if you live up to the hype, buddy.
Yeah, it's just roasting everybody right now. Holy shit. Is it over? It's not over.
Oh, look at that. Pasta Cockon over here just gifted 5 subscriptions. Now that's what I call a real fan, you know? Sometimes I
Oh,
wonder
Jesus
if my
Christ.
viewers are actually bots. Or
cough
just
never
really
ends.
dedicated humans. Like, do they have lives outside of my stream? Do they ever sleep? Or are they just constantly refreshing their browsers, waiting for the next alert to pop up?
I'm waiting for the alert to stop so I can keep doing the interview. Fucking hell. Are we done? We're done, right? That was the last one? Or is there more? He's stuck. That was it, right? No, that wasn't it.
Oh, wow, look who's gifting a sub. Spunks, you fancy, huh? Well, I ain't complaining. Let's see what other gifts you've got up your sleeve, my friend.
Where on the list are we? Dude, the dashboard can't keep up.
Oh, wow, look who's...
The dashboard can't keep up.
Cronolin gifted a tier 1 subscription to
Good
Arctic
lord.
Goldfish and included the message. Cronolin gifted a tier 1 sub to Arctic Goldfish. They have given 194 gift subs in the channel. Cronolin gifted a tier...
Jesus Christ.
Thanks for the support, Vicky. Much appreciated.
How far in are we? Okay. Is it over? Nope.
Oh, Captain, to you, Fancy Schmancy Prime subscriber, you. Welcome to the elite club of folks who've decided to drop some serious cash on me. I hope you're ready for some truly next level content because I'm about to blow your mind.
Well, it's 1 minute left on the hype train unless it levels up, so it's about to end then. Okay.
Ooh, look who decided to join the Cool Kids Club and drop some big bucks on Prime. Chef's Kiss, welcome to the exclusive Sebastian squad. So thank EF.
I'm just gonna sit here and chill. Wait for the alerts to go off. What else am I supposed to do? I'm trying to watch the interview.
Zigruan gifted a tier 1
40
subscription
seconds.
to Kafferpot
All right,
and
we're good,
included
right?
the message. Zigruan gifted a tier 1 sub to Kafferpot. They have given 68 gift subs in the channel.
Jesus Christ. Nope. It just
Welcome
keeps
to the
going.
fam, Frosty LaRue. Ready to get your radar RPG on?
Frosty! Hey, dude, man. Thanks so much, dude. 96%, 10 seconds to go. Okay. Oh, man.
Oh, look, another victim has fallen for my charms. Welcome to the dark side, Svelje Humanity 2. Oh, look, another...
There's stuff in this trade.
Beastly
What the
Gamer
fuck's
subscribed
going
with
on?
Prime and included the
Bro,
message.
Moth for dropping
Nice.
10. Cronolin with another 5. Holy shit, man.
Oh, Varmint99 joined the
We have
Prime
a level
gang. Well,
14
welcome
hype
aboard
train.
the Glorpal Sebastian. Buckle up. for the
Golden
ride of
Kappa
your
train,
life.
boys. Golden Kappa train. Dude, the train's just filling out my entire screen. Good lord. Oilers, yeah. Jesus
Holy Mother
Christ.
of God, Cronolin, you gifted 5 tier fucking 1 subscriptions. Is it your birthday or something? As damn, that's one hell of a present. I mean, I'm flattered and all, but you're gonna make the rest of these viewers look bad with their measly single subs. Just saying. Oh, and by the way, I saw your message about being haunted by GHAZZY's butterfly. Bro, I don't know what that means, but it sounds like some weird fetish shit. I ain't judging, but like, maybe keep that to yourself next time, yeah?
That's fucking AI, dude.
Holy Mother of God.
Holy shit, dude. The AI is gold, just as golden as a hype train.
Well, well, well. Look who's throwing around subs like they're going out of style. 10 tier 1s from Mofig Revan. Eh? I guess I can't argue with that level of generosity, but let me tell you, that's not going to cut it if you want to be the top dog around here. You want to see some real commitment, try 100 tier 3s and we'll talk. Until then, welcome to the party, pal.
100
Let's
tier
see what the fuck takes.
3s? Dude, this bot is nuts. Okay, man.
Well, well.
Yeah, wait, hold up. 100 tier 3. How much? They're 25. That's
Wow,
$2,500.
Dumper, really love me if you're gifting tier 1 subs like it's going out of style. Thanks for the support, you beautiful weirdo.
Oh my god, dude. The AI is like, yeah, you should drop 2.5K, man. What the fuck, dude?
Welcome to the party, Jinx Q, son. Grab a drink and
Holy
let's get
shit,
this stream
chump
started.
change. Yeah, I mean, some of us are not made of money, sir. Holy shit, man. It just keeps going.
Yeah, well,
I'm
son,
trying
you
to watch
just gifted
this.
5 tier 1 subs, huh? Well, well, well. 5 whole subs, that's pretty damn impressive. I mean, it's not like you're breaking any records here, but hey, it's a start, right? You keep it up, and maybe one day you'll reach the big leagues. Like that one viewer who gifted 100 subs once. Now that was something to write home about. But hey, I ain't complaining. Every little bit helps keep this train wreck of a stream rolling. So thanks, Noob.
Wait, what do you mean train wreck of a stream, bro? What are you talking about? It's roasting me now. Motherfucker. Level 14, 46%, 1 minute and 37 seconds. All right.
Yo, what's up, Infernal Odin? You just gifted 5 subs. That's freaking awesome, dude. Big ups to you for supporting the stream. It means a lot. Now, let's see. What did you say in your message? What's up, GHAZZY? What's up, chat? Not bad. Not bad at all. You got some swagger with that. I like it. Keep up the good vibes, and thanks again for the subs. You're the real MVP.
Okay. Okay. I mean, sometimes he does it well.
All right, let me tell you something about Pasta Cooking here. This legend just gifted 5 tier 1 subs, which is basically like fucking 5 votes of confidence in the Sebastian brand. It's like you're saying, you're Sebastian, you the man. Keep doing it, boo. And I'm gonna keep doing me because that's just what I do. I'm like a fine wine aging like a boss. Thanks for the love, Pasta Cooking. Let's keep this train rolling.
What is happening? What the fuck? Okay. Nope.
Well. Caffeinet just threw some cash my way with that prime sub. Huh? Guess I better put on my best maid outfit for the show. Aha.
Okay. No. 20 seconds, 49%. Okay. Let's see. 15 seconds. Are we done? 10 seconds. We're done, right?
Lynn cheered 500 bits and included the message, can we begin the interview from the beginning?
It's gonna be over. It's over. Okay. It's over. You guys can save your money now. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck, man? Holy shit. All right, let me see those golden cappers in the chat, boys. 172 subs and 1,720 bits from a golden random kappa train in the chat. Not really what I expected. Bye-bye, train. Bye-bye. All right, here we go. All right, can we continue the interview now? There's a 1% chance that the kappa train, the hype train turns into a golden kappa train. Holy fuck, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all the support. That was something. Good lord. Fucking hell, man. Hope the next one's on the 6th. Yeah. That would be dope. Actually, I really wanted to have that happen, but it's a 1% chance. So on average, it's 1 every 100 hype train that this happens. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I didn't want to support. I just wanted a golden kappa. I respect that. That's okay. I hope you guys like the AI, by the way. If you want to know more about the AI alerts in the Twitch chat, you can type exclamation mark AI, by the way. There's some triggers and prompts you can give it. There's a way, there's like a donation where you can make it so that it pops up an image of me based off your prompt and stuff like that. There's a bunch of things we've done with this. So if you want to check that out, type exclamation mark AI. I'm going to continue the interview now.
Okay. Sounds great. Now, classes. Just broad questions about the classes
Jesus
for me.
Christ.
So,
Thank
you
you
talked
guys
about
so
the
much. I
monk
appreciate it, guys.
having
Thank
the
you.
highest satisfaction score for everyone who's tested.
I need
Which class
snooze.
has the lowest
I need snooze. I need a second.
satisfaction score, and what are you doing to perhaps bring it up, if anything?
So the one thing to say is that the difference between these is not like super high, but the lowest one on that survey that we were referring to was actually the sorceress, funnily enough.
Really?
And I think that the reason for it is just because in the skill set, there's not like quite as much combo stuff as what some of the other classes have. And so we actually, after that point, we did work a bit on that and try to sort of improve, make a few more of those things sort of work together a little bit. But I think there's a little bit more work to do. I think that what I've heard some people say about the sorceress is it's a little bit more in the PoE 1 direction of like there's less kind of like cross less cross element combinations than what some of the other classes have. So therefore, like if you do pick that class, like there will probably be
Nice
more
Infernal.
situations where it's like there's less, like you're probably going to use less skills overall than other classes, or rather, it's not so much that you will use that, but like you won't be forced into as much using more variety. So I think that's something we can still improve by just adding more synergies between the
Wait, what did he say was not gonna use as many variety of skills? I missed it because so fucking stuck on the fucking hype train. The sorceress. Oh, okay, interesting. Yo, how many non-subs do we have left in the channel? If you're not a subscriber, type me in the chat. I want to see how many we have. Like we spent so much time with the hype train. There's another set of ads coming. I played ads earlier so we could go through this without having ads. Oh wow, that's a lot of you guys. Holy shit. Jesus. Non-subs actually exist in this channel. That's weird. Jesus fuck. There's a lot of you guys. God damn. Again, guys, there's ads coming in a couple of minutes. I can delay them with like 5 to 10 minutes, but it's not going to help because it's going to be in the middle of this. So, what do we do? Do we just let them roll? Let's have him finish the question, and then we'll play some ads after that.
elements, but that's at least my understanding of probably why I think that's the case. But as I said, we've already made some changes since the point when we did that survey, so I think that it already is, like somewhat improved already by that. Yeah, that was the thing. But I mean, as I said, we're talking like 0.1 of a like if you out of 5 stars, it's like 0.1 of a star lower than the others, and like when you sort of dig into it, it's like yeah. But I mean, as I said, I think that's at least my reason for for why I think the sorcerer was like that. But yeah, that's kind of I mean, as I said, we can always improve that, and I think we have been as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna play the ads now before we do the next question. So if you're not a subscriber, Jesus fucking Christ. Probably dropped 20 gifts. Okay. I'm going to play the ads.
Well, look who it is. They have the one and only Amravi coming in hot with a donation of 20 tier 1 subs. Holy shit, that's like, what, $20? I guess every little bit helps, right? But seriously, thanks for the support, my dude. With donations like this, I'll be able to afford a whole bag of Doritos and maybe even a Mountain Dew or two. Keep them coming, and who knows? Maybe one day I'll be able to buy myself a new keyboard. A man can dream? Gamty?
Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, let's have some music. We're waiting for ads to play right now. I don't want people to miss out, so we're waiting for the ads. Thank you, Robbie, as well, for the 20 gifts, man. And thank you to everyone else who contributed to the Golden Kappa train as well. I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you, guys. Holy fuck, man. Good lord. I did Hannah right. What was this? Well, 2 minutes. Archmage is an aura. Well, it's a buff aura, but yes.
Mr. Bengi gifted a tier 1 subscription to Death Ringdos and included the message, Mr. Bengi gifted a tier 1 sub to Death Ringdos. They have given 11 gift subs in the channel.
Dope. 1.5 minute. All right, let's see. I got a cool bow build to play as League Starter. And PoE1, I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat can help you with that. I'm not a bow player myself. Deathcore, mostly Metalcore. I listen to most things. If I listen to Deathcore, it'll be like Slaughter to Prevail, Upon a Burning Body, Lorna Shore, Whitechapel. Meant the time machines and I wake up tomorrow and play PoE. Yeah, I got you, Lolish. I got you, man. What about the ads? 11 seconds. Okay. How's the family and baby doing? They're doing great. Except that my daughter started kindergarten and we've been constantly sick for the past 3 months. But other than that, it's fine. Like, I still have a bit of a cold, and I got this mycoplasma bullshit that was going around, so I'm coughing 24/7 basically. Other than that, I'm doing fine. She's doing great, my daughter. All right, we'll continue. There we go. Next
Awesome.
question.
Just wanted to hear. I thought it would be a curious question.
Yeah.
Now, this one, I don't know if you can answer it or not, but everyone knows there's a monk in Path of Exile 2. Monks use quarterstaffs. Monks use their fists a little bit with finishers and, mobility skills. Are there any unarmed combat support options? Is the default attack supportable with your fist? Can you make something busted with it? What is that a thing?
Rod Ferguson interview actually talked about his Diablo-like tweets. I need a clip of that or a link with timestamp for that. Everybody, hold your horses. I need to see this. Wait, there is an interview. Clydes, find it and give it to me. We need this right now. I need to see this. Okay, boys, we're going to take a small break for this. Thank you.
You were talking about making the jungle and then
No,
all of that kind of fall into place.
He was always that we knew as we went in as we talked about expansions, we knew we wanted to. We had his daughter, and we knew that she was going to be the antagonist for the main game. And then, so it was really more about, okay, like what's the next thing as we lead into expansions? And sometimes expansions can go into isolated independent stories. And we thought it would be really cool if we could kind of just continue the main story and have that kind of keep telling. So that was sort of the notion of, oh, we see Nairel leave at the end of D4. Where is she going? What is she doing? We defeated Lilith, but have we really dealt with the real problem? Because
wait, is it 20 minutes in?
To re-onboard, I guess.
Totally. No, I mean they're like a sister team. I'd be lying if I didn't say like someone at some point going like, well, you know that what WoW does, right? And you're like, yeah, that'd be a cool idea. We should do something like that. So yeah.
How has something like a battle pass and just like the state of modern gaming with seasons and battle passes and all that, how has that affected the Diablo franchise? Or how has that impacted it at all?
I mean, it's just part of the way you think about what does it mean to be kind of a live service in a way. It's kind of the things I like to say to the team is that, an ARPG is a tough one for me because right now almost any game is called an ARPG. And so I'd like to, the way that we say things are Souls-like or roguelike, I kind of want to call our game a Diablo-like. Right, like because it's like I think there's a difference between an ARPG necessarily and the sort of isometric sort of Diablo-like game. But with a Diablo-like game, like you're going to have that forever game whether you want it or not, in a way, right? Like, and so the game is going to live beyond your rolling credits. And so the question is like, what do you do with that? And so so the notion of seasons being like, hey, what you love is progression. Let's give you a fresh way to start progression. And then you go like, well, how can we make that more interesting and novel? Then you go like, oh, let's do borrowed power and all those sorts of things. Then you go like, well, I mean, a great way to do progression as well, as we all know, Battle Pass can drive progression and engagement, but it can also help with like, hey, in order to have, a vampire season.
Am I going crazy, or isn't ARPG literally isometric games where you go kill things and increase your character's power by looting items and leveling up? Isn't that literally the whole point of it? Isn't that literally the isometric approach to it? That's why it's called an ARPG? So why is he differentiating and saying that because Diablo-like or is an isometric ARPG? Are there any non-isometric ARPGs out there? Am I going crazy? Lonesome Duckling even said ARP is an isometric game where you go kill things and pick up increasingly better loot. Exactly. There's got to be comments about this. This PoE light looks pretty decent. I think a year and a half that a feature is already in D3. December 6th can't come sooner. Log in. This PoE light game looked not so bad, actually. Oh my god. This is the video we're watching. on that one. We're gonna go back to the interview in a second. Good lord. Okay. I mean, Jesus. Someone in chat said he's being serious. Oh, good God. I'm okay. So, for real though, he's disrespectful. I don't think he is trying to like that. No, I think he just comes off as that. I don't think that's what he meant at all. Like, PoE started with the idea of making a Diablo-like game. They've literally said this to like on camera, recorded on podcast, on stage. They've said they wanted to make a Diablo-like game. They're referring to Diablo 2. And someone said, I think it was the other day, they said that PoE is the Diablo-like game, and Diablo-like is like Diablo 1 and 2, where Diablo franchise 3 and 4 like they just continue the franchise but stepped away from it being Diablo-like, is basically what someone wrote to me yesterday. Whereas PoE carry the torch of the actual Diablo-like kind of game. I don't know. The problem with all of this is that it's just coming off as petty and jealous. I think that's the problem he encountered with his tweet. And the tweet we're referring to, I'll go to it right now. Rod F. There we go. Where is it? It's here. 2.2 thousand comments with 700 likes. Where is Jungrown's comment? No way. There is no way. Where is Jungrown's comment? There it is. Holy shit. God damn. Holy fuck, man. This comment right there. Holy shit, man. Well, this wasn't very well received. Let's put it that way. Like, he's not wrong. That's the thing. Like, he's not wrong. The problem is that this is not the time and place to tweet it. If he had tweeted this before the announcement of PoE 2, it would have been like, yeah, whatever. It wouldn't have aged very well, but still. Like, he's not wrong. That's the thing. He's not wrong. But still, Neversink's response. Where is it? When I describe PoE to a layman, it's like Diablo-like, but good, and they all understand. We already normalized what you've bastardized. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, where is Neversing? No? I can't find it. What did Neversing say? Subtract that, start writing his comment. So with Jonna, would you Diablo 4 Immortal since they don't follow the formula of being a good game? Malignant Tunnel, like. Like, don't get me wrong. I genuinely wish Diablo 4 was a better game. It took them a year, and you have to buy the game twice for it to be good. And I actually do consider Diablo 4 to be just enough to be considered a good-ish game. But I would never call it anything better than that right now. It caters to a very specific player base. I don't belong to that player base. I play it for a week, and then my fun is over. Maybe 2 weeks in some cases. I just wish they would do better with it. And we talked about this multiple times. But, like, this just comes off as petty and jealous. Like, I don't know, dude. Absolutely insane. Jesus Christ. But, I mean, he's not really, like, arguing about it or anything here either. But I do love the comments. It's hilarious. Let's go back to the interview.
Thing in PoE 2 right now? Or
So I believe that default attack is supportable. I'm like 99% certain of that, but I have to admit, I haven't actually seen that user interface myself because I haven't made an unarmed build. There is a plan for a bunch of
Wait, YouTube chat saying, GHAZZY, did you see what Rob said about data mining? Guys, I'm getting derailed. What did Rob say about data mining? This one? Looks like pre-download is starting on Xbox for Path of Exile 2. Size is 96.26 gig. Maybe we'll get data mining with full skills and Ascendancy tree soon. Prage. Ay, 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 ay. Why do we want it to be data mined? Like, don't get me wrong. From a content creation perspective, allowing me to have more content to make is always preferable. Let's put it this way. Me and my editor, Kikis, we are currently discussing how the fuck we're going to be able to post all the videos we want to get posted before launch. So YouTube has this thing where you can't post more than 3 videos a day. If you post more than 3 videos a day, the next video you post gets fucked in the algorithm. Completely fucked. And we have so much content to make from now till launch that we are posting 2 videos a day, leaving a 3rd video open in case they release a teaser and whatnot, and then we'll, if we can, we'll post that 3rd video. If I had data mining as well, I wouldn't be able to choose the videos I wanted to post up. It's just too much. But the main thing about this is, like, I think most of us gamers don't want the game to be solved when it launches. The fact that we can't make tier lists, the fact that we can't make build guides, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen. The people that have played the game, I've played a lot of PoE 2, don't get me wrong. I played a lot in a very restricted zone, in a restricted amount of content, in a restricted setting, and they made significant changes since I played it. So we're going to be able to all explore the game and adventure into it and find these things all together, not being giving that to the data miners and the content creators to solve before the game comes out. And I think we all talked about this, especially with Diablo 4 had the expansion, for example. They gave streamers access to it. We had guide writers access to it. And since I do write guides for Icy Veins, both in Last Epoch, Path of Exile through PoE Vault, and Diablo 4, it's like I had no choice. None of us had a choice. They gave out early access so that we could data mine it and play test it. Of course we're going to fucking do that. I make a living doing it, so I had no choice. I had to. And then the launch came, and I had 2 weeks of enjoyment out of it. Which could have been a month if I had to explore and find things as we played. Instead, I got 2 weeks of enjoyment because everything was already solved prior. It's like, I don't know. I don't like it personally, but some people do like the being able to be better prepared, I guess. So there's that. But I don't know. I don't like the idea, like, hoping that we get to data mine the crap out of it. So I don't know. I think this is an L take personally. Sorry, Rob. I don't agree with that at all.
Unarmed build support, but it actually did get cut for early access for the time being. So unfortunately, I can say that Facebreakers will not make it in to early access, but we do have a plan for it. There is like a whole thing for that's going to support that with other stuff. Now, one of the reasons for that actually is that it would require making unarmed versions of a ton of skills, like animations.
Oh, okay.
There's actually it ended up being cut just for that reason alone. Like it was just a bunch of animation work that we ended up not having time for. And effectively, you're talking about a bunch of animation work that's just to support that one unique, because like that unique really is like kind of the key to being able to make unarmed damage like actually decent. There were a couple of other things as well that were sort of intended for unarmed things, but yeah, we're not going to do it for now. But it'll come in the future. We'll get to the point where you can do that.
Okay.
That's nice.
Is Facebreakers
Perfect. I need to double check because I think I got kicked out of here. Yeah. Sorry. Give me 2 seconds. We're not going to post this on YouTube because it already got fucked over by the spam train earlier. There we go.
still a pair of gloves in Pee Wee
Yeah,
2?
yeah, it is.
It is?
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Cool. All right. This is a fun one just for you, Jonathan. What is your favorite skill to use in Path of Exile 2 right now? I know you're a mercenary fan. You're playing through as the mercenary right now. Is it on the merc or something else?
That is really tricky. Look, I mean, if we're talking about the merc, then my favorite thing is definitely the ice wall that shot us. What's it called? I can't remember even the name of it, but it's the one that fires a shot and then makes like 2 diagonal ice walls that come out, and then and then following up with the fragmentation rounds to explode them. Like I just love that combo. It just feels really satisfying to me. But you know, it's like obviously like you know every class there's interesting stuff. Like on the monk, it's probably the bell. Like I just love that bell. There's so many little things about its design and. You know,
The bell was one of the most broken shit ever in one of the playtests we did, and they have balanced it since. It was so good.
it's just a fun skill. Like I love that kind of thing. So you know, those are definitely up there for 2 of my favorites. But I mean, you know, there's always new stuff. There's lots of cool things, right? That's just the kind of stuff that I like to do.
The bell is incredible, and you guys even snuck a showcase of it with a crossbow rapid shot
Yes,
into the.
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
that was so good.
Just to give just a hint to the idea that there might be some pretty interesting ways that you can do some pretty cool stuff.
Oh, definitely. All right, rapid fire question here. Can we use the weapon swap system passive skills to allocate keystones, or can they only allocate notables and travel nodes?
That's a good
So
question.
you can't do keystones, but I actually do have some interesting stuff to talk about with this because we were originally going to allow that, but then so the skill that
balancing
actually
said
originally
no.
was like that completely
No.
broke this, that we realized like this was going to be like not okay, was Necromantic Aegis, funnily enough.
What?
Which now, for anyone who doesn't, who hasn't played PoE 1, effectively what this does is it makes it so the stats from your shield are transferred onto your minions. But when you've got weapon swap involved, where like we like if you can turn that on and off, it causes. The specific details of this are kind of complicated, but it caused a lot of chaos in like how the stat system worked and like how the minions would have to work and like the snapshotting of this and like just a whole lot of details around that were very complicated. And then at some point while we were discussing that, because you know we kind of were like, okay, how are we going to even implement this? It was like a whole thing. Then we're like, well, hang on, like, is it even okay for other keystones anyway? Like when you really come right down to it, like, is chaos inoculation really okay if you can turn it on and off? Like, it's kind of supposed to be this like massive downside, and like if you can just like. You know, like it's kind of like we're kind of thinking maybe it wasn't okay, and then we sort of made the decision. You know what? Maybe keystones should actually be not swappable like that, just because of the type of. I think that might be a balance problem too far, even for us. Like even as far as we're willing to like accept a lot of these kinds of problems, like I think that might even be a bridge too far, even for us. So yeah, we decided not to allow it, and that's what we're going with for now. Anyway.
Seemingly,
you
Griffin,
knew
yes.
People were already theory crafting ways to like get the perfect keystones on their spot. Oh yeah, definitely.
Right.
That's good. Another rapid fire, if you know off the top of your head, how many passive points are there in total? Because people are already looking at the tree and trying to path through it
Sure,
right
sure.
now.
I believe it's 122 is the final count, and once you get all of the optional skill books and stuff like that.
Okay, awesome. Another rapid fire. This is a spicy one though. Are you able to do a 1-button respec if you have enough gold, or if you pay a premium, or is it one node at a time?
You will have to do one node at a time. And like the thing is, I mean, yeah, I guess I can see why people would want that. But generally speaking, that's not the kind of behavior we're really encouraging, right? Like we want you to actually be changing your build from one to the other. So yeah, there's just a one node at a time. I mean, look, it won't take you too long, right? You can click 100 times even if you're level 100. Like it's not too bad.
I know it won't. I get it. I totally get it. Another one. So we've seen this key term overflow a few times, and some people are wondering how it works. Could you explain how it works?
Yeah, so anytime you've got something that says overflow, it means that you're able to overcap that resource by up to double. So effectively, overflow just means, yeah, like if it's leech, or if it's like, you know, any other kind of thing that gives you back life, or for example, or mana or shield or whatever it is, it basically just means, yeah, you can get back up to double of that resource.
Okay, awesome. That makes sense even to me, and I'm pretty simple-minded about these mechanical sort of things. Awesome, thank you. All right, another rapid fire. Can you use skills granted by ascendancies in meta gems like cast on shock?
No, you can't. So when you get one of those ascendancy skills, they effectively just appear in your skill screen. Like they're not a gem; they're just kind of like there and locked in by that. So because you can't take them out and put them somewhere else, you can't put them in a meta gem.
Okay.
Okay.
And then meta gems, can you use multiple of the same meta gem? I know you can't repeat supports, but can you have 2 cast on ignites in your build?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. But of course, you'll have to pay the spirit cost for both of them. So that's how that's balanced, and that's why it's fine.
Good questions. Really
perfect.
good questions
Yeah,
so far.
you guys released a teaser yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw a scepter minion, ascendance, or not ascendancy.
Yeah,
class
yeah,
teaser.
yeah.
Oh, the second scepter, that looked like a mirror tier item, which was just awesome to see.
And he's like,
All right, now we're going to move on from classes, and we're going to talk a little bit about combat. So when I played Path of Exile 2, the Raven fight and the Executioner fight hard locked me for combined about 4
no
hours.
question about the scepter?
What right now do you think is the hardest boss fight in Path of Exile 2's campaign? Not the end game, but the campaign itself. And do you think it potentially...
Did he just mention the scepter and then there was no follow-up question or anything like it to it? Am I going crazy? But what did I miss? He just mentioned it and then moved on. Is a side mention?
Potentially is going to hard lock a lot of players if they're
I
stubborn.
was just
and
confused
they
a
get
little
that
bit there.
Elden Ring mindset where they're just like, I'm just going in over and over. I'm not stopping until it hits 0.
Well, so we've definitely tried to improve the issues that we had with that in that one. But what I would say is that the further you go into the game, the less kind of like of the feedback we've been able to address overall, just because if there's less of it, right? Like as you go further. And so effectively what that means is that I have no doubt that if there's a boss that's going to hardlock people, it's almost certainly going to be in Act 3, I would say, something like that. But I mean, on the same time, like ideally the hardest bosses are later in the game. Like that's kind of what you want in some sense. So yeah, like I mean, look, some of those fights are pretty hard. I don't know that there's one that I'd point to as like this is the hard one. Really, I mean, as I said, we kind of try to make sure that they're all kind of a relatively even keel, or rather slowly increasing as you kind of go through. So yeah, my hope would be that the Act 3 end boss is one that people will find the hardest, and then ideally the second time through it's even harder again. So, but we'll see how it goes. And as I said, as you now know, right, like if you go around the rest of the areas, you'll find other stuff, you'll find more items and so on, and that'll definitely help you. And if you come back, you'll definitely do a lot better.
Question on bosses in regular versus ruthless, not ruthless, cruel. Do they have new abilities in cruel, or are they the same, just a little buffed with damage hit points?
So usually they don't have like completely new abilities, although I think that in some cases there might be a little bit of that. Usually what it is, it's kind of tweaking the parameters or the AI or the radii and like things like that, just like things about them. And it makes skills feel dangerous in new ways quite a lot of the time, just because like a skill can feel very differently just by changing where it is you go. So the same is true in maps as well, where once again you've got we have to make sure that some of these bosses that were balanced for people who are level 10 or something are now able to feel like they're challenges in the end game. So effectively we have to do something about them. We can't just leave them as they are. There has to be tweaks. And so yeah, a lot of those changes effectively just get made to make and they make the bosses feel quite different. The other thing as well that you have in Cruel is that there are just monster types that have been shifted around and things like that. Like so the combat in areas can feel a little different as well. In some cases. So there's just little fun details like that can vary things up and just vary the experience up a little bit.
Okay.
Awesome. Now, one more combat monster related question, and it's revisiting a favorite topic of the Path of Exile community. Rare monster modifiers. We haven't seen a lot of that in Path of Exile 2 in the past little while. We've seen some of it in the playthroughs. Is that philosophy the same as in Path of Exile 1, or are we expecting to see 3, 4 mod rare monsters?
This is a very good question, a very important one.
Identity when you add a whole bunch of modifiers to it, because all these monsters, they're unique fights in of themselves, right? So how do you keep that clean?
There's actually been quite a lot of specific work on rare monsters that I don't think we've talked about to anyone yet, actually, and it's probably quite interesting. So the first thing I will say about it is that we realized a while ago that it's actually like not every monster type makes sense as a rare. Like if you just have a rare zombie, it's just kind of like, it's not a good fight. So we actually decided, hey, you know what? We're going to pick monsters that are going to be ones that can be rare. And bear in mind, many of them can. And then what we'll also do is if there are monsters that
puzzle box? No, I need
well
to
as
send...
rares, maybe...
Regarding the Voldo puzzle box, it's stuck in customs, and the fucking postal service need another document from me now, which I'm going to sort after today's stream. So I'm going to drive over to my parents' place and print the paper, sign it, scan it, and mail it to them, and then I hope I have it tomorrow. That's all I know about it.
there's mechanic changes we can do for rare versions of that monster that could improve that. So then what we started to do is we're like, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to split out the monster types for monsters and then the rare version of that monster. And then we're actually going to do specific balance for the rares of those monsters. And that actually matters as well because there are mods that can go on certain monster types that like just completely blow out the life to unreasonable levels and things like that. Like there are actually cases where now that we've actually got the ability to do specific balance for a rare of a given monster type, we can actually tune that difficulty to make that much better. And so they'll get extra, they'll actually get extra abilities in some cases, just because they're rare. Like, I mean, as a random example,
That's
there are like
insanely good.
the very first monster, the quill in the first area. So after the zombie, you've got the quill crab, which is these little things that shoot little spikes. And they also appear later on in the hunting grounds as like a poison version of those. And I believe if those are rare, I think I'm getting this right, then they immediately get a different way that the spikes work. And like I'm trying to remember the exact details of this, but it's like they like land on the ground and explode afterwards or something like that. There's like some little thing that sort of happens. So effectively, it's like there's like little specific things that we can do. And so that stuff, I think. Helps a lot. And look, I'm sure we're going to do more of this, like after the early access is launched as well, like more things like that. But it really upgraded the rare fights quite a lot to be able to do that specific balance. And then, of course, you also have the mods. And once again, we're doing a whole pass on mods and trying to make them a lot better. I mean, look, there's even more we can add here, I'm sure. But trying to make sure that each of the rare mods that we add,
Very good question.
makes
Very
sense
good
for the
answer.
monster. We make sure that the rare mods, like there are pulls and tags so that like you don't necessarily get every single mod on every single monster to kind of make sure that they make sense and actually have a reasonable fight. And I don't even know if this got done, but there was talk at one point about having a for each rare. And once again, I don't know if this actually got implemented or not, but we were talking about having it so that for each monster. We make sure that at least one fun mod goes on the monster to kind of make it have like by what I mean by that is like we look at each monster type, we're like, okay, here's a set of different mods that are going to make it so that the fight has some kind of interest to it. We make sure the first step is like put one of those on it, and then after that, then we can kind of be more random with what the rest of the mods are, and things like that. So yeah, there was actually quite a lot of balance stuff there that went into that, and there's more to come. But I think that the rare fights you will find are significantly more interesting in PoE 2 than they were in PoE 1 because of all the specific attention that they had.
They definitely sound like it. Everybody's freaking out. That sounds
Right.
amazing, especially that first system of just the monsters changing implicitly if they're rare versus if magic or normal. That
What about Spectres of Rares? Do you get new abilities or just a normal version? Oh, wow. So normally, and what we expect to see is that when you raise a Spectre, it's going to be a normal version of that Spectre. It would be weird to me if this system would allow us to get rare mod version of the Spectres. Because they've been very picky about that. Like you're supposed to get the Spectre, you get the baseline version of it. So I don't think that's the case, but it does bring up the question, though.
that's a great answer. Can you answer if Soul Eater is in Path of Exile too?
I actually don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask Mark that one. So he's the one who's been setting up all that stuff. So I actually don't know. I would have to go check with him on that one.
All right,
Well,
lovely.
When I say rare mod Spectres, I'm not talking about the mods from the Spectre, or from the monster applied to the Spectres. That's not what I'm saying. Jonathan just explained that rare monsters will have other abilities or extra abilities in some cases. So the question would be if you bound a rare monster as a Spectre, would they get the rare monster abilities as well? Or would that not be the case? I'll just send him a question. I'll just send him a message. Why not? Give me a second.
answer, man. Okay, now we got a bulky section on Endgame that I want to dive into here. I want to start with,
We should
again,
be able to, Matt
another
Turkey, yes.
infamous Path of Exile problem that we've experienced in Path of Exile 1. And I think it's one of the reasons you designed Path of Exile 2 and its Endgame. One-shots. How are one-shots in Endgame looking right now? I'm not
Another
talking
interview plan today,
about
chat?
bosses.
No,
using
but on the
huge
second. I
abilities
need a
and
drink.
obviously
I'm
one-shotting
yawning
them,
too
but I'm
much.
just
I'll be
talking
back in a
about
second.
randomly mapping your mediocre defenses and you just get one shot out of the blue. Is that happening in testing, or is that avoided for the most part?
Well, it's definitely happening at the moment, and that's because we just haven't finished the balance of a lot of monsters, and it's one of those things that's actually really hard to completely root out because there are a lot of attacks that some people, depending on their playstyle, just might not get hit by. And obviously, you know, when the balance people do their initial balance, they try to get it right. But it's one of those things that's just easy to miss. And so I have no doubt that at the start of early access, there will be cases where some monsters are just unfair. And you know, that'll happen. I mean, like when we were doing the beta test, there were these like spiders that were just like so nasty. And like we looked at the damage.
Oh,
I
I
don't
remember
remember
that.
exactly why this occurred, but it was just like, oh, it's literally doing 10 times the damage it was supposed to be doing, right? And like someone just made a typo. And yet, like we played a bunch of times, and like none of the
typo.
people that were testing before we did a beta noticed the fact that that was happening, right? They just managed to avoid it all the time, or they only got hit by one of the bits, or you know, something like that. And so you know, we just missed it. And look, I'm sure that's going to happen, right? Like there will be some rough edges like that. But you know, we'll, as soon as we hear about them, we will do our best to fix them. But look, we're trying to root out all that stuff as much as we can at the moment, and you know, hopefully the players don't experience too much of that. But yeah, I'm sure it'll happen. But yeah, look, we don't want people to be just like randomly out of nowhere, just dying for nothing. So yeah, that's something we'll just have to make sure we're addressing as we get more balance testing it.
Right. The term I hear a lot from people, especially who went to the recent event in LA, is war of attrition. That's what it feels
Oopsie,
like
10
in Acts
times.
1, 2, and 3. So there's nothing really instant happening. You're fighting against monsters. They're draining you down. You're draining them down. And it's a war between you two. So there's no instant one-shots really happening unless it really is your fault. That's what I heard from like Big Ducks. He said, if I died, it was my fault. I felt good about that. I love that feeling.
Right.
On
Well,
monsters,
that is the goal that is the goal for sure, to make it feel that way.
Okay. And it sounds like the deadliness is on a by monster level. And a lot of people are curious. I think Mark said in the Endgame presentation that every map is fully random at Endgame. All monster types, no matter of biome. Is there anything that
so there
determines?
so there actually is a like one monster, I believe, or at least a type of there will be one pack in the map that's always there, but all the rest of them are random. And what the kind of main point we were trying to make with that is that in PoE 2, we pretty much all monsters. I mean, look, there are some like monsters that are just like swarmy little things that don't really do anything, but for the most part, monsters all have some kind of ability or mechanic or interesting thing going on with it. And so, in Endgame, it really is the fact that you've got the combination of all those different types that really makes the combat interesting.
Yeah.
And you kind of never really know what you're going to get. And so, I mean, look, PoE 1 does have that effectively the same idea going on. It's just that so few of the monsters in PoE 1 actually have like different mechanics, right? Like like one in every 5 might do, but it's like in PoE 2, it's like there are so many more things going on. They have movement skills and like random abilities and things like that. It's just, yeah, there's just a lot going on with them. So yeah, that it's the combination of that really gets you that really introduces that stuff.
Perfect. No, I love that. I love that there's a little bit of a theme that's there as you're hunting these different biomes and maps, and then the rest is random.
But you're still, the thing is, you're still going to get like some pretty out of place stuff. Like I know, like I went into a city map the other day and there's a gorilla attacking me, and I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing here? But you know, the end game's like that.
Are the bosses the same for every map? I'm sure they are. Like you're not going to get a gorilla boss in the series. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are picked for the map if they spawn. Later on, we're talking about making it so that there are different, even within one map, we might have a couple of different bosses that can spawn there. But we'll kind of have to see how we go about that. It does take a bit of work, and so we haven't done that yet. And it kind of depends a bit on like how many maps there are versus how many bosses and kind of and that
would
kind
be
of
so
stuff.
dope actually.
That
Get
can
some
be fun
ride
too.
in it.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Sounds like some people would just get shocked as they walk in. That's how I expect to be when I walk into the pinnacle boss, whoever it is, for the first time. I expect to just get like Cirrus die beamed, and it's like, oh, all right, well, got to build up defenses better. I can't wait for that. On that note, too, all the boss arenas look like they have so much detail within them, and they're so distinct from their actual arenas from the campaign, the example I saw that stuck out to me was the Colossus is like now in the heart of a volcano. Is the level of detail and distinction there for a lot of the boss fights?
Yeah, so effectively we're trying to make it so that like ideally when we're using a boss in maps, we can put it in a different context so that it feels like a different fight.
Okay.
That like I mean look, we have to definitely reuse certain components of the arena because often there's arena mechanics that we have to make sure are there. But even just the feel of the arena that can make it feel quite different. Like for example, if you're talking about something like the Carrion Crone who's just in the second area, she's in a much bigger arena when you fight her in maps, and she also like all of her AoE abilities have been like ramped up so that they like have target a much bigger area, and things like the way the wolf spawning, that's like a different pattern. There's more of them and stuff like that. So effectively, like the fight actually feels quite a lot more advanced when you fight it in maps for that reason, just because the arena's different and like the placement of all of the markers that the designers use to like configure all that stuff. Like they've that there's a lot more that's gone into that. So effectively that can make the recontextualize the fight in quite a cool way.
Oh, that just sounds so exciting. How many of these are we getting on launch? Is it around 50?
Yeah, so the 50 bosses, like I mean, all the bosses that you have through campaign are in endgame in some way.
Okay.
So it's just a question of whereabouts, how we use them, and so on. But of course, then there's also the bosses that are in endgame that aren't in the campaign as well. So there's quite a bit of that too.
Yeah, the secret pinnacle that I'm going to try to get you to leak at some point during this interview.
You'll have to wait. I definitely won't be leaking that one.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, next question also on Endgame. So previously, I think earlier this year in an interview, you mentioned that once you get to Endgame, about a third of the loot will come from pack monsters, a third will come from special mechanics, and a third will come from bosses and maps. Now with bosses only being in every 4 maps on average, is that philosophy still the same, or has that shifted a little bit?
Yeah, so that definitely has
the
shifted due
so
to the
far. They've
change
been
to
really
the
good.
way the mapping in game worked. So I mean, this was always a struggle, right? Because the real thing wasn't so much the amount of loot, but the amount of time you're spending on things. And I think that having to spend 1/3 of your time, if you're not interested in doing boss fighting right now, is a little bit high, and definitely wasn't working. So I really we like to give players choice about what type of content they can fight, and we realized the bossing was also one of those type of things, right? Like, do you want to do bossing or don't you? So I think that the balance of that is a lot better now, and I honestly don't know what the percentage would be now that you sort of have control over it at this point. But effectively, yeah, like that has definitely changed around due to that.
Okay. And in testing, how is pack difficulty versus boss difficulty? Are bosses just way harder? Like, I know a lot of people say like, oh, I want to chill when I'm fighting packs, and then when bosses, they can be really intense. Is it kind of that difference?
Yeah, exactly. And look, the big reason for making the change of not having a boss in every map area was literally for this, right? To make it so that we can make the bosses actually hard relative to the pack difficulty, because that's what sort of that sort of maintains the integrity of the combat system, if you will, because like that's where you really have to get into the detail, like really concentrating and like actually using all your abilities to the maximum. Whereas pack clearing, you can chill out a little bit more. But that being said, we still want you to run into rares occasionally that are like crazy. So it's you still want that, but they're not going to be as crazy as the uniques are.
That's a funny take. Targar from the Twitch chat saying that on April 1st they could add a boss to the area called Diablo and the dice in one hit. I got something way better. They do it this way. They make Diablo here. And they call him, not instead of Diablo, they call him OL. That's the B, sorry. Olbide. There we go. This is Olbide. And then he dies. You gotta think about copyright shit, right? So he can be called Olbide. How about that? Or you could call him they could call him Dab. Right? They could call him Bad. That's what they could do. Or actually Dab No. Dabruo F. D with an apostrophe like that. There we go. Malignant Olbide. Oh, man.
Okay, awesome. Rapid fire question on Endgame. Why does the Waystone or map
Gotta
opening
rub
UI
it in
still have
like
4
real
slots? Is
well.
that intentional? Is there something
Yeah,
that
it's-
hasn't been revealed?
So we actually had 4 slots when we started PoE1 as well, even though we had no idea what we were going to use that for. So it's just like one of those things where it's just like you put it in there. It's like, maybe we'll use this one day. There's literally no other reason than that. We had 4 in the back of the old days, and we're going to just do it again now. Just it's fun little thing. And look, one day I'm sure we'll find something to do for that.
Okay, I love it. No, I didn't know that about Path of Exile 1, that it was always 4. That's
Yeah.
hilarious. That's good. All right, another one that could be a little long. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a simple answer. So
Call it Satan.
sounds
Everyone
like
will
there
know.
are currently 4 tiers of endgame boss or endgame encounters, but technically, from what we saw from the Atlas passive trees, we can get +5 to those.
All by the
encounter
bad
levels.
one.
Is the 5th tier meaningless, or is there an extra
so-
secret tier?
So what happened there is I'm a programmer, so I always count from 0. So when I say difficulty 4, it's like the first difficulty is difficulty 0, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's technically 5 difficulty tiers there, but I referred to the top one as difficulty 4. So maybe the players will refer to that a different way than I am, but
Okay.
yeah, that's just what that is. Now technically, it is actually possible because of the fact that the small nodes and the big nodes
Boss called Tomb
the way
Lord.
they are. It's actually possible in some cases to cause it to be 1 tier even above that. But if you do that, it will not result in the difficulty being higher. That's actually kind of just a quirk of the way that the nodes are. So that's just effectively capped in that regard, which I guess might be kind of fun to have like an extra sort of hidden thing like that. But we decided not to in the end. So yeah, there's just there's effectively 5 difficulties, 4 difficulties above the bottom one. Yeah.
I know you're saying that, but everybody needs to try that on launch, okay? There's a hidden difficulty, maybe that they don't want us to know about.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. This one might be pretty quick too. So how high in tier do Waystones go? We saw tier...
All bide the old bide like. Oh my god, you guys should just went nuts on that. Holy fuck, there's so many suggestions in the chats right now. Dibble the 4th, bringer of Hectide. All abide the 4th bad one. Now you really are rubbing it in. Oh my god, the boss has no ability to drain your mana until you can't attack. Hey guys, any idea about what to look for in graphics card for PoE, PoE2, except for expensive and good? I think that the best solution you have is to actually look at getting what's alleged to be the best PCs in the entire universe. And you're in luck because you can get access to that directly from this channel actually by typing !Starforge in the chat right now. If you click that link, you'll have a variety of options that's going to cover you.
79 in the endgame teaser, is that...
So I mean the way what it's supposed to be is like T15 is like it goes from T1 to T15. I think
Okay.
it might have been that it was listing object level there, and there might even have been some inconsistencies between different clips depending on when they were shot. I'm not 100% sure about that, but ultimately it goes from T1 to T15. However, there is a corruption outcome that can go +1. So that lets you that just lets you go a little bit further.
I love that.
With that.
Okay, so it was potentially like a monkey issue. That's what I'm going to call the
Yeah,
little
sure, if you like.
inconsistencies. Yeah,
If
yeah, the
you
monkey
like.
issue.
If you like.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, well, that was it on Endgame for now. Now I just want to go into a few general questions about the game. Some rapid fire, some a little bit longer. This first one, I'm curious, going into early access, what's one system you are hyper confident won't need further iteration, and one system you're pretty sure is going to be broken under the weight of the players and you're going to need to have a lot of iteration on?
It's a really hard question. Look, I think that where I'm most...
Guys, we're taking so much time. There's going to be another set of ads coming. So I'm just going to let it roll. Like this was supposed to be an hour. Waiting for ads to finish. If you're not a subscriber, we're going to pause. We're going to chill. We're going to wait for the ads. Dude, this was supposed to be an hour. We're taking ages doing this. So if you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. We'll play some music and wait for the ads for the guys who are watching that right now. Fuck's sake, man. Man, the hype train and then the Rod Ferguson video. It's all just delaying us for finishing this. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, man. PT will be just PoE1. The strong CPU is more important than the high-end GPU. I don't know what the minimum requirements are, but obviously the better the better stuff you get, the better, right? Classic GHAZZY turn interview. An hour interview into 2. True. As one question is Reaper skill a gem in PoE2? Not that we've seen so far.
Thanks for the subscription, nerds. Let's see if you can handle the chaos around here.
Ay. Old Dive Puke Fest. Oh, Jesus. Roderick Sigurdsson. For fuck's sake. Listed GPU requirement PoE2, graphics, NVIDIA GeForce, GTX 960, Intel A380 or ATI Radeon RX 470. That's like nothing, dude. Lolash, just give it some time, and we'll have Star Force hook you up, bro. Just use that link. You know what I'm saying? They have a 2060 as recommended. Okay. All by the Immortal is the new NPC to sing gold. Oh, ads are over, guys. Ads are over. We can continue the shit now. All right, let's keep going.
Most happy is like all the way the skill and support system works. I think is very solid. Like I'm very happy with all of that. I think it's just a massive improvement over how PoE1 was. I would say that the stuff that's going to be require a lot of version will definitely be endgame stuff, right? Because like that's the stuff that's had the least testing from players, you know, from betas and things like that. Look, I have no idea what kind of changes we may want to see there. Like I'm pretty confident in it, but you know, like you never know what will happen when people actually go for that. So you know, I mean, look, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that could need changing there, and we'll just have to work on that as we see the players, as we see what the players think. But the other thing as well is that of course the end game is where you know there's the most I guess like you have to get it right completely because it's like that's kind of
there you go. Endgame, you have to get it right completely, not half-ass. Not forget that that's a thing in an ARPG. Sorry, isometric ARPG. You have to get it done. You have to get it right completely. That's why people don't like D4. Which is a shame, because they have the possibility to make one of the best games in the entire fucking ARPG scene. And then they fumbled. That's the problem. And I really hope they're going to step up the game and improve Diablo 4 to the point where it becomes a better game. I really do. I really hope they're going to do that. But most importantly, it's the fucking end game.
kind of like your final, like the final experience you're having is like playing through that content. So it's like you can have a single boss fight that's like, you know, maybe people don't like it in campaign. That's like not a big deal. But if you're talking about just the you know the core staple of what it is that you're doing in the end game, you have to make sure you get that exactly correct. And
exactly. King Kong is saying, how you feel about the no respec bullshit ascendancy? Well, did they say that, or have I gotten so far? The ascendancies. They did, right? They said that you're not able to respec ascendancy, but you can respec your passive tree. So the arguments around this is very simple. One side of the coin is that once you've chosen a class to ascend, which is the system they have in Last Epoch, actually, is that they want to create a character identity. So if you choose to become an Infernalist instead of you become a Dami Mommy instead of a Blood Mage, then that character is now essentially having the class identity of this is a Dami Mommy. Like it's into BDSM and stuff like that. And it's really, fiery passion for it, obviously. And you can change that. That allows you to have this RP feeling to it, and that your decisions matter. They also said that they don't want to have this idea of respecing your entire tree with 1 point, because they don't want to incentivize that the game is telling you to respec that one character over and over and over and over again from one build to another. I like the approach of that, but I also feel like the way they have in PoE 1, where you spend 5 regret orbs to respec per ascendancy node, for example, they could have a very high respec cost for it and then allow that. And I think that, again, which is something they've done really well, is player agency, where we have the option to do things, would be better than hard locking the ascendancy choices. So my take is that I would prefer them to do something similar to that, have an associated cost, but allow full respec of ascendancies. I don't see how the RP touch to it needs to be an argument in that sense. So no, I'm with you on the fact that I think that they should allow us to do ascendancy respecs. It's such a small thing, but I definitely think they should. Do you know if you can at least respec the points chosen inside the ascendancy? They've said that you can do that, yes. Shouldn't be able to do just change ascendancy. It should be a decision that matters for your character. Again, there are two sides of the coin. And I don't think that any side of them is incorrect. I think that it's very preferential and opinion-based. And my opinion is that they should allow us to do it. That's all I'll say on it.
And even the tiniest details can significantly affect the experience. So, I'm sure there'll be a lot of tweaking there. And like some things maybe just like a tiny number tweak, but it ends up being like a massive difference as far as player experience goes. I'm sure there'll be a lot of iteration there.
Okay. Now, one system...
Well, I mean, they can lock it where you can't switch from Chronomancer to Chaos Monk. Well, that's not possible, because the Chaos Monk will only be... Like, a monk will only be able to ascend to the 3 different monk ascendancies, 2 of which will have access to an early access. And the sorcerers will only be able to switch between the 2 different sorcerer ascendancies. You cannot ascend your character to another class ascendancy. That's not possible.
That I've had a little bit of discussion about in my community is the flask changes. Are you pretty confident in those, limiting you to just having a life and mana, or do you see yourself perhaps allowing that for a wider variety of flasks in the future if you want to reintroduce them?
I do think that it is important to make it so that is as simple as possible, because it really is one of those friction points you get for new players. But I think the charm system is really where we can go wild there. And so I think if we were doing like more kind of interesting stuff, or like expanding on that, I think we'd do it in the charms, where we can. That's kind of intended to be the thing that you can expand on with that stuff. I just don't want it to turn again into a situation where you feel like you have to constantly be pressing buttons like all the time in order to be able to do that stuff, because I think that really was kind of wearing on people. And it's like, if you're going to be pressing buttons, I would rather the buttons you're pressing are for using active skills rather than just using flasks. So right. Ideally it can sort of move some of the like physical skill off just pushing flask buttons and move it on to using skills instead.
Okay. All right. This is a tough one. Maybe not for you. Over the past 6 or so years, what has been the single most challenging aspect of development? I know it's broad.
That's a very broad one.
So I think really the big challenge is just underestimating like the scope of what it is we set out to do. And it's one of those things where we're constantly having to, it's like we have a quality level we want to hit, and it feels like it shouldn't be as difficult as it is to hit that quality. Like it just really is a constant battle. Yeah, I mean, look,
I think that, Jonathan, though,
it's difficult.
I think that's why so many people are resonating with this release. It's very obvious that you have hit a high quality level here. I mean, it's spread like wildfire. I saw you talking to DM and GHAZZY and surprised at how many people are interested. I am having people who I haven't talked to in like a decade reaching out to me about PoE 2 because they're searching and they like saw my face or something and they're like, holy crap, there's this new game I just heard about. Like, it's spreading everywhere because the quality is so... you waited until it was ready to showcase it, right? And it looks phenomenal. So...
yeah, I mean, as I said, like just getting there has just been such a thing. Like when we announced in 2019, we thought that we were going to be releasing PoE 2 in like 2020, in like 2021. Like it felt like it was like 2 years out. Right. And you know, like it's just yeah, it's difficult, right? Like just the yeah, and even it's like even like is it how long ago now? I'm thinking like so 20. Yeah, look, it's like the funny thing is it always feels like it's 2 years out. Like no matter how far deep into development, like no matter how far away it is, it's always like because 2 years feels like forever, right? 2 years is like forever in the future, and so therefore, like no matter what the scope that you think that you have is, it's always like, oh yeah, we can do it in that amount of time. Sure, absolutely. And so yeah, it's just real tough. You know, like doing that, and it feels like no matter how much experience we get. I mean, obviously, you know, Mark and I have both been in game development a long time. No matter how much experience you get, it's like it still feels like it's impossible to really know how long something will actually take by the time you've by the time you've gone things through. So yeah, it's just it's tough. It's tough for sure.
I know you said it always feels like 2 years away, Jonathan, but 9 days log in, okay? We're 9 days out.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So a few really rapid fire questions here. You guys opted in for GeForce Now for PoE 2. Do you know if that's going to be available for early access launch, or I know you guys don't have control over that, but do you know if it will be available?
I believe it's supposed to be. We've been told it is. So you know, hopefully that all works out and people can use that.
Awesome. Now, how about the trade site on day one? Is that going to be functional?
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can to make sure that's the case. I think that there'll be some items that maybe won't show up correctly, and hopefully, like for example, the way that skill gems are rendered is like completely changed, and so I think what they're going to do for skill gems is just like show the name of the gem and the level, rather than having to work out like all the stats and everything, how that works. And I think for something like gems, it doesn't really matter because you know, like there's nothing about the gem other than just like the name and the level that actually matters as far as trade is concerned. So they're going to do their best to get everything rendered correctly, but I think it's really important to make sure we've got trade on day one.
Definitely. Oh yeah, people love trading. Now PvP, does that exist in any form? Yeah,
so
like
you
simple
can
duels.
do yeah, you can do simple duels just like you could in PoE 1. We're not going to be doing anything more than that for now. So yeah, that's it's there, but like we haven't done any effort. Really
PvPers log in.
Like it just is what it is. Just as a fun thing, if you want to challenge your friend and just like, you know, just do a thing, you could do that if you want.
Cool. Now, in the second run through of the campaign, Cruel, do bosses once again drop permanent buffs as they will on the first run through for those optional bosses, or are none of those available in the second run through?
Yep, so the second run through, it definitely does have that. So yeah, you're going to want to look for those as well. I believe that for them, that some of them are the same and some of them are different. So you'll have to look around through the map to see what's going on with that.
Oh, okay. Curious. Now, this one is, I want to be gentle with it, but it's something that a lot of people have talked about in the past. There is an MTX that is audio based that plays in towns, and everyone wants to hear the sweet songs of Camille when they go into the Clearfall encampment. Is there any way that you guys are thinking about maybe an audio slider for MTX or something like an audio adjustment maybe?
It already exists, right?
Is that on your radar?
To some degree?
I mean, it's something that I've heard complaints about recently, so it's something that we might have to think about, but I can't say I've got a solution for it right now. By the way, just one question, speaking of audio, do you hear like a loud beeping, or is that just on my end?
That is just on your end.
We hear the scratching on the mic, though. You know what I would want? I want a fucking jukebox MTX in the hideout. You know, my problem when I play ARPG games is that my entire life of playing ARPGs, I've always blasted, you know, rockabella music, and then I'll play the game. But in Diablo 2, I always waited with starting the music till after I was done with the logging into the character, because I needed to hear the Tristram intro theme, right? I had to hear that. Then I started my music, and I muted the music in game. Camel, lead manager, I guess, the boss of the music and sounds in PoE, is a fucking genius. Him and the audio team, actually one of our former streamers is working for them now as well, Badger. And Camel is fantastic. And the more I hear on the sounds in the PoE 2, the more I'm like, am I gonna stop playing music because I can listen to the in-game music? It's so weird because I never really done that. I think I'll play without music in the start just to have the experience of that when we play it the first few times before I go back to play music. I think I might actually do that on the launch, just for the simple fact that we want to go for that instead. That's basically the because it's so fucking good and it gives you that immersion and feeling for the game on a whole new level.
Chat,
sure,
do we
fair
hear a loud beeping? Let's see. No beeping. It's on your end.
All
Is
right,
everything
cool,
okay
good.
at
Yep,
the GGG
yeah,
office?
I think it's fine. It's just coming through my headset, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's all right. It's fine. I'll just ignore it.
They're telling you to not talk about the goblins.
Sure. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh my.
unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you for that. But
Okay, no,
yeah,
that's
I understand.
totally
I
fine.
do understand the issue, though.
Okay. Now, oh, sorry. Items. So, in the last time people got their hands on PoE2, we saw obviously the tiers, which you talked about, and can't wait to get my hands on that. We also saw items dropping with terms like advanced, expert, and ultimate. Are those related to tiers, or what is that?
So the reason why that is because so we didn't want to release. So what we've done in PoE2 is that all of the acts, they have a much more like the items that you find in each act are like way more related to the content of that act. So like as soon as you go to the desert, you're going to be finding like all of these like Marrakech themed items and so on. So for Act 4 and 5 and 6, we've obviously got a whole big set of base types that are all like, you know, related to those things. And so what we did was we're like, okay, we don't really want to like just have those dropping now because they kind of don't make sense for the content you're in. So what we decided to do was effectively make a duplicate of the base types that goes into the second set of difficulty, in second difficulty. And that way we can drop all of those there. And then that will mean that we just don't have the we don't have that we don't have to release all that stuff now, and then effectively at the point when we release the acts, we'll effectively also release the base types at the same time, and those base types will get replaced by the and the art and everything will get replaced by the new base types that we've already got. So yeah, that's effectively the what's going on with that.
like
now,
that.
in Endgame,
thematic
there are some
approach
base
to
types
it.
that relate to just Endgame. I'm not 100% sure exactly what the situation is with regard to the art stuff that they've done there, but effectively, by the time we're sort of completely done, it should be that we're not like having to repeat any art anywhere and all that sort of stuff. But for the time being, we've just got the that going on.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Now, also related to items in the tiers.
True, Quicks, true.
Obviously, tier 5 item will have amazing mods, amazing rolls, and the like once you identify it. What happens if you craft on it?
So yeah, it doesn't affect anything after you've identified it. So effectively, once you've ID'd it, like you've seen the mods are there, then effectively it is just a regular item as far as any other, like just like any other item would be. And that's kind of important because it's only really in the unidentified state when you see the tier. After that point, the tier doesn't matter anymore because like the decision that resulted from that is already decided and everything's everything's done.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the question, by the way, MP. That was from Empyrean. Okay, another one. So, I know that you vastly increased the number of orbs that are dropping in early game, and the intent is for people to be using said orbs on crafting. Are you at all worried about how this will affect the greater economy if people decide to just hoard everything and try to post it on the trading post? I'm curious about that because I'm going to be spamming my gear, but I think a lot of people will be like, I'll just save it to trade, you know?
I think it will be fine. So the nice thing about currency is that it's self-syncing, right? Like you get to actually use all that stuff. And I'm pretty sure people will be using it more because they have more. Like I think that's just how it will work.
It has to be in a position where they use it more because like the reason Chaos Orbs in PoE 1 has been like the golden standard is that it's one of the currencies you drop the most of. Not the most currency you drop the most of, but it is one of the more common ones. But most importantly, they are associated with the crafting cost on the crafting bench. And most of those crafts cost Chaos Orbs to craft. Then there's a few with Divine Orbs cost and a few with Exalt Orbs craft. So, because there is an associated currency sink, they become the golden standard of the currency trade. And Kira, yes, to purchase from the vendors, correct. So they, for the longest time, had a metacraft was associated with exalted orbs. Therefore, the secondary, more valuable currency to trade from chaos was naturally created to be exalted orbs because of the value it brings to metacrafting on the bench. Then they made a change some time ago where those crafts now cost divine orbs. And a natural change shifted in the game where the exalted orbs were no longer the secondary most valuable currency, if you will, in that sense, of the tradable currency, more common ones. Instead, those changed to divine orbs. So that's why people refer to divines in the game now being the valuable currency, because in the past, that was exalted orbs. In PoE 2, apparently we're getting a ton more exalted orbs than ever to further incentivize people actually crafting on their gear, but there isn't a crafting bench. They replaced that with a socket system and runes, which does not have an associated currency sync. So what they're trying to do is they're making people be more and more incentivized to actually use these orbs to use as theirs for their intended purpose, which is to craft with them on items. So I don't know what the most common craft orb people will be spamming on items, and that will be the golden standard currency orb that people will want to use. I just don't know how they're going to do that, because the associated currency sync in PoE 1 was very, it wasn't, I wouldn't want to use the word natural, but it was kind of forced upon us. And in PoE 2, we don't have that feature. So it will be completely player oriented and decided upon which currencies people will use the most on. And I genuinely think that since we're going to be given a lot of exalted orbs, that they are not going to be the most common created currency. I actually think it's going to be null orbs. Because you're going to be able to slam items a lot, right? But you need to get rid of some mods, and that's where the annulment orbs comes in. So I wouldn't be surprised if annulls becomes the golden standard of the equivalent of a chaos orb trade from PoE 1 to PoE 2.
So usually speaking, you don't really get hyperinflation with currency items because the way that they actually have as I said, because they're self-syncing.
Yeah.
But you never know. Like, we never really can tell exactly what will happen with an economy until we actually see it. But I really hope we don't have any problems from that, because having the more currency in the game just definitely makes the game significantly better to play through the game. I'm loving it. I just like the experience of doing all that stuff. So I really want to be able to keep that. And I think just the fact that you kind of don't have
Lola's saying GCPs and annulls will be the premium currencies. GCPs have a limited usage. There's a point where you don't need GCPs anymore. And because there's a limit of how much each player wants, they can never be like a commonly traded currency, because there's a cap of how much you want. Annulls, exalts, divines, or whatever the fuck, or the omen crafts, they don't have a cap. You can use them endlessly. So it has to be something that has a currency sync where they disappear from the market to become the golden standard, right? That's about it.
The scouring orb anymore, and the way that things are always added. Like, you're going to be wanting to add mods all the time. Like, it's just a common thing. And there's even sort of rules, like, for example,
my starting
so it
ascendancy
used
will
to
be
be that when you
Infernalist.
alped an item, gave you a random set of mods from 4 to 6, but now it's always 4. So it's like there's always going to be that you want to do the alch and then the exalts. So there's just more uses for that stuff. Like the adding stuff definitely, happens more often.
Yeah, I heard somebody got 4 exalted orbs by the end of Act 1 and just felt so good
I
being
dropped
able to slam
0
more items. So,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, runes. I know they're a recent addition. I had a few questions about them. First, are all runes just basic stats, such as resistances and the like, or are there any spicy combinations that might remind us of fan favorite ARPG, maybe later down the line?
So we don't have rune words. And the funny thing about the funny thing about that is that, like, I actually had a long conversation about this because it's one of those things that everyone remembers loving. But the funny thing about that is that, like, what they actually remember loving was not so much the mechanic of rune words, but just the fact that all the rune words were super OP. The rune words were just crazy powerful. And so, like, when people are like, oh, I love rune words, it's like they think it's the mechanic they liked, but no, like, it's just the items were just absolutely outrageous.
Yep.
It's sort of funny how it was like that.
Okay.
But what I will say is that like so runes are intended to be the kind of simple ones that don't have a lot of
He's right.
like,
Yeah,
like
of
a, lot,
course
a,
he
lot, a
is.
lot of complexity going on.
100%.
So it's the soul cores that you can put in the same sockets. Those are the ones that are intended to kind of have where there's more complexity, there's different stats, there's different things going on with them.
Okay. And with those, they're unremovable, correct? You can't take them out
Correct,
of gear
yes.
once you socket them in?
And that's just kind of our general philosophy of the fact that we wanted most crafting to be additive. Now, we still do have some crafting things that remove mods, but I guess the difference with the sockets is that every single mod that went in there, it's like there's no randomness to those decisions, right? Like every single thing you put in, it's like you completely controlled that outcome. So therefore, we don't feel like we have to provide a way to remove that because it's like that's entirely in your control. Whereas when you're talking about the random chance addings, like then it's like there can be ways that are also based on random chance to be able to remove that again. And then we've also got things like the omens that allow you to have more control over that. So like that sort of stuff makes sense. But for the socketables, it's like, well, yeah, it's like you chose to put that in. It's like, you know, I think the additive philosophy works fine for that.
Okay. Awesome. Now, 2 more questions on items here really quickly. One of them is about Splinter stack size. Now, I know we want to declutter the screen for
Yeah,
Path of
this is
Exile
a very
2
good
and keep the
question.
focus on combat, but it looked like from the trailer, the stack size, for example, the Breachstone is still 300. What's the design philosophy between like 300 stack size and 25 stack size?
So they actually drop like in stacks, and the reason why that's important is because it means that we can have effects that say if there's a mod that's like 10 plus 10%
That's my stream of
splinters,
stacks
it
right
means that
now.
when we drop a stack of 10, that plus 10% can actually make it a stack of 11. Which so basically it's just to give granularity so that when we're dropping them, we actually can like have the mods can like a plus 10% can actually be a thing that actually does something. So that's the reason why it's 300. It isn't necessarily to change like the amount of like things on the screen or the amount of the amount of duration that it takes to actually get to the boss. It's just about the granularity for mods, basically.
Did you see my donation? It takes the AI some time to work on it. I gotta see this. So Mr. X just donated $30, and there's an AI alert trigger. So the AI is actually still working on this. It's gonna sing a song. This is going to be so fucking cringe. Okay, so here's the thing. When you donate $30, mister, it will try to make a song out of your message. You wrote, thanks for being an amazing Twitch streamer. Oh, Mr. Bricks 84, you dropped a 30 spot. Appreciating my stream, that's what you got. You said I'm amazing, and that's pretty mean. But your donation's not gonna pay my me. I'm the Twitch swamp, streaming all night, entertaining you plebs with all my might. You toss me some coins, and that's just fun. Thank you, mister. Appreciate the dono. Again, guys, in the Twitch chat, you can type !AI and you'll have all the prompts there. So when you donate, say $30, for example, you can put in the message prompts for the AI, and it will make a song based on those prompts. And there's like image like alerts where it will make an image of me based off those prompts as well. Just type !AI, you can check it out.
Awesome. One more item.
I gotta run into the house
and
and fetch
just
some
one
food in a
final
second. Hannah
question
just wrote
for
to me,
you.
said
Thank
that
you so much
she's
for your
done
time, Jonathan.
cooking.
I really appreciate it.
So we'll finish this
Will
and I'll
there
run into
be
the house real quick.
vendor recipes in Path of Exile
Thank you,
2?
I
And if
appreciate the
so,
dono,
any
man.
examples?
So we actually decided to not do the system the same way how we did it before. So each,
Please,
so
it's here.
basically,
How you
we no
doing,
longer have the
Doctor?
vendor
Good
recipe
to see
like
you, dude.
idea as a concept where there's just a vendor who, where you can just do like any combination of items in the vendor. So the vendor that has that same UI is like for disenchanting. And then effectively what we've done is we've tried to pull like the different vendor recipes out into like benches or like items in the world or like NPCs with specific modes or things like that. Effectively like all of those things we want to try and make sure that they're kind of like just more discoverable than what they were in PoE 1. So like what we kind of want to do is like if we're going to do like for example the quality recipe where you had like 40% quality and you get a whetstone.
Yep.
Now that we've got the salvage bench, that's like a specific bench that's able to effectively replace the thing that was doing by something that effectively serves the same function, but it's like discoverable now because you've got like a bench that's dedicated to quality and also socket currency items. And if we're going to do for example, a 3-to-1 recipe, there is an item, a thing you get later, which has like three slots and then a bottom slot, and then you click the button that like, combines them. It's like got its own thing. So effectively it means that like, it's like more obvious, like when there's stuff like that. And effectively for each time where we want to have something that's like a vendor recipe, we can sort of find a place to put it, like make it more thematic, like have a little UI for it. There's even things like well, maybe I won't spoil the other ones, but effectively, whenever, but effectively, whenever we're doing, when we need a function like that, I think it's cooler to have a specific user interface, a specific place, a specific NPC, a specific object, like something like that you find that allows for that. And so it kind of gives you a hint that such a thing even exists in the first place. And then now that you've seen that, you're like, okay, what actually goes in here? Like, what is this for? Like, then like maybe you can have like little lore hints, things like that. It just makes the whole thing a little bit more discoverable, and I think a little bit more interesting. So yeah, that's effectively how I've replaced that system.
Yeah, when you said that, now I'm thinking that there could be nodes on the Atlas that house systems like this, little secrets where you could go and find these little crafting benches, which just sounds like so much fun. I know we talked about it earlier, the Atlas and the exploration aspect of it.
Right.
Huge W. I cannot wait to go in and just explore it. It's going to be great. Yeah. Okay, Jonathan, I've got one last question for you, and then we'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time again.
No problem.
I want you to give me the best single reason for everyone in the chat right now, everyone watching this VOD, to buy a supporter pack and log in on December 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern.
I think that really probably the main thing that you're going to love is just fighting those bosses. The combat with them is just like so fun. They're so varied and interesting. Like I'm just like, there's a lot of them to fight. If you...
Jonathan is locked and loaded.
If you
man
play
doesn't miss.
There'll be a lot of bosses to fight. I'm sure you're going to have a great time with them. It really is, I think, one of the things we're doing the best out of all the things we're doing.
Jonathan, will you be logging in on December 6th?
Of course. I mean, as soon as there's some kind of horrible fire with the servers, then I'll immediately have to probably deal with that instead. But so long as there aren't any problems, I'll just
let me see it, chat. Absolutely. Log in chat right now.
Jonathan, man, it's been great. Every time I talk with you, it's always so smooth. Everybody appreciates your time. Good luck the next 9 days. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Don't forget to leave a like and comment on the video. Here's the video. Just watch this. It's all to try. Leave a like, subscribe for more content, and leave any comment at all. Help the algorithm. That's what we do. Guys, Hannah just finished cooking food. That's my fiance. I'm going to run into the house and fetch some food real quick. So let me just boot up some Path of Exile 2 gameplay, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Where's the video? I had it here somewhere. 2 hours. 2-hour video. Where the fuck is it? Am I stupid? Where's the 2-hour video? I am retarded, aren't I? I can't fucking find it. That's the podcast. There. Good. You guys get to watch this. I'll hurry inside the house. I'll be back in a moment. I fetch some food. And I need a bio break, so like give me like 2 or 3 minutes. Right back.
Growlwood has changed, and not for the better.
Food. Oh. Oh yes, food. All right. Where was I? Okay. Is there any other video we should be watching? Any other video we should be watching at all? So I can eat my food at the same time. Anyone has a video I should watch? Path of Exile 2. Anyone? Let's see gameplay. Wait, what was that? Oh, I gotta watch this though.
Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger out.
Yeah, that's basically it. Fuck. I want to eat my food before it gets cold. Gameplay. Asma's video opening the box 2 hours ago. I don't want to watch opening the box because I'm gonna open my own. I don't want to get spoiled on how to do it. Bayera has a video. No commentary. Player warrior playthrough. All right, let's watch this. Right, we won't watch all of it though. Gonna finish eating my food.
Well, I must say, it hurts me, foundling, to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a child without hope, whipped and broken. Our people took you as one of their own, made you strong. And how did you repay us? Sedition, violence, lies. You were not born here, but you will die here.
I don't know what the second one will be.
Speak now,
we'll see.
If you choose. Quickly, he's escaping. Stop the foundling.
Have to keep moving.
Quickly, he's escaping. Stop the foundling.
Have to keep moving. 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 Have to keep
We're not gonna watch very much, so I'm just gonna finish my food. And then we move on. If you don't want to get spoiled, take a small break. Give me like 10 minutes. There's ads coming in 5 minutes anyways. Do you like the AI song, by the way? 6 hours? Yeah. We'll see how long it takes me. A guy for food? Pass the grand.
Feel my wrath.
Now this might...
I'm so fucking excited, dude. It's gonna be so much fun.
be just what I need. What power?
No, I haven't received the box yet. Essentially, it's stuck in custom. And the Swedish Postal Service need me to send another document to them. So, I yet again have to directly after the stream go fix that tonight. So I hopefully will have it tomorrow. Fucking insane. Plus Nord, yep.
Face me!
I've never seen Hellraiser now. Boys, I'm probably gonna have to eat up these words, but I used to work as a mechanical engineer. How fucking hard can it be to open a box, a puzzle box? Can't be that hard. Just use a hammer. I did see that tweet.
Tempered by victory.
This is not a mental breakdown. We'll see. It can't be that hard. Kiki, that's sorry message. Just skip it. Yeah. I haven't tried the in-ear one. Are those wireless too? Any reason why? So does anyone in chat want to show Kiki's why we're not gonna post a YouTube video of me reacting to Talkative Try's interview? Because you guys fucked it up. So anybody want to show it off? Just spam it up. You guys know what I'm talking about. What did we do? What did you not do? Rickroll? No. I think we had like half an hour, 40 minutes of it just being Golden Kappa train spammed. Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to edit it a lot, Kiki. Like a lot. If you ever want that up. Be my guest. Let me watch the Rod Ferguson interview for a couple minutes of that mid-run. Guys, why the fuck? It just kept on rolling, dude. It was insane. Chat's punishing you for the Rickroll yesterday? Yeah. Fucked over the monetization, man. Well, I'm done eating. And most important, after food snooze. Oh yeah, wait, hold up. What did I agree to do at 26,000 subs again? Somebody mentioned 26,000 subs. Right, it was a tattoo. Right. So I said that if the third Witch Ascendancy is a cool one, I would get a tattoo, a back painting on my entire back if we managed to hit 26,000 subs. And I would talk to my tattoo artist. You can actually see my tattoo artist if you type !TED in the Twitch chat. I would talk to him and see if he's up for doing another, because we've done a couple sessions on like the PoE sleeve I have. We actually stream those. Most of them. Sorry. So yeah, if we manage to, one way or another, hit 26,000 subs, I'll do a back tattoo. Like, I'll do that. Back tattoo of Infernal Mommy. Yeah, Michelle Roots, yeah. But yeah, we did stream a few of these the tattoos we did with the PoE sleeve. Where we have Arakali in human form. So we got Arakali in human form. So we did stream that. Yeah, it would be a Diablo-like tattoo, correct. All right, let's get some music going. Let's figure out what we're doing today. I'm just saying, What is that, bro? With 26k subs, you would be top 15 by sub count and Twitch active sub count. Jesus. You do understand, guys, that we will be competing against a bunch of other streamers that are much bigger than me in PoE2 directory for the subathon as well. Wouldn't the first goal be to make sure that the subathon lasts longer than theirs? Wouldn't that be the first goal? They won't be in a hot tub. That's true. They won't be in a hot tub, but I will. I will be in an outdoor hot tub in the middle of fucking December. But you're the minion streamer, so all minion players will watch you. That's true, but are you saying that minion players are more wealthy than non-minion players? Is that what you're telling me? So they have enough disposable income to think it's a fun activity to throw money at some random guy online's face. Are we too hot with you there in the tub? Oh man, real What Is Love is back with the good compliments. Somebody should gift him a sub. God damn it. Thesis on that. My minions go to work for me. True, actually. Minion players lives on noodles. Seems to be a pretty even split here in the community about minion players. Get D4 bad tattooed underneath for 30k subs. It would be really funny to do a D4 bad tattoo. That would actually be funny as fuck. I throw money at you because your core value, especially about your thoughts on Christmas, helped me many years, and I know I actually look forward to Christmas. I'm glad to hear that. Like, I'm lucky that we celebrate on the 24th, so I have my Hannah's and her side of the family's coming over this year. But I always stream on the 25th, and I have been for the past decade. I always stream on the 25th. I think it's important. As I know what it's like to celebrate Christmas by yourself, and it sucked. So I don't want others to feel that. So if I'm able to stream on the 25th, which I've made sure that I am for over a decade now, I will stream on the 25th. So we can have our community to hang out with on Christmas. Return to darkness. That's awesome. I think it's important. I think it's very important. For me, it is, at least. For me, that's important. PoE 2 and Christmas? Yes, sir. Song? This is All That Remains, No Knock. Do you have a public playlist? I've hidden the playlist in a very cryptic command in the stream. You will never guess it. Ever. Did some math. The average of all PoE players data from my YouTube channel is 32 years old. Fuck, he found it immediately. God damn it. Very different genre, but have you ever played Metal Singer? No, I never done. Never done. I saw it, though. I've seen it. Not gonna lie, that cracked me up. I'm glad you like it. All right, let's check Reddit posts because there doesn't seem to be any other videos you want me to look at, right? Classic meme right there. Jonathan Rogers appreciation post. New players in PoE 2 waiting for December 6th. That's so good. No love for Mark. Yeah, poor Mark. An ARPG tier list that no one can argue with. Oh, I got arguments already. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this? First off, where's Torchlight Infinite? Secondly, why is Diablo 1 above Diablo 2? Why is PoE 1 above PoE 2? Why the fuck is Torchlight 3 even in the list? Am I stupid? He doesn't know. Look closer. What am I missing? What do you mean look closer? What am I missing? I see it now. Fuck! He got me. Fuck! Oh, he got me. I can't argue. The tier list is accurate. This tier list is 100% accurate. This is it. 100%. I cannot argue against it. Fuck, man. I can't believe he got me. Fuck, dude. Oh, man. If you get it, don't tell anyone. People will have to figure this one out by themselves.
I don't like it. It's
Don't
shit.
tell anyone. Let them figure it out. Fuck, dude. Oh, you got me so... Oh, man. Oh, they got me so well with that. Fuck, dude. That's an upvote. Fucking hell. This is the one and only tier list you'll ever need to look at. Explain, please. Look closer. You'll get it eventually. It's not that hard.
Are you new to PoE?
Once you see it, it's very obvious. Once you see it, it's very obvious. You cannot argue against this. Oh my god, man. Fuck, dude, it took me way too long to get that. Maybe I will struggle with the puzzle box after all. But Titan Quest 2 isn't out yet. The only thing missing is an infinity symbol up here. An infinity symbol. And having Torchlight Infinite there. Fuck, man. Good lord, man. It took me way too long to get that. Okay. Holy shit, man. Me trying to make it through finals week and not nuke my grade. Supported by merch. All right. Oh, look, kitty. Thank you for shopping with us. Liberator of Rayclast. Xbox PV2, you could buy Diablo 4. Okay, that's really funny. Diablo Refugee here. Just beat PV campaign for the first time ever. Question for this ex Jonathan interview. You cannot respec a status in PV2. This could be a permanent thing, according to Jonathan. We heard that in the interview we just watched. I love this one. This is like the best one ever. %100% service will crash and burn on the 6th. Steam top seller global. They beat Stalker. They beat Stalker. The highest supporter pack you can buy on Steam is $100, by the way. We're so fucked in day one. Gonna buy the 160 pack of BWSR, run it through Steam. Yeah. That's what I've done. I made a tweet. About no way this goes live with these numbers. It's like adding 2x level 20 support gems to all of our minions at once in Act 2. This is pretty fucking nasty. Why can't I preload on Steam? Only on the Xbox? God damn it. What the fuck? Bro, I was trying to respond. Bro, I can't spell. Tibia stream when? Oh, you want this action? This is the action you want? Bro, I have high octane action training my medic level on a dummy right now. It's super high octane right now. This is the next level gameplay. This is what people want to see, right? Are you still hogging the dummy? Yeah, you are. Okay, I'll stay here then. This is still crazy though. Ben put out a meme video. We'll check it out then. It's still better than Diablo. I mean, if anyone wants to join us in Tibia, you're more than welcome to. We have a lot of people that we're playing with off stream right now. 2K charges left on my one. All right. Yeah, you're more than welcome to join, folks. We are playing on an old PvE server. And we're all there. We're so many people playing right now. It's kind of crazy. Ben, you said. A meme video. This is the best of PoE 2 ascendancy. Okay. 42 minutes ago, by the way. Here's the video.
Before we talk about any of that PoE 2 stuff, the tree talk made me come and look at this because I was just, I was curious about what the tree was like pre-Scion. And parts of it I remember, but also this was like fucking 12 years ago. And my god, there was no fucking rules at all when they made this tree. There was like, they were just like, yep, so do what you want. Just fucking, sure. Put it there, why not? Look at this shit. +5 max Ulras. The synth, like, notables aren't in every single wheel. They're just like randomly just small nodes and stuff back here that do random shit. This gets worse the deeper you go into it. Inner Force is OP as hell. Little 1 point notables that exist randomly. There's extra bad points after notables. Like, there was just, like, what is this shit? There's just life nodes behind the strength node. Blockbuster behind an ent node. Yeah, it was just like the most random shit. Like, right here, hypothetically, let's say you're chilling. You come right here. And then you see this tower and this tower. And you're like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go down here. You go down, you die in this map. You can never re-enter this map ever again. So if you want to get over here, you need to like backtrack up to the right and come around, or like left. But then if you were to hypothetically break this one as well, and break both of these, your ass is like, you're going off screen. Like you're going so far over here. You might as well just like abandon this tower altogether as soon as you fuck up like that. You soft lock your Atlas. That's one thing I'm kind of curious about.
Artifacts or strong boxes, even
like when you first start.
I love how everyone's memeing on the whole tier list and best class videos
maps
now.
Surround your starting area. Are you done? Is it go next league? Like, not even new character. this shit's account wide, right? Yeah, Vire probably. I'm sure they have a failsafe so you can't literally break your entire starting area and be unable to
They've
leave.
confirmed that, yes.
But that'd be funny if you could. But even just like right here, like because it's so narrow, there's like one location where if you're trying to go left for whatever reason, you fuck up one map and this entire area is basically locked off, which is fine. It's cool. But like I am correct about waystone levels, right? Like this node right here could be level 1 or level 16 based on just whatever waystone you put there. And like these are just the tile sets. So like this could be dunes, for example. Actually, this down here is dunes, whereas this up here is like could be, I don't know, fucking channel or something.
Sure, I know.
And then you just go there. And we have to game balance the hardcore. It'll probably be a little more hardcore friendly because there's so many die equals fail mechanics. One thing I really am a little concerned about is because dying means you've like failed the entire, like this thing up here in the top center is a fortress. There's like 3 mini bosses and then a big boss. If you die to any of it ever, it's over. You lost. It's done. And I'm a little concerned because the penalty for failing is so high. It might just be super easy. Like, and I wouldn't want that. How do you roll life flasks? You pick them off the ground, you transmute it, you augment it, and you hope you get the 2 mods you wanted. The thing with the flasks, forcing like 1 life flask, 1 mana flask, I think I don't have a problem with that. Hopefully that doesn't mean that mana flasks are required for sustain forever. But the way utility flasks work, I kind of hate a lot. It's basically a completely like hands-off system that makes you immune to certain ailments, but only.
But Ben, just because you were bred in a test tube and came out to be like the most godlike goat of all time in ARPG games, and wow, I'm just saying, the mortals actually love this. The plebs like this. All right, not everyone is like that talented. Okay, you gotta like come down back to earth. All right, we'll let you soar again, spread your wings and fly, or go. You're a god. I'm just saying. But most people like that it's hands off. Okay.
Only for the first time it happens to you, so it's like a really shitty band-aid. And if you're relying on it for freeze, you'll kind of just go like the majority of your time playing the game, never getting frozen, because whenever you get frozen, it auto removes it with no input from you. Just auto removes it, and then you're not going to track your fucking flash charges because it's fully automatic. And then randomly you'll just get frozen, and now you're frozen.
I'm new to the community. Why is Ben so good? Any race event in hardcore? Not any. He's not won all of them, but he's won most of these races. The dude is incredibly good at this game when it comes to racing. Like, insane how good he is. Like, it's absolutely crazy. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. So, Cicerone has hosted these gauntlet races, which is basically a hardcore event where everything is jacked up to the fucking tits with insanity mods all over the field. And people struggle to go through the campaign in those events. And those events are have a point system to killing the endgame super uber version of pinnacle bosses with all of these cracked mods. And Ben has always delivered a super high quality performance in these and won most of the majority of those events as well, which is pretty cool.
Frozen,
extremely talented.
Isn't full and you're frozen. And if that system in the game means that other different sources of more reliable mitigation for these effects like don't get created, that would be not ideal. Because shit like freeze and stun, you know, you die when you get frozen or stunned, like instantly. I still don't know how logging out works. Jonathan said in the campaign, if you log out, when you log back in, you'll be at your most recent checkpoint, which is very different than what it was mentioned like before, where it's like the game would pause and you log back into the exact same spot with all the same monsters in the same area. I'm pretty sure it just kills, like whatever zone you're in is just dead when you log, at least in campaign. And then when you come back and log in, you're to the last checkpoint, which means logging out is safe. You know, if you log out at 10 HP with a fucking like slam hitting you in the head like 1 second later, like you'll come back into a checkpoint. Checkpoint and game state or waypoint. Well, those two things can do the same thing sometimes. So when you walk up to a boss, you pass a little like pylon that literally says checkpoint.
Hmm.
So then, like, that's your most recent checkpoint. If you log out and come back the next day, you'll spawn right by that checkpoint. If you die to the boss and hit respawn checkpoint, you'll spawn at the checkpoint right there. Are there pictures yet of all the notables hovered over? Like, Temporal Rift is dog shit in PoE1, because in the first version of the game, recovery is instant. You can just go to full HP instantly, whenever you want, on, like, any build, basically. That's not the case in PoE2, so, like, this skill is going to be way better. Way fucking better.
Very true. Standalone client for PoE2? I don't know, actually. That's a good question.
PoB2 already in motion from speculation. Or if there's like a fucking tree in PoB2 where they just guessed all of the single points based on the fucking icon, that would be insane.
Not say anything.
Thank you for this.
Okay. Oh, you got
And
this.
get
Okay.
flashbanged.
He's just taking from
I
stream.
make
Okay.
this like full screen.
Oh, nice crotch. Nice. Can you use any minion while using a bow, or do you have to have a weapon swap? No, you can use any minion, but you're gonna want
What is
spirits.
this gallery shit? I found a way for it to be dark. Monk, Acolyte of Chalupa. That's a lot of max chaos res.
So he's just gonna go. Yeah,
instant.
he's just gonna go through these. We've already done that though. We've gone through those already. What else do we have? We don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need this. Is there anything else we missed that we should look at? Maybe not a meme vid? No, it's just taken from a stream. That's fine. That's okay. You already clipped it? Come on, guys. Oh, I got arguments already. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this? First off, where's Torchlight Infinite? Secondly, why is Diablo 1 above Diablo 2? Why is PoE 1 above PoE 2? Why the fuck is Torchlight 3 even in the list? Am I stupid? He doesn't know. Look closer. What am I missing? What do you mean look closer? What am I missing? I see it now. Fuck! He got me. Fuck! Did I... Wait, why does it say I banned someone? What? Why did it say I banned someone? Did I misclick someone's name? I accidentally clicked the button and I permabanned someone from the channel. I'm so sorry, Griffin. Oops. I just looked over at the chat and it says Gassy TV permaban Griffin 776. I'm like, what the fuck? What did he type? What did I do? Oh my god. No one will get the game early, Oak Fight. No, Oak Fig. I am so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Oh, man. Um... All right, there we go. Sorry. A lot of footage available, especially from early game. There's tons of footage. Yeah, we have lots to do. Holy shit! Apparently, there's a buyback window. Dude, I don't know, man. Hold up. I gotta gift him a sub because I fucked him over. Give me a second. Gift a sub. Gift a specific viewer. Griffin776. Hold on. Oh, give me a second, boys. Oh my god, I have to approve it? Okay. Okay, Twitch, come on. Come on. Give me a second, boys. I feel so bad because I misclicked the perma-ban name from the channel. There. I'm making amends here. I feel so bad about it, dude. I deserved it for even thinking of starting Bow instead of Minions, but I'm back on Minions bandwagon. Now you deserve the sub even more. I should have given you a higher tier.
GHAZZY TV
Fuck.
gifted a tier 1 subscription to Griffin776 and included the message. GHAZZY TV
I don't even know how it
gifted a tier
happened.
1
I must have
sub
like hit
to
the left click or something.
Griffin776.
Bandwagon. Oh my god. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Holy shit. No, I should have given him a higher tier now. God damn it, man. Fuck, dude. What was the message you wrote that I banned? He said, can you use any minion? Oh, that was the question. Yeah, I responded to it. Can you use any minions while using bow? Or you have a weapon swap? And then I just perma-banned his ass. It's like, stupid ass question, man. Go fuck yourself. Misclick me one day. Yeah, Dino, I'm hovering over your name right now. First time to do this, a PoE launch. Wait, worst thing to do what? Sorry. Tomorrow on PoE subreddit, streamer bans viewers for asking questions. Tibia on 4K is so damn small. It is. Algorithm man, if you are joining, drop a comment in the okay, so in our Discord server, on the left-hand side, we have a Tibia channel down here. So just drop a message in here, and I'll tell the boys, and I'll get you into a little hangout Discord server that we're using for Tibia specifically, and I'll get you invited to the guild and whatnot. Welcome in, dude. Hope you have fun with us. You know, if SRS can be linked as well, given its Spirit Reserve rather than normal skill, you should be able to, yes. Let's try it out for now. Juice up. Welcome in, man. What's Tibia about? I try not to talk too much about it because every time we do, I end up explaining everything. But this is Tibia. This is an old MMO RPG game that came out in 1997, 6 months after RuneScape came out. Both RuneScape and Tibia are inspired by the Ultima games. So for all of you boomers out there, you know what Ultima is and Ultima Online. And Tibia specifically is actually more active on Twitch. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. RuneScape. Watch this. RuneScape. No. I want the fucking... No, wait. RuneScape old school is what people use, right? Old school RuneScape. Watch this here. There are... Holy shit. 48,000 viewers. Is there like an event going on? Oh, they have a new league. Okay, so there's something big happening here right now. Normally, you see this around 5,000 viewers. 5 to 10,000. Yo, Pox is there, my man. And if you go to Tibia... There's nothing special happening right now, and they have 8.7 thousand people watching on Twitch. It's actually fucking cracked. But yeah, it's an old MMORPG game. They release, they have 2 major releases every year. 9K people, yeah, just watching right now. It's actually crazy. So they have 2 major releases every year. One in a summer update and one on a winter update. And it's a very old MMORPG game, but we actually play it off stream with the community. So we're a lot of people playing now. So if anybody wants to join, you're more than welcome to. And that's it. What are you talking about, Kikis? I'm confused. PoE like or Exile like? No, TBA is not PoE like or Exile like. Oh, your own stuff? All right. Exile like. But no. So we're doing that off stream. We're having a good time. Like, I got to get the postal service shit done tonight. Like, I don't have a choice. I have to, again, fix another document, which I can't do in my home. So I got to fix that tonight after the stream. And then I need to ship it over to them before the contact person for customs for companies closes tonight. So I got to get them that document. So hopefully I'll get the fucking Voldo box by tomorrow. It's been a shit show to deal with this. And it's Sweden's fucking postal services are terrible. So that's what I'll be doing tonight. But when I'm back, I'll very likely get some videos recorded. And then I'm going to play Tibia with the boys. That's my plan for tonight. Are you out of Rook Guard? Bro, I'm level... What level am I? 537, bro. I'm pumping it. What is this? 10,800 charges. And I got 15.67% left for the medic level. I'm high level, okay? Or high-ish, I guess. You think you'll be able to open it tomorrow? I think I will open it pretty fast, yes. I don't think opening a puzzle box would be that hard. And I think that everyone else who's having troubles with it, that they're stalling for content and faking it. Because it can't be that hard. That's my argument. No, Ruka doesn't exist anymore now. They have a fucking skill tree in the game, man. They've actually introduced a skill tree in the game. There's so much that they've done with this game. This charm system, which actually received an update this Monday to be much better than it's ever been. But they literally have a fucking skill tree. It's insane. So it's Exile-like. Yes, it's Exile-like. A friend of mine is like 1200. Sure. Crazy. Then if you keep up with the hardcore WoW stuff, but Tyler 1 is an absolute troll and his shit. Stealing Druid of the Fang pants from a rogue. And Druid in winning character type role trolling. I don't really care about the hardcore WoW. I remember when the chick, what was her name? Bubbles was the world first player in Tibia to hit level 200. And she was the first to 300 as well, I think. Tibia high scores. Experience. So this is the highest level player in the world right now. Level 2,723. There's no cap in this game. It's an infinite game. There is no ending. This is the highest player in the world. The rank 2 and 3, these two players, is a married couple. They are married. My understanding is that they met in Tibia many years ago, and they are now married. These two players. And they played together. They're level 2,700 plus. It's absolutely insane. It's so cool. Like, look at the top list. This is the top a lot. But, like, look at top 50. Rank 50 in the world is level 2,090. And the highest one is 2,700. That's how big of a difference it is. Whoa, daily XP minus 1 billion XP? How many times did this guy die? Bro! That's more XP than my character has in total. I have 2.5 billion XP, actually. Never mind. What the fuck, dude? Where's my character? Here's my character. Deaths. I have died 9 times. That's a quest thing. You don't lose anything. So 8 deaths. That was a DC lag issue. This one, Buxton killed me. Motherfucker. This is my fault. That's my fault. Buxton killed me. Buxton killed me. Buxton definitely killed me. And this one's my fault. Jesus Christ. It's so much worse than dying in 98 in PoE. Yeah. Yes, it is. What level am I for context? 537. But I only play when there's no launches or anything happens. So I play a lot now. Like, I play off stream every day, more or less at the moment, when I have the time when I'm not recording videos or there's like a PoE launch. And then when PoE 2 comes out, I won't be playing for a couple of weeks at least before I play again off stream. So that's just how it goes. But a lot of us people that are playing it right now, we're doing that. So we have a shitload of people. We got a bunch of new guys that joined us the last few days as well. So if you do decide to join, we have a lot of new players joining. So we're just a shitload of people sitting in Discord having a blast. Sometimes you have to die a couple of billion times back worth of XP to get a couple billion XP forward. That's not how it works now. Which game? It's called Tibia. It's called Tibia. It's an old MMORPG game. So it's really cool. I will say this, though, before we move on to another topic. I will say this. What I really like about the game is that it's never ending. And you can play the game. And if you decide to stop playing and you come back half a year later, you can just keep going with the character you have because they keep updating the game. And there's no ending to it. So you can play a character and then stop playing for a year and then come back a year from now and continue that character. It's like really nice. Like it fits perfect because I can play it when I have time between launches of PoE and whatnot, and then I'll be busy for a few weeks, and then I'll play again when I have time. So we're quite a lot of people playing right now. It's very fun. Anyways, was there a video I was gonna watch? Somebody said something about someone releasing a video. Who was that? Who released a video that I should be watching? Someone mentioned that, and then we got derailed with Tibia. No one? Was it on YouTube chat? Nothing? Okay. Nothing else, so we wanted to check here, right? PoE 2 hideout interface. Oh my god. This is actually fantastic. Try the Ben video, but that was just more of the same. Yeah. We saw all of this already. Come home and see this. You can't respec ascendancy in PoE 2, and this could be a permanent thing. Yeah, that's what they're originally setting out. I'm not a big fan of that decision personally. Home 3 was fucking good. It was. It really was. What class are you going to play in Path of Exile 2 as your first character? Dummy, Mommy, Infernalist. That's the plan. Dummy, Mommy. Dummy, Mommy. Oh, man. PoE 2 sub? PoE 2 Reddit. I actually didn't think about that. Key giveaways. If you're a new content creator, please, for the love of God, don't upload this clickbait. Do this now. The best new build, the fastest way too. Here's a good fucking goated post. Game will probably destroy new players, and this type of content will make it worse and make them quit, and you will get a lot of hate from us. True. Very true. Very, very true. Learn. Learn. Bunch of key giveaways. No login, but oh, you can boot up and see the intro scene. December 6th. Oh man, that is so good. An official wiki with the game hosted by GGG. It's the only wiki that's being maintained by the community. That's true. PoE 2 weapon stat requirements. Pre-launch Jonathan appreciation post. We had chat enable and queuing or something. Service on the December 6th. True. True. Buyback mechanic. That's what Mr. Havoc had a tweet about. That was what I was going to look at. Somebody linked it earlier. It was the buyback menu. Would amend old hideout purchases work? Ones with the new supporter packs work in PoE 1? Yep. And they want to integrate so that all of the MTX works for both, right? That's what they've said. Single digits, boys. Dude, he was literally a minute in and posted. That's a good post. That's a good snipe right there. Early access invites are going out. Try talk interview summary with Jonathan Rogers. Invitation link. Archmage stuff. Ailment rework from GGG Viper-esque on Discord. Damaging ailments care about the final pre-mitigation damage of the hit now. So crit damage naturally affects ignite damage with crits. Damage relative to monster ailments threshold increases the chance of inflicting ignite and shock specifically. Crits have no specific interaction with ailments. They are more likely to inflict ignite and shock because they deal more damage, and that's it. Okay. It's posted twice, though. The hell? Do you know if which Liberator supporter pack opting out of receiving physical goods will that also remove the art book from the physical goods list? Well, the art book is a physical item, so yes, that would be the case, Quix. This is the way. What is this? Oh my god. Before the announcement, watching the announcement, rewatching the announcement, watching streamers react to the announcement, watching podcasts about the announcement, watching developer interviews about the announcement, watching streamers react to the developers' interviews about the announcement. It's still not December 6th. Classic. In a parallel dimension, fake tweet. What else do we have? Wait, why does it say top 2? Is this global? He didn't say that for me. Hello? Steam top seller. Why can't I change to global there? This is global. And that's showing it on the 5th place. Spaghettification. This is a real node, by the way. First 3 are free, but PoE 2 is going to be free, but yes. This should tell you the region. It's just an image, so I can't see it. Top 2 by revenue in Switzerland behind CS2. Jesus. Christ. Jesus Christ. It's fine. I am the Blizzard and I shall rage. This is so good. Top 1 in New Zealand. New classes are added during early access. First time. So good, dude. PoE2 is number 1 in most purchased free-to-play game ever. No more claws. So this image is quite interesting because I was talking about this with Jonathan in the interview we had with Darth, and I said there's no regular spellcaster staves. They're quarterstaff, but not the regular ones. There's no wands in here either. And they refer to them being here, like wands being an occult thing or stuff like that. Seemingly. I saw a comment to someone getting really mad at the character choice was a hanging. Basically, I'm not playing if I need to hang 11 other people to play mine. Bro, if you're looking for snowflakes, you'll always be able to find them. I have the Blood Mage as my... this is what I'm using on mine. On my background right now. It's so good. Good shit. It's nothing new, right?
Do you have any footage from a fun class? Yep, you're watching it. You are watching the fun class footage. There is no funner class than Warrior. Warrior is the only GigaChad class. It's straight up the best class. All the most handsome players will be playing Warrior, by the way, in case you were wondering. This person's just face tanking, no dodging. This person is me. You're watching GDPS gameplay in its finest. Look, you're welcome to roast me all you want for this footage, but I was trying my damnedest. All right, this is classic DM Warrior footage. I don't know what you want from me. Check out my backyard, ladies and gentlemen. Blizzard has its revenge today. We have some new footage to show, by the way. So you start by...
That was so out of context. Like, oh, the warrior. Check out my backyard, ladies and gentlemen. I'm like, what?
Basically having a tutorial. You've probably seen this part already. I switched from shield one hand to two-hand pretty fast. How long was the test this time? Just over 7 hours. I think it was closer to 8 hours. I had a pretty good amount of time to play it here. Were you playing WASD? No, I used click to move mostly here. Rolling slam is pretty much the move I use most of the time. How recent is this gameplay? The most recent. So this would have been the most recent test of gameplay there is right now.
Let me link you guys this video. Let's watch this.
Very first boss. This is essentially
Here's the video we're watching.
Spacebar to avoid attack. So it kind of has like an actual tutorial in the beginning. So this is the witch's house. So there are, I'm going to pause this just real fast here. So you're going to notice there's like a witch here that isn't aggro until you click the cauldron and then disappears. So this is like the witch's house. This is one of those bosses that's like a sub, like you don't have to fight this boss. They were mentioning that when you see a checkpoint in the game,
I'll try
there
both.
might be something around it. And this is one of those scenarios in which it's summoned an elite. And it caught me off guard. I didn't expect this. I'm pretty sure I get dumpstered here, like immediately. So you can see it's like a yellow elite. Actually kind of scary, and I'm pretty sure I just straight up die here at my first attempt on this guy. I was like kind of caught off guard here. Ran out of potions, and then I'm pretty sure I just die and go back and redo it because the checkpoint relaunches me right here. So I'm like, holy moly. So I think I tried killing this guy a couple times actually, and I am unable to kill it. Yeah, I tried to go back 10. I realized I can't go back 10. I could have just ran, I suppose. I said just die here. I think I tried to kill it like 2 or 3 times. Realized like it's kind of brutal, and then I go kill the other shit and come back to it, I think, which is sort of what they were talking about in the interview, where it's like they want people to go around, if you can't beat something, kind of come back. Look at the dot, it's the dude draining your health. It's like it's the damage that's spread out over time, and my potion, like I'm literally right in the beginning of this game here, and he keeps teleporting around. I'm kind of getting shit on here. At this point, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go farm some more, get some levels, and come back, which is basically what
standing in the damage over time effect.
I think people are going to run into those types of situations and wonder, like, do I need to, you know, what am I doing wrong, or get frustrated, and then they just got to kind of do what Jonathan was talking about in the interview, which is like continue to go get gear, farm, etc. I will leave all of the me suffering footage in here so you can at least watch it. The rolling slam is like the majority of my damage throughout the entirety of this run, but is like slightly disappointing with how slow it was how I felt. So I feel like I need some attack speed. This is me trying to figure out like where I want to go. My plan was from the beginning, I have ZDPS through almost this entire run, because my plan from the beginning is find where stun buildup is, and then I want to do stun buildup. So I want to see how fast I can proc the stun, because in my very first test when I was doing this was I consistently spam mace, and it made it where the bosses actually got locked out. I would immediately get it where they can't, like the bosses couldn't attack at all. And since that gameplay, I noticed they kind of changed that, because my very first footage is me like cheesing bosses, like the bosses can't even move. They're just getting stunned over and over and over and over and over again. So I kind of wanted to try that out again. You'll notice the interruption, which I think is where stun threshold is going to come in nicely. So you're going to watch ZDPS for a while before I get my head out of my ass here in Act 1, by the way. Have Portal Scrolls been removed? Yes. Portal Scrolls were removed. It is free to Portal back. You can just hit the button to go straight back. They do not need Portal Scrolls anymore. ID Scrolls are still in the game. Cast timer instant. The Portal has a cast time and can be interrupted. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I die a fuckload here. This is a warning for people with ZDPS. This is a pretty brutal portion. I'm pretty sure I die the Rust King about 15 times. ZHP greater than ZDPS? It's both. It's both ZHP and ZDPS. From what I've seen, what do you think is a realistic playtime of the first act? I assume, Jonathan, 25 hours for X1 3s for non-PoE players. So, a good question. I got to the end of Act 2 in about 7 hours, and then I struggled to kill the final Act 2 boss for like 2 hours, and straight up couldn't kill him. And that's because I definitely needed to like get stronger, but I knew the servers were about to turn off because they turned off after 8 hours, and I was like, I'm going to just sit here and smash my head into this boss and try to beat him. So it took me about 7 hours effectively to get to the end of Act 2. You under-leveled in bad gear. I was 3 levels down on the zone when I started, and then I ended up being even leveled by the end of it because of how many times I had to run through the zone. Is the story good? I wouldn't know. I skipped the story because I didn't fly there for voice acting. I wanted to play the game, so I was actively trying to play the game.
True.
Poison looks cooked. Yeah, it's pretty brutal start, dude. They give you a lot of mobs. Like, people worry about the density and stuff, but it's actually, like, kind of hard. Seems like survivability stats are a must-have. Yeah, you really do. I was trying to find a way to survive here in the beginning. Once I get out of, like, the first 2 zones, it started being a lot smoother. The first bit was actually pretty brutal for me, I'm not gonna lie to you. For new players, dying a bunch of something I'm expecting to do. How much will this impact my early game, or is it only late game I have to worry about? Okay, so I can only speak to my class. I know there's some other classes that had smoother starts. I died a whole bunch the first, like, hour and a half. There's no doubt about it. And then there was some bosses that I was dying to. In terms of, like, how does this impact your experience, I think you'll probably have to learn to go back to town. I really, like, for some reason, I just didn't want to go back to town. Like, right here, I could run behind the tree and go back to town. But, like, I figured it was faster
I don't want to go back
die
to town
and
either.
resurrect since there's no penalty. And
So that was one of the main things we had as criticism for the game in the early playtest that we did. We called it well finder builds. Essentially, you'd play, you ran out of flask, you port back to town, click a well to refill your flask, go back in. It was really frustrating. They've made significant changes to not need this anymore. But sorry, DM, but if you decide to play a build in a way that is dealing like no damage, you might want to change to a 2-handed weapon. If you're not doing enough damage, the shit ain't dying fast enough for your flask to get your charges back, then you'll end up in situations like this.
I can continue to kill the mobs for XP, so I was like, well, I'll just keep doing it this way. But I probably could have just gone back to town. I'm trying to, like, rush because I kind of wanted to get to Act 2 early because I'd already seen Act 1, which is kind of stupid. There's the hammer I needed, so I was, like, panicking trying to get the hammer. I don't think it's going to, like, impact your experience. I think the point is it's supposed to be kind of difficult, and then you'll feel like you're doing your build correctly. You'll get stronger, and, like, let me give you an example. So right now, like, look how much I'm getting mobbed, right? Like, absolutely brutal. It feels way better once you're strong enough to, like, destroy through these mobs. So, like, kind of the low, weak start makes you feel better as you go through. Like, does that make sense? Why are you not blocking? Because I was elected to lead, not to read. I'm not necessarily a fan of blocking. I'm trying to do damage. I just want to hit them. So as soon as I drop
I love this guy. This is why I love having him as a co-host for our Tavern Talk podcast.
I'm role-playing.
DM is always so lovely.
As a 0 IQ warrior that only smashes. Make sense? Are those spires the new waypoint markers?
Nice
the
and
little,
two-handed.
like, stones that go up that have the blue runes on them are checkpoints. The waypoints are, like, still the ones that are seeded into the ground. The second stomp in the ground feels so satisfying. I like rolling slam. I was using it primarily. It is kind of slow, so, like, one of my complaints I had with rolling slam was that I would feel like I'd have to animation cancel. You'll notice, like, I kind of do that with the dodge. Like, I do animation canceling quite often because I feel like I get locked into the animation pretty hard. That was one complaint that I kind of had. It's still, like, a strong move, but, like, it was definitely a reason, you know, to be concerned.
Green
the
life
Rust King
forest that
here
you're poisoned.
wasn't too bad. He basically just summons minions and you got to kind of deal with them. He shows up on one of the obelisks once you're doing the final rune of power from you grab the 3 different obelisks, kind of in the first zone. He's pretty much your intro boss. Is this Act 1? This is very early Act 1. So this is like first major boss, Act 1. You can see there, loot is not specific to your class. Our first yellow item in the game is actually a crossbow, and obviously we're not using crossbows. I did find a pretty good item for myself fairly early, the gloves. I don't know if we've seen the gloves yet, but I get a blue pair of gloves that have +1 to all melee skill gems, like right in the beginning. Sorry if I asked, but what's your opinion about the first comments about Souls-like elements on PoE 2? Some people comment the game is more slowed down to the first. Yeah, I mean, it's slow. I feel like this is a point that has been brought up and addressed the most out of almost any point in the game, which is that the pacing is
cannot revive members of your party in a
PoE
map. If they die, they're
is
dead. In that
10
map, they
years
can't come back.
old, to the point where they have had so many additions to the game you can zoom very fast. The pacing of PoE 1 in the first act and the pacing of PoE 2 in the first act are very close to similar. So there's that to keep in mind.
Got it. Thank you. Like, guys, if you have any questions, just fire away. I will do what I can to answer them to the best of my capability. Like, I'm not ignoring anyone. So if I miss your question, ask again. But if you have questions, do yourself the favor and just ask away.
The other point is it is purposeful. They do want to slow it down so that the rewards and the monsters feel more impactful, because there's a significant increase in focus on things like boss fights and individual mobs. They don't
The best
want
answer I
you
can give you.
to
I don't know.
just one shot literally everything and just like move forward and span. Like it's supposed to be more meaningful combat interactions, and that's why they've added things like dodge, etc. They want the fights to actually be fights as opposed to farming. Hopefully that answers the question.
I don't think I ever got Ignite this. I don't know.
Easier. I had to get some skills behind me.
I don't remember Threes either.
Pieces of gear, and then it started to get a little bit easier. Okay, so here we go. This is what I would consider the first boss that is going to piss a lot of people off. Devour.
Quick question for GHAZZY chat in Infernal List. Does anyone think it could be possible to go CI Mom EB? Nope, not with Infernal Flames, no. So what the Infernal Flame is doing is that it's replacing your mana pool. Essentially, you don't have a mana pool when that happens. So the combination of CI Mom EB is going to get you to 1 HP and move your energy shield to cover your mana pool. But since you don't have a mana pool, it's very likely that your damage is going to be taken off that life, because the energy shield is not covering your mana, it's covering your Infernal Flame. Now, I might be wrong on this. That is the assumption we have. So we'll have to test it. But maybe, I don't know. I hope it works, but I can't say.
So in the very first playtest, there's been 3 playtests I've been part of.
The other problem is that the infernal demon form is degenning your life. So the real question will be, will that affect your life pool, or will that affect your energy shield pool as well? And that we don't know either.
In the very first playtest,
what inspires you to be a minion lord? Is the fantasy, the niche? Oh wow. I exclusively enjoyed. I played most classes, but I exclusively had the most fun playing Necromancer in Diablo 2. All versions of Necromancer. And I also felt that minion play in most ARPG games is way more active till you automate everything in P1 and then it's lazy as fuck. But before that, it's way more active gameplay and more things to think about than any other build in the game or archetype. And I really enjoyed that a lot, because I felt like I was actively playing the game. And then in the higher end game, you just automate everything, and now you're like just like everybody else, is run in and convocate. But till then, you were much active in PoE 1 compared to most other builds. I always liked the archetype of it. But it's like if you rewind it back in time, the other games I used to play before I went into ARPGs and whatnot, I guess Dota 2, like I played for a team there. I was a support player in Dota. I played 9 years straight of 16 different rogues. I exclusively played rogue up until WoW Classic when I was raiding with Shroud and the guys, and then I played a Shadow Priest. But before that, I was playing rogue exclusively. So for ARPGs, I've always liked the minion archetype or the dark caster archetypes. I've also preferred that in D&D games. So when I've played D&D, I've also always played some sort of Witchblade kind of approach. Yeah, I guess I kind of led into necromancy and that kind of stuff. Were you in Hero at the start? Not in Classic, but TBC and Wrath I was, yes. I was the Shadow Priest there. I have any walkout logs from that time? Can you see TBC anymore? Or Wrath? Not sure if you can. Fairlina. Oh, you can. Wrath of the Lich King. What? Oh, healing. Damage. It's not showing. Oh, it's showing those. And this is at the end of it, yeah. But I played TBC and I played Wrath with the guys. It was fun. I liked parsing. US server, Cloud Chaser. Yeah, for sure. 100%. It was good times, though. We enjoyed it.
People quit during the playtest. Like, they flew there to play the game. They started fighting.
No, I'm talking about
Devourer,
Classic. I played
and I'm
Rogue back in
talking,
the
like,
OG days.
30 minutes into the game, and they couldn't beat it, and they literally quit.
That was an
So
Hero
I'm
Classic?
talking for the next 4 or 5 hours, they were sitting there on their phone. Like, for real. So, this boss, yeah, some people are going to tilt. However, I think they might have made it maybe a little easier since then. And to be fair, the first playtest was significantly harder than any of the other ones. Like, Devourer definitely took me a moment to beat as well. Okay, so that's Devourer down. This is kind of like the... It almost looks like Blight type of area. But this is why some people thought that there was going to be, you know, Blight bosses, etc. Like, way early we were seeing some footage, is because we were seeing, like, this infected stuff. But this is the, like, the fungal growth area. It's
Part
not
of the
necessarily a
Noodle
Blight
Squad now.
related
Nice,
area.
quick.
This is still Act 1. I think there's an optional boss here, if I remember correctly. Okay, so here's the
Yeah, we
lobby
watched that
group.
meant to go, yeah.
So this
That
is
staff
another boss.
was
This is an
insane.
example of why I'm going stun mace build up. You see how quickly I stagger them, and even on the second staggering, like it's a pretty decent amount. Look at that, and he's gonna be staggered again. So it allows me just to unga bunga we go face, you know, smork go face, basically on the bosses. Which is kind of like what I wanted to do. I get some other combos later on with like the Earth Shatter, etc. But like the constant proccing here is,
Rotted Root. It kind of
pretty
gives
nice.
off little Blight vibes.
Yeah, this is still Act 1. And you can see how much stun we're actually getting. He actually does damage too. You gotta be kind of careful because you're like, you get used to just going face and then you can stun lock him, but then you pretty much immediately can get one shot if you're not careful. So they actually do a good amount of damage back, but just like that, it's over and we got our first yellow chest plate. You're gonna League Star Titan. I'm thinking going Titan because of the way I want to do my build, which is double two-handed maces using Giant's Blood.
Stagnation.
And then
Yeah.
weapon swap into another double two-handed weapon that has my DPS.
Stagnation
So I
map.
want like my maces to have like Ruthless and stun build up, like all of my stun related gems. And then from swapping there, then I want to swap to my moves that have all my DPS related gems. So my plan is to immediately proc stun. They're stunned, so I'm doing 40% more because of the Titan Ascendancy. Then I'm swapping to my two-handed axes, and I'm DPSing like as fast as possible, or axe or staff or whatever it happens to be for the best DPS. We'll still figure out that part. But the one half of the build,
That's a
which
good
is going to
plan,
be
actually.
the stun mace related build, is 100%. How swapping weapons work? So on the skill tree, you can, or on the skill gem menu, you can associate which gems go to which weapon swaps. So they do this so that you can automatically swap weapons when you're casting something. So if I'm doing my move, the rolling slam here, you're seeing where I do like the double hit. If I'm doing that move and I'm using it because it's a mace move, then I can auto associate it to the mace, so that way it's actually castable. And then what I can do is maybe I'm doing that, and that the support gems I put on it are like Ruthless, which does 500% more stun every 5th hit or whatever. If I'm doing all the stun build up to like support style gems in order to knock down the boss, once it's knocked, then I can have the other weapons and the other weapon kits selected to whatever my skill gems are. That's like maybe an axe move that does bleed or something. We'll figure that part out, and have that actually be my primary damage with all the support gems that are related to DPS once they're already...
So I really like this part about the whole association thing. So basically what he's saying, like, you can have in your skill section, you tell the game for that skill if it wants to, if you are okay with it being cast with whatever weapon set or exclusively weapon set 1 or 2. So you can have, for example, shield charge. You say you're dual wielding 2 weapons, and then you want a shield charge. As soon as you press shield charge, your character will then auto swap to the set where you have a shield, and then use the shield charge. And then when you use your attack skill that you might want to use with dual wielding, your character will automatically switch to dual wielding and then start attacking as well. It's pretty cool.
So I'm going to
Or
stun it
shapeshift,
first,
yes.
then swap to another basically weapon set, for instance. And what the second weapon set is, I'm not sure. The only thing I know is 100% we're going to go double two-handed maces in order to be able to proc a ton of stun, which means I'm going to be looking on my maces for things like stun build-up, like all of the affixes that will help me with that.
How long was
And
this
the other
video?
part will be to swap.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, this is Draven. This is
We'll
a good
finish this
boss
one.
fight, by the way. So this is a duo. Draven and her duo, like 2v1 you basically, and you got to kill both of them. It's a good fight. I think this one took me multiple attempts actually. There's like big AoEs that he spams, and then Draven himself is like throwing shit at you. This is an enjoyable one. I remember in the second access playtest, there was a pretty decent amount of people struggling with this one, as I struggle myself.
That
The
ability,
biggest
by the
issue
way,
I
is
had
similar to
was
all
when he
fights in
shoots out
PoE1.
those, it can shotgun you if you're standing too close. So because I'm melee, I'm kind of in his face, and I'm getting shotgun. So it took me a bit to like understand the mechanic here. And in the circle, you gotta like, what you have to do is constantly move and dodge out of the circle. And then you have like a DPS window, and then that one you shoot shit to the side, and then like hits in the middle. If you get hit in the middle, you pretty much just die. That one right there. It's the shotgun from the beginning. So you have to kind of like notice what his animations are, and then you really want to avoid that one. That's the animation that will get you. I think I die here again. I think I died like 4 or 5 times. It took me quite a while to beat this guy. It's a good fight though. I mean that one. See, he doubles it and it's shotgun, so like you can really get comboed out. This is where some totems would have probably gone handy, and I think totems are going to be pretty good for melee enjoyers.
I mean,
because
Spirit is
one of the
rare.
issues
See a
you're gonna
version of the medium
experience
build
is
where
you're
you would
gonna be
go
moving
giant load
constantly
200,
dodge some
2
type of
Spirit
shit,
runes.
like this one, and you're
The
using
Scepter,
DPS
it's
timing
possible.
because of that. Like that
It's
move,
possible.
That's a bit terrifying. That and the combo one's kind of annoying.
But you
because
can't
use a lot of
dual
damage
wield,
resistance.
you
The
can't
other one is
one-handed
shotgun.
weapon wield a staff. That was in the list. The staff
So you
wasn't
kind of
listed.
you kind of got to have like something that's going to do some damage, like bleed, totems, like something that's going to do some damage while you're getting hit. Also, he can off-center your camera. If you're melee and in the middle of an animation, like rolling slam for instance, and he starts attacking you, he'll actually off-center your camera, which can be a little bit annoying. You see, I'm starting to figure out the mechanics a little bit, but at this point I don't have enough health pots. This is where I'm saying some life regen would go in handy, vitality or something, because in this type of situation, it's like maybe I can finish the kill, but I have no more potions left, and my health regen is really slow. So I feel like if you're melee, having some early game life regen would
That was
actually
a
be
clear
very
display
nice.
of how
Something I
he
haven't pointed out and just, like, break
he
down
cancelled
in
his
the video.
attack mid-roll.
Is that life regen's got kind of an insane amount of value in the beginning, and I totally agree. I don't remember if I killed him here. I think I died in it, yeah.
Oh, that's so
the part
unfortunate.
I think a lot of hardcore people are going to lose to the Draven shotgun in the beginning. The main fight's still coming up. I actually think this might arguably be harder than the main fight. This is one of the harder ones in Act 1. But it's not like the main fight. Is this the kill? Yeah, you can see I get scared of the... I kind of have to learn to wait for openings here. Can't just face charge this one down. Running out of mana too was something that did happen pretty consistently. That's kind of like the biggest opening right there, is after he does that. But then he casts that move. Like, see, that's the one. That one is going... I'm telling you right now, boys. That move is going to kill hardcore players like
Yep. Seems like it.
Sometimes he does one. Sometimes he does 2 of them. And when he does 2 of them, if you're standing in melee range, you will die. Because, like I was saying, it can shotgun you. Like, you can get hit by this shit, and it does a significant amount of damage. Like, it's actually kind of crazy damage. So you kind of have to wait for, like, only the openings. Also, I'm not sure if my defenses were up to snuff on this one.
Yeah, like everything does combos. Even non-bosses have like sets of attacks.
You're in trouble. That's pretty much my primary move. The AoE's, like the big circle AoE's not so bad. It's a little bit scary, but like it's more scary than like actually, you know, a GG problem. That move will fuck you up, but...
It looked like you can interrupt the ghost. You see that?
You just kind of gotta like...
Wait, hold up. Do you see that? He walked across the ghost.
Percent of the one move.
Did you see it?
Double combos and you're in trouble.
There was a ghost here that he stepped on, and it looked like he didn't get into the boss as a result of that.
The AoE's, like the big circle AoE's not so bad. It's a little bit scary, but like it's more scary than like actually...
There's one of these. That one right there. Watch this. Look how the ghost disappears.
That move will fuck you up, but...
I don't know what that does.
You just kind of gotta like respect...
He didn't heal him, but it definitely looked
you can't
like...
really greed for
Oh.
DPS or something.
Oh. So, okay. So he does a double attack. That seems to be if one of the ghosts reaches him, he gets like enraged and he does double attacks.
This one.
You see that?
Like there, I had to cancel it so that way I didn't get hit. How do you fast and more defense, skill, tree, gear? Yeah, both of those.
Now it's only now he's doubling as well.
On it, gear web, defenses
I'm
on
guessing
it.
he's
Things
still
like
amplified
resistance,
then.
HP, strength gives you HP, for example. I thought I was gonna die there at the end and have to redo the fight. Also,
So it
this
looks
is
like he got
the
amplified
other
from
part
it.
I'm talking about. So we fought
Infinite
Draven,
evades.
Assinia.
Yes, you have infinite evades, but there's no frames on it. Like your immunity frames. You can only dodge attack or hitting components that is not AoE based. And you can't roll through enemies. So if you're surrounded, you're surrounded. Yeah, it glows while amplified, yeah.
As a cast in, and then now we're doing the reverse of that, in which Draven helps her out. So you have to fight both of them to get basically both keys to the press now.
Right of the full.
The voice lines are pretty good.
Again, another
Whoever voice
ghost
acted
there.
this character did phenomenally
And he's just trying to avoid it. Now she's amplified.
right of the full moon.
That ability killed us so many times when I played.
Very
Holy
good.
fuck.
How do
The
you think
barrage
PoE2
thing that looks
will
like a
change
sorrow.
PoE1? You think it will end
That
up
shit
hurting
fucked
its
me up
player
so bad.
retention, even with the
Killed all my
offset
minions as well.
seasons? I think there will be a percentage of people that play PoE2.
This
over
fight you've
PoE1,
seen me do
and I
is
think
Lackland
newer
the
players
Endless
coming
Lament
into
that's
PoE
at the
will probably
graveyard.
go into PoE2,
It's an act
meaning that I
one.
think the overall player base for PoE1 will be lower. I'm like seeing you're trying to heal. The dodge was clutch. And fight over. So I guess we got him. So that is, you fight the first two bosses to get the key or whatever, then you fight this guy, and then this guy opens up the next portion. You're going to notice there is a lot of bosses, and we are still only in Act 1 at this point. So you're going to experience like a significant. You're going to experience a
Yeah, the
significant
Katarina
amount of
one. I
bosses,
saw. Well, I guess
even
both
from
do
the
it.
start of the game forward.
And then they're
the
both in
GPU
that
and
one
CPU
map.
of the setup that was played on. No, I didn't bother looking at the PC settings. As soon as I got there, I knocked everyone out of my way, and then I ran to the PC, and then immediately launched the game, and I didn't move until the game was over. That was another boss, by the way. Crowbell down. By the way, this is King of the Mist, who kicks ass.
King in the Mist.
Looks like a pretty tough fight. Yeah, once he realized the mechanics, it wasn't so bad. He's got a few tough moves. He's pretty tanky, and I think I'm a couple levels down the zone. I was trying to like rush through, to be fair. I didn't really do much crafting.
Crafting
or
insane.
damage
They
or
look
anything
fantastic,
like that.
right?
How are you fighting Kings of the Mist? I thought it was the pinnacle boss. I think they have him associated with more than just that. This is from the Canopy in Act 1. Impossible to portal out from boss fights. I think if you don't get canceled here, but if you portal out, like you have to do it again, you're kind of like locked in there. It's a good fight also. This one and Draven took me a few attempts. And the final Act 2 boss. There was 3 bosses that really gave me trouble, and this was one of the 3. He like recovers HP fully and everything. It's very long fights. You run out of pots a lot, then there's a lot of damage over time and shit to dodge. Lots of AoEs, you can see. It's like a battle of attrition. Some life regen early would go a very long way. The voice acting in Kingdom is actually pretty good.
You see how he tried to
This
dodge
whole,
the
like-
AoE,
like
but he still
cheese
got
freeze
hit
was
by it
super
from trying to roll it, but
Also,
you
you
don't. You
notice
can't
that I
mitigate
do a
that.
significant amount of
There are
damage
stuff
with
in the
the
skill
basic
tree that
attack.
allows you
The
to.
basic attack is actually like more damage than my rolling slam. It just doesn't stun as much. Later on in the game, when I was on the final Act 2 boss, I ended up spamming the basic attack over the rolling slam. It actually was just straight up more damage. You can skill gem the basic attack too. There's a longer boss fight later for the Act 2 final. And when I was doing that, I was running out of mana, so I started using the basic attack instead. Plus, I didn't have time to do all like the bigger casts. So I started using the basic attack. Did I get the knock? I remember if I do here. So close.
Do you think that the unexpected, according to Jonathan, number of pre-orders and inevitable success of PoE2 going into EA and eventually 1.0, PoE1 is going to be left in the back burner? I don't think so, no. I think that what they want to get through this launch so that they can release content for both games consistently. That's their goal, and I think they're going to stick to their guns, so that's what they've been saying. At least while PoE2 is in EA, PoE1 League launches will be once every 68 months since all hands are on deck for PoE2. Well, they said that the next league is going to be in February, right? That's all the information we have.
Oh yeah, the KO from the AoE from the left.
No, I haven't
using all of
illustrated.
the
Sorry.
abilities I had unlocked at this point. Like I didn't have more by now. I maybe could have done some more side shit, but I'm pretty much main storyline Andy at this point. Yeah, I was trying to figure out the mechanics of it. Seemed like the totems were like kind of a problem. Also, speaking of totems, my double totem is like actually like super strong.
Did he just
Really
fully
enjoying
heal?
the double totem.
Motherfucker.
Trying to get the knock before he casts that shit. I think bleed is something that would have been really nice on this boss, maybe. Like to have even more bleed. I think we have it on the rolling slam at this point, or maybe on the basic attack. But like some way they do more damage without having to be right on top of them. That's why I keep having to use the totems, eating the AoE a lot. Surprising how good of a boss fight they give you so early, though. There's shit everywhere. Like, you got the red shit, you got the purple shit, you got the things on the ground, you got the mass AoEs, you got the totems being summoned. You have the snare that he does. He has a full heal. Like, they give you quite a fight. Oh, it's gonna be close. Can I get the knock? No! I died to the AoE in the middle. Then there's the AoE in the middle that also does like a giant shootout also. You can see what I mean when I was talking earlier about like fights being sort of a battle of attrition. They're longer and more drawn out, and you run out of pots, and it reminds me of Elden Ring in that way with the boss fights, where it's like you run out of pots and then you're like, oh shit, like I'm out of pots entirely. So you're kind of like trying to play a game of like not getting hit enough, basically. You're trying not to just raw dog trade HP, and you're not really regenerating the pots. You gotta be like careful and learn the mechanics, basically. I watched my buddy Moxie. I think he beat this like first try. He's playing Ranger. I think there's gonna be some, I don't know any bosses that are like easier on melee, but I know a lot of bosses that they feel harder.
A lot of bosses are much easier to navigate if you're
It sounded like,
for sure.
from what I'm remembering from the podcast, it did sound more to me like he was, you know, almost use the word surprised by the amount of reaction. There we go, plus 30 spirit. So that's an example of plus spirit you can get for ores, etc. It did sound to me like he was pleasantly surprised by the amount of interest PoE2 was generating. They did my boy King of the Mist Dirt early act boss. He's a good fight though. First try indeed. There's a skill gem, so you do get skill gems like kind of randomly. There's a yellow mob. Give you an idea of some.
So remember how I talked about how I dislike when there's like a circle and then something in the circle growing to fill the circle, and then when the circle's filled, that's when the damage happens. I hate those telegraphing abilities. I'm not sure I like that, but they don't have. This is the first time I see it, and most things that you encounter do not have this. So maybe this is specific to very, very, very small things. Like, sure, a little ball here is super small, so maybe it makes sense here. Because I feel like I don't want to be fucking handheld, where it's super obvious this is exactly how far away I need to stand, right? So like the Act 1 Executioner and boss, for example, he charges up his hammer and then he slams it down and it just cascades with explosions growing outwards. There's no indication of how far that goes. Yeah, I know it's beginner friendly, but it's, come on. I'm fine with it having a little bit of it, I guess. But one of the good things is that you have to learn to fight and get a feeling for it. And I prefer that much more than this. At least it's not red true. Anxious can't wait. Though I prefer they show us the game like 1 week remaining to launch.
Yellow mobs there. Kind of cool moves he's got. There's great hammer. I think at one point I had a pretty good hammer. I don't remember at which point. Maybe it was this one I already had at this point, but that was 24% increased physical. But I thought I got a pretty good hammer at some point here. I was trying to figure it out because I feel like my damage was like not insane. Yeah, there's 57%. So I think I end up using the 57% auge here. See what I get. 5 to strength, yeah. So 36, 48 to up to 61 there. So a little bit of a DPS increase on the two-hander. So not bad little starting mace there. And then I was basically going like, okay, I think it's Warcry and power attacks. Like I was using the Warcry. So I'm trying to do it where it's like all my damage is front loaded in one big hit.
Not a big fan of it personally.
And then I end up trying
to figure out. That's the first time I see them do it as well.
Where I go next, and you see here stunned enemies, two-handed, etc. So I'm going like
melee?
all the way to stun shit. Is basically where I'm going.
Yes, it is.
I take the Warcry node, but then I pretty much go for. I'm trying to get as much stun build up as I could because I was really wanting to see like how quickly you could really stun somebody. Because I probably could have got some better damage, but Also, I missed the loot box here in the beginning. I think I ended up having to come back for that. How'd the combat feel, movement, combat-wise? Felt very, very good. I've had 3 playtests now, and in every one of my playtests, the game feels phenomenal. The best compliment I can give it is it's one of those games where I almost just don't remote. That's a good item, just not for me. I almost don't care at all.
I think that I'm fine with
only playing it for
visualization
content.
if
Like,
it's
the type of game, if I wasn't
if it
streaming
feels
and
fitting.
I wasn't
But cheap
making
red
YouTube
fucking
videos,
circles
I would
for
be
everything,
playing the
like,
fuck out of the game.
no,
Does that
fuck
make
no.
sense? Like, I would be playing it regardless. There's games you'll play and you'll try it, you know, and all that, because there'll be a new game that's out. You're like, okay, let's give it a day or 2 or something, or you give it a stream to see what it's like. Path of Exile 2 is not one of those games. It's one of those games that you only want to play it because it's good. Like, it feels good. And I didn't want to stop playing when the servers turned off during the playtest, and I wish we could play it right now.
There it is.
Oh yeah, this guy caught me off guard. I was like gonna read the thing because I thought I was gonna do a voice line. I like listening to the voice line, so like read you as you're doing it, and then this dude showed up. See, I like the knock, and that will give me 40% more damage during the knock. In a while, I start getting the Earth Shatter combo. That feels more
Holy
satisfying.
fuck, he has so much
He
stun
does like a
build up.
missile barrage or something. Fire
Jesus
breath.
Christ.
Classic. Like a piety-like move. What was the coolest item you found on your run? I didn't really, to be honest, I didn't find very many good items. Like, I actually felt like I was a pretty dry playthrough. I didn't get that much shit at all.
So
I
much
also,
stun, dude.
Like, barely got any currency. At one point, I had to get a basic-ass transmute from Moxie because I literally couldn't even, like, blew my piece of gear. It was a pretty dry playthrough. Okay, so this is the final Act 1 boss.
There it is.
Effectively, like, I think that's sort of the beast from the cinematic there. And you're gonna fight the Iron Count guy here, who has like he has basically 2 phases. You have your basic phase in which he's just a sword Andy, and then he has his wolf phase in which he does a bunch of dashes, etc. against you. He can freeze you with the giant poke, as you're gonna see there. He is staggerable, which is basically my whole move, and he just kind of attacks fast. He's not really actually like that scary. I think they might have turned him down a little bit. The freeze is pretty annoying, but I feel like he was actually more annoying
That ability,
before.
though?
I feel
God
like
damn.
they might have nerfed him a little bit. Because before he was, like, his melee felt more disgusting to me previously, if I'm being quite fair. This part's cool. So these are my Earth Shatter. I can, like, put down these spikes, and then when I War Cry, it explodes the spikes, doing some damage. So the combo I was trying to figure out, and, you know, I'm playtesting, so I'm learning this. So there he goes, become a wolf there. This is the guy from
Graphics
the
are
intro, by the
amazing,
way,
yeah.
that stabbed the hooded one. He's got the sword with the runes on it, right? But the combo I'm trying to figure out here is if I knock him with my mace, and then spam these things while he's down, and I just basically just tank kick some dog shit. But if I spam these things and then War Cry, I can do like this big shards combo damage, which was effectively what I was trying to figure out how to get that to work just right. And I ended up getting this later on in the game, but I had just sort of unlocked these moves, and I figured out this combo. And the combo is actually like pretty strong, but it does take a while to get them up. So what I mostly figured out about that is when they're doing
What
like
the
immunity
fuck is
frames
that
or they're
thing?
staggered or something, that's when you kind of spam them. If there's a moment in which you can't DPS till later, it gives you like
It's
delayed
an
damage,
insect
lets you
dog,
set
'cause he
up
got
with
6
it.
legs.
See where I can like put the spikes or
That's not a
totems
dog.
or what have you, and then
Dog
you
has
can
4
kind of
legs,
do
that has 6
a burst
legs.
of damage later.
That's an
Also,
insect dog.
Those moves themselves actually do, and then he does, you know, obviously ice rain here, etc. before he's gonna do a big fog move. But those spikes that come out of the ground too actually do stagger
2
as well,
miles,
so you can
yeah.
sort of set them up while he's gone and then spike them. Now this part, some people were struggling a bit with this part because in order to indicate when he's about to come out, like there's not much of a timer, but he'll shit talk you, and at the end of shit talking you, then he'll charge. So that's kind of like your indicator on when he's about to come out of basically the tree, and he does it a few times and then you go. So I was trying to just use the totems to like sort of block for a bit. Again, it's sort of a battle of attrition. Like if I run out of all my pots, right, I'm just eventually going to bleed out and die against him. And then this part, because the rolling slam, like the rolling slam is so slow, it does playing melee. Oh yeah, it does a meteor slam, sort of like Elden Ring there. Doing the rolling slam does kind of leave you weak. I feel like a bunch. So you got to be kind of careful with it. Having some attack speed or something, I feel like would actually be a pretty big deal for Warrior because of just
New mechanic shit talk.
how long. I mean, to be honest, it takes fucking forever to cast some of your moves. Like the delay is really long. just your movement speed and all that in general. I think having movement speed on the boots is going to be just as big, obviously, and then having some attack speed or something for this would be lovely, because I was struggling with just straight up my attack speed. Like, I would eat a lot of stuff because I started walking into the animation or something. There's a good example of, like, the dodge roll can block some things, but not everything. I was able to block the swipe, but, you know, you can't exactly block like ground damage. I think I die here, if I remember right. I ran out of pots here. Probably could have killed him if I didn't eat most of these things at the end. But you can tell this boss is not too bad compared to, like, Draven in the earlier acts when you're maybe not as prepped with gear, etc.
Act 1, by the way.
I definitely think that those were harder bosses. I think Kings of the Mist was way harder than this guy. So I don't think he's too bad. And everything was clearly indicated on the move, so you learned it pretty fast. None of the moves really feel frustrating. Here I kind of learned, okay, like spam this shit and then blow it up, and you can see you can kind of like prep some damage in advance. So starting to piece together the builds a little bit better, and then you can see the burst damage is actually like pretty good because you get the full combo set up there with the earthquake and all that. At that point, the damage is like pretty solid. So I think Warrior, once we learn the combos of the Warrior, I think Warrior is actually going to like absolutely melt. It's just going to take a bit of time to like figure out the good combos and how to set them up and get the right gear and all that. But that's why I definitely like Warrior might be clunky, but I think he's going to slap. You can see we're
look
already
at that,
like,
how much better you're doing on that try.
For the run that we just had before.
That's like a world of difference.
There. It's just
it's learning for the first try and getting into this
thing. Another opportunity to start setting this up, which is what I do here. And then try to cry and get the burst right after. So that right there, that's staggering damage and getting the opportunity. That's why I run Giant's Blood with two-handed maces with the 40% more damage while stunned. Like, I think that's kind of the opportunity. You stagger him literally immediately when you get these big bursts of damage. Again, he goes to the mist, summons the wolves, constantly charges at you. At the end of every shit talk sentence, he'll charge you. And then these guys are body blocking you because, you know, you can't just walk through them. So the totem actually was kind of goated for this. Even if you're not going to be like a big totem, Andy, maybe you don't like totems, having totem is actually kind of nice because it kind of deters people for a while, like that taunt, like decoy totem from PoE 1. So it kind of keeps them off your ass for a moment, which I was a big fan of. And there we go. So that's the final Act 1 boss anyway. Didn't get too crazy drops throughout the entire fight, or in there I got bonus max HP for the fight there. Throughout the entire playthrough, I actually didn't really get that too crazy of gear, to be quite honest. I think I get like maybe a better axe later, or a better maul later, but nothing too insane. Cheers, boys. Thanks for coming by. I love you all, and I will see you in...
GG Darth. For those of you who don't know what the video is, here, I'm going to link it again in the chat. That's the video we just watched. Oh, man. I got to get the postal services done, so I'm going to actually have another shorter stream today. So I will not be able to stream much more today at all, actually. I'm going to find someone to host because I got to get this fucking postal shit done before they close. And I hopefully will have the Voldo box by tomorrow. So let me find someone to host, and I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to continue seeing the teasers and news about PoE 2 and prepare. And lots to come. I got some videos recording being posted today as well. So do check out the information for that. We're actually this close to having 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, by the way. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do, because I want my play button. That would be so cool. Anyways, let me find someone to host, and we'll go from there. How about that? Who is live right now? Oh shit, sis is watching G-Man and Darth. Let me throw you guys over to...
surprised that the undead. If I were...
Shut up, sis, right? I'm trying to talk here. I'm gonna host you guys over to Zizaran. You guys give him a big one welcome. I will see you guys tomorrow. Till then, as always, stay safe, keep rocking, have a great fucking night. And as soon as I get the goddamn box, I'm gonna open it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Mailbox does. He just didn't have anyone that was playing that he wanted to send things in to the mailbox. From what I... Oh, he sold things on the auction house? Oh, I thought he was just using it for bag space. Oh, okay, that's shitty.